don't like how it pauses the video every single time I click off of it. That's annoying. So, yeah, that's gonna... I'm trying to get everything settled now so that I don't have to click off of it. Because I don't know if it goes dark for you guys. I don't think it does. Alright, whatever. Let's get this over with.
I'm thinking a slight technical issue on my end.
Oh? What happened?
Well, I'd like to keep my eardrums.
Oh, is it too loud?
No, my volume is set too loud.
Everybody,
Oh, okay.
it's your host, Ethan Klein. It's the H3 Show. The date is the 2nd of May, and it is the long-awaited Leftovers reunion. How
Holy
nice.
shit, he looks
We're back
different.
together. And it's going to end a lot better than the second time, right? Or, I mean, it's going to end
I've
a lot
also
better
got it
the
at
second
like
time than
1
the
1/4
first time, right?
speed,
How could it be
so...
worse?
I would love for that to be the case, sure.
Hasan is calling in, of course, at 12:30. I have 10 minutes to schlep around here. So I want to say, first of all, thank you to Shopify for sponsoring us. I also want to thank...
I gotta give it to him.
Peldago for sponsoring
And
us.
I want to preface this
Quickly,
as somebody
give it a taste.
who...
We got the new collection out right now. With some
I-
killer
What
stuff.
happened?
This black dress. This shirt is
I don't like
super
Ethan
freaking
or
cool, dude.
Hasan. I don't like either one of
Sick,
them.
right? Wait till
I
you get this.
used to like Ethan Klein before he
I'm reading.
decided he wanted to get in bed with people like Hasan and everyone else. Hello?
Oh, it's Mbop lyrics. It's the lyrics to Mbop.
What is that?
Mbop, badoo,
Oh.
ba-boom.
Wait.
Yeah.
We lost him.
Nobody younger than me remembers
Yeah.
Hanson.
I remember Hanson.
What? No shot.
Welcome
You
Hello?
Hey, everybody just went robot, and then I couldn't hear anybody when I tried watching the stream
No, they don't know Bob.
Did you
for
fix
some
it?
reason.
So that's what that is. It's very hard to cool.
I don't know. I'm going to try it again.
Quickly moving along here.
Because the stream looks
Okay.
like it's doing okay. I like
We're
it,
trying
at
to
least
beat
on
the
my
tariffs,
end.
folks. Come check it out. We got cool shirts. We got cool tops.
Okay.
We got one that says Tired Mom. We got one that says Hot Mom.
Yeah,
We got one that says
yeah, just everything went robot, and then I couldn't hear anybody.
Get all three and wear the right one for the mood of the day.
Right.
Can you hear the audio now?
Come on, guys.
Yeah.
We got jewelry. Oh, these are sick. These earrings.
Elo wants me to remind you that it was your
So
decision.
yeah,
I know.
I was gonna say I don't.
I know.
I liked Ethan
The thing
before
is,
he
I
got
just-
in
I
bed with
remembered
people
it was
like
lyrics, I remember
Hasan
what it was.
and wanted to go
I have
full blown
Bim Bop socks on me.
progressive.
Yep,
You know?
Mbop. So-
I have Bim Bop.
Yeah.
But I think he's kind of.
It's the
I think
Korean
he's
Bim
kind
Bop.
of reeled that in
It's a
now.
weird
Like
coincidence.
he's
It's
a
worth
weird
it.
coincidence.
It's a Mbop
he's
day.
starting to. The light bulb's starting to go off for him. I
Yeah.
think.
Important. I was tweaking. I didn't know he had that shit.
Damn, the last time I
Also, should
watched
have
Ethan
disclosed
was
up front
like
that I have Tourette's, to the wide. I should actually do that, right?
2016.
I'll do that.
I've never made
Disclosure.
fun of Ethan for that.
And I do like the fact that everybody knows
so
he
let
has
me just start with
Tourette's,
sponsor, and then
and
we'll
they
go
were
on
still trying to
with,
say that he's on drugs and on
Hasan.
meth and all kinds of shit.
The one and the only. Thank you to Shopify for sponsoring us today.
Well-
Man, I love these guys. If you're looking to make the move to
Which he might be.
That,
He might be.
Sell stuff online.
Like, given
You
it-
wanna make the move to
given as
find
thin as
that
he's
chance for
gotten.
yourself. And by the way, you'll be doing it with the best
Ozempic.
e-commerce platform out there. Why is it the best e-commerce platform? Well, me and Ela made it from the day one when we made Teddy Fresh. It was the best thing we ever did. It's incredibly easy to use. We have no programming or HTML experience. And from the first day, we had a fully functional website that was accepting credit cards and different online payments. And it was like we were rolling from day one. You can also scale it up all the way as far as you want to go. They have like a whole list of approved programmers that will help you customize.
Yeah, I had to
anything
put
you
this
want
on like
inside their
1.25 because this is gonna be
web
painful.
style, whatever they call it.
And I started
And
watching
also,
this
they've got the
like
best converting,
when the
checkout of anyone in the business.
while I was
They've
at
got a
work.
great system where they email people that
And they were going from the time I was at work to the time it took me to drive home to the time I was doing chores at home until like 7 o'clock
It's
at
all set up
night.
for you. It really is. And the best thing is, guys,
I
think
besides
they-
supporting us,
I think they started at like
I should mention
3
zero
my
downtime.
time.
In like the 7 years we've been running Teddy Fresh, not a minute of downtime.
So it
Wow.
That is insane.
it gets pretty painful after the 2-hour mark.
Take that.
That things sort of go
So, guys,
downhill.
You can try it risk-free. If you go sign up,
Well-
you
What's
risk
the
$1
deal,
a month.
man?
Is that okay? I don't know. If you can't afford $1 a month, then you're not ready for this game.
Well, when
Yeah, no offense, but
anything involving
$1.
Hasan
Turn
is
your big
going to be
business idea into
painful.
cha-ching. With Shopify on your side, sign up for a $1
Yep.
per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/h3. Go to shopify.com/h3.
Oh,
One more
man.
time, baby.
I don't understand how people can sit there and be like, oh, Hasan won this debate. Hasan looked horrible. And that's looking at it objectively, not as me saying that I like
Well,
either one of them.
we, I don't know if I want to thrust.
Especially once he started like all his moral grandstanding about like
He's smart.
social justice and everything else. It was like, bro,
Get involved in this.
The first time ever.
Yeah.
no.
He's in that show.
Anymore, that's just a losing. That's just a losing talking point because people are just so sick of it.
This is Lena's puppy.
Oh my god.
So cute. He's so sweet.
I do like the fact that he admitted he doesn't like his own audience.
How did he do last night?
It was a
Who?
long-
Ethan or Hasan?
Hassan
made up for it.
he flat out said his
Oh.
audience is toxic.
I think it was him combined with today's
Oh,
episode.
he's reaping what
Yeah.
he
What's
sows.
going on? Also, you usually
Yeah, I mean, he's the one that cultivated that particular audience. So
Still
Yeah.
great, but more than I was.
He's so sweet. You guys are gonna love that dog. That dog is gonna improve your life, man.
Yeah.
It's gonna make you.
What
better.
did he
Lena's
expect
never
from
had
doing
a
it?
puppy before, so she's,
Nothing.
going through it for the first
Oh, it's
time.
100% his fault. He's absolutely audience captured at this point. And he knows if he says the wrong thing, his audience is going to eat him alive.
Yeah.
It's pretty serious
That's
business.
a
It takes
fact.
like
And I don't think Ethan gives a fuck anymore, so
This one beautiful creature that you all love more than anything in this world.
Yeah.
You're about to spend a lot of money on dog shoes because you love him so much.
And carpet cleaner.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
Yes.
those freaking pizzles.
And I don't blame him.
Those yet, AB?
I mean,
love those. It's like $60 for a pack of that shit.
he got in bed with a bunch of people that are currently
I don't know what they told
horrifically anti-Israel. So what do you expect?
Yeah. And I surprised Lena when she came
Or
home.
anti, I would even say anti-Jew
We're-
at this
we're all
point.
very happy for
More
you.
so than anti-Israel.
She insisted on a Yorkie because
I love that.
Yeah, I think Ducky's the first dog she's been around since he was a
Oh,
baby.
yeah,
so
yeah. Well, good choice.
But what's funny is-
they're so loyal. They're so smart.
I know right now they're just riffing, but
They're
once Hasan got off the stream, while he was on this debate, he was wearing like a Palestine sash around his neck. And as soon as he got done, he just took it off.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the dog.
wow,
He's in the waiting room.
Yes, sir.
that is an absolute virtue signal.
Yep.
Stand by.
Yep. Here we go.
It's fine.
Because he's so intense.
Here we go.
I gotta let your dog grow a little bit.
Yeah, it's not going to be long before I feel like we're going to have a second.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Get the dog out of the room. Save the dog.
That's enough of the dog chat. It's time. Welcome to the show, everybody.
A nice latte.
Hello, Hasan Piker.
Wait, Hasan's Chinese?
What about you?
Well, I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Here, I can fix that. One second. Let me just set it to Ethan's
Yeah.
output here.
If you want-
there you go.
If you want, just show like not just Ethan, but yourself as well. You're going to talk. Like that's fine.
Hey,
I don't know if it's
Hasan,
gonna be too difficult.
leave the production notes to my team. It's your show how you like.
Well, you know, they
Bro, he rips on him the entire time.
Not now.
No, I
So
know.
let's start. I mean, so you did this content cop, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit
Wait,
very
but
hard.
before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive
Okay,
conversation?
sure.
Yeah. Okay. So, I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible. But yes, you have grievances with me, and
Okay.
of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay,
Of
good.
course, we'll talk about that.
It's
Hopefully
funny he says
I'll
that
be able
because he
to address the
basically
counterpoints as well,
downplays
to
every single
in the
grievance
process.
that Ethan
Absolutely.
throws
But
out there.
Before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially
Oh, shit.
talk about
Guys, let's not
definitions so we
forget
can have, like,
about Hasan
established
buying another
definition
mansion.
on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay
Yep.
with you?
I mean, it
But that's
depends how
okay,
many
though.
Definitions you got. What do you want to
Just
define?
because he's a
I
socialist
don't
doesn't
wanna
mean
get
that he
bogged
has
down
to be
in
I'm
poor.
also experiencing audio issues on my end, so
Sure.
hold on
Go
one
ahead.
second.
No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right, so you're fine with that.
I mean, I'll do up to
Well-
a point. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Well, yeah, I
don't
mean,
wanna
being a
get bogged down in
socialist
a
is,
conversation.
just means that
Sorry. No, I know
that
you're not. I just
you
wanna-
you feel you're entitled to everyone else's
first and
money.
foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is.
I would
and
say
what we
that's the
mean by
perfect
Zionism
example
and
right
what I
there,
mean by
considering
Zionism
he
is
lives
the,
off of everybody else's money.
the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic, Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that is that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with
on this
you.
front.
I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, you know, the displacement. And,
I'm gonna pause it real quick because
you know the rabbit.
I want to say something real quick, right? So their argument about Zionism, and I'm gonna unpause it, but I want to just throw this out there, is that even though Hasan has this view on Zionism and everything else, right? For 90% of this debate, Ethan agrees with him. Like, all these points that he throws out there, Ethan agrees with him on. He'd be like, oh, well, the Jews are doing this. And Ethan will be like, yeah, they are. I don't agree with that. Oh, well, they're saying this and that. Yeah, they are. I don't agree with that. And somehow, Hasan still manages to find a way to make it about something completely different than what Ethan is talking about. And it's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. Because what Ethan's trying to bring, get him to admit is that due to some of the stuff that he's been saying, he's been getting harassed and death threats and all kinds of shit, right? And then Hasan will just throw out another whataboutism or another example of something that has nothing to do with what he's talking about. Even though Ethan agrees with him on the main points of whatever position Hasan has. It's insane to see. It's insane.
Well, it's what I've this sounds like it's an example of what I've come to witness over the years is that there's a certain subset of people. It exists on both political extremes, but it seems to be much more prevalent on the left. There's like a broader spectrum on the far left that believes this way. That has two things. Nothing is their fault. They have a complete abdication of personal responsibility. They find some philosophy or excuse to where they're able to shift the blame for their own words and actions onto somebody else. And they believe that unless you agree with them point by point, 100%, you are wrong.
Well, then that about sums it up then, because that's kind of how that went down. Because anytime Ethan tries to give any sort of pushback, he'll be like, oh, well, you're crazy. Oh, you're crashing out. Oh, are you okay? That sort of fake concern whenever there's a disagreement, right? So, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But yeah, I just want to preface that because it starts off almost immediately from the jump of what we're just talking about. And you'll see what I mean. So I figured I wanted to get that out of the way first because it's going to happen a lot.
of the culture.
Oh, this ought to be funny.
And I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the
It'll be
establishment of Israel was like
entertaining.
a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir.
Okay.
How was filming that content? I just have to know what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get to that. We'll get to
No,
that.
no. We're here. I don't want to talk about
Okay.
definitions. You got your Zionism. Let's do it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was fine.
Did you not?
I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
No, but that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed.
Oh, really?
By
Who was
a
interviewing you?
journalist while that was happening.
Really?
I don't remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot. I think you saw him doing that. I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I got to get out of this." And by the way, I'm giving you credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You participated in some sketches. It happens.
I mean, shit. Yeah.
Really? You're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah. We've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you. By the way, you believe that the likes were botted on that?
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cops. You still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop?
The
I don't
See,
Dislikes
know.
and he does that shit
there.
too, where he's like, "Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean?
It was
What?"
unnatural, the dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about
You
this.
bought
I don't know.
the
I,
likes.
mean,
Well,
I
I'm
don't,
asking-
I
I
don't
don't
recall
care.
saying this, but I don't know why
You
this
did
is a
say
major point
it.
of contention. All right, so you asked that question. Let's get back to some other definitions.
Hold on, let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
And to
Okay,
Ethan's
so-
credit, he doesn't let him run on
Fine,
anything.
I'll answer it how you like. Did you? Do you
I hope you know that, like, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
yes, I know that, and I've addressed
Okay,
him
good.
thoroughly.
All right,
do you know that? Do you believe you should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait.
See,
I'm a little
he
confused.
does it
You're
again.
asking me
Yes.
what my opinion is
On the video.
iDubbbz's content cop.
Correct. That's correct.
About the CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I think it was more so about like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also
Right. Well,
harassment.
90% of the clips were
quite
from the
frankly,
episode
harassment
entitled
was pro-housing
"CPS Came to My
content
House" is on. I don't know if you think that's an important detail.
And he's right, considering most of that content cop is his
You know
like
my position on
room.
this, because I
It's
made it very clear. I think it's
it's his
completely
place.
inappropriate to fucking call
No.
CPS.
That's obvious.
It's
I'm
completely
saying your
inappropriate
friend
to
is
call
He
CPS.
should have an
I
opinion.
Did a
don't know why
total
you're-
fucking
I don't
hit
know why you
job.
think I have
All right,
any
go ahead.
hand
Ask me a
in this.
question.
I don't have any like.
Go
dude,
ahead.
Listen.
Go ahead.
Listen to me. Listen. We're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked
Reframing.
publicly about
Hasan,
this
I don't
when
care.
we
Let's
were-
just go
when
on.
we had a
You-
podcast.
I don't-
No, what do you mean? You
I
brought
don't-
this up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I
Let
know
me
what you're
speak my piece.
saying. We've all
You
been
brought it up.
harassed. The internet
Let
is
me
tough.
bring-
Whatever,
let me
yada
say my
yada.
piece.
Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan. Please.
Because you're so
Please.
boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting conversation.
You know
Go
who else
ahead.
also told me that? Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on.
Wow,
and let
I have-
me
wow,
try
God
to
forbid.
explain my position to you. You and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff. Okay, sometimes by the same people. Ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private
been a
before we stop doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think it's completely
I know
unacceptable.
you're
because
against
I am victim to the
CPS.
same
That's
exact
not
things that
even
happened to you
interesting.
in this regard. I would
And for the
never
record, they
years
stopped
ago-
doing their
Don't think
podcast
it's
because
pressure.
Hasan's audience
Very
was
good.
completely
I don't know why
fucking
you think
unhinged
that
and going
you're
after
You're not-
Ethan like every
you represent
episode.
What I asked you, I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked the video
Damn.
that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called "CPS Got Called on Me" and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me.
Okay,
I
sure.
didn't
Ask me
make
a
any
question.
Editorial, yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in
I'm sure-
iDubbbz's content cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty fucking. Pretty obvious. Go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure it would have been. I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it.
It would have been all right?
I don't know why this is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel-Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask
I
me
know,
a question.
but you having problems with my character.
Hasan,
is-
ask me a
is
question or I'm
so
gonna move
far
on to the
removed
next
from
topic
you
here.
asking me about iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his content cop.
I'm
I
asking
don't-
about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay.
I mean, that's fair.
So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great, awesome. So you agree with the with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip, or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that?
Sure.
Pro-Palestinian
Well,
advocates that
I
you
don't know
feel
if-
like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on.
I never
do I think
said
my
that, and I
coverage?
don't think-
Based.
I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that.
No, not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have
Hasan, I'm
talked
answering your
about-
question.
Every time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me answer?
personal vendettas that you have experienced
I was
from
gonna explain
pro-Palestinian
that.
content creators.
Because he's
Okay, so
Jewish.
let me ask you a
Like,
question, so I'm going to answer it. The
of
reason for
course
that
he's gonna say
is
something.
that,
He's Jewish.
I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Okay.
Do
Okay,
you disagree? What's funny about that?
I disagree with Ethan on this one.
I think it's funny because you've made this a major
Now-
point of contention. That's why I think it's
Shit,
funny.
I feel like I need to
It's
pause
not.
this.
Yeah, it's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already.
So that, I think most of us know that that's a manji, right? The Buddhist symbol.
Yeah.
And
Yamachi.
And I see where Ethan is going with this, right? Because, yeah, that's exactly how the bleach sword looks, how Ichigo's sword looks. It has a manji on it. And in fact, I think the kanji for Bankai or something like that, it includes that. But whatever, that's besides the point. But I do think that he is correct in saying that this was a dog whistle, right? Because the framing of the photo, whenever they did this, he has it tilted into the form of what a swastika would be. Like, if it were the other way, I'd be like, oh, okay. But the camera catches it, like, the entire time in a way that it should not be placed. And I don't know if they did that on purpose. I truly don't. Knowing, like, how Denims and the rest of them, Frogan and all them, dislike Ethan, I could see them do that on purpose. But, you know, Ethan spends too much time harping on the fact that this is a swastika, even though it's technically not. And not enough time asking why they did it this way. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's the one L that he took. Because anybody would be like, yeah, that's a manji, right? But
Yeah. And it's not even symmetrical like a swastika either.
yeah. So I'm not saying that they didn't do it on purpose. I'm almost positive that they did. But it's a bad hill to die on. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
It's for him to lead off with this, that he shouldn't have done that. Like that was a dumb hill to pick. Like from the jump.
Well, just from a basic tactics perspective. There's one of two things you do when you are in a contest with somebody. You either start out with your strongest blow and hope for a quick knockout, or you save it for the end or close to the end so that everything you've built up, just makes it that much more effective. Yeah. Generally, people who know they have a weak position are the ones that try for the early knockout.
Yeah,
and this was Hasan's strongest point.
Oh, him saying that it's not? Was him being able to refute what Ethan's saying about the swastika thing? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I think, like I said, he focused...
And I haven't seen this debate, but all I've seen from Hasan's side concerning this debate is just clowning on Ethan for saying that's a swastika. That's all they're talking about. So that tells me this was the strongest point that Hasan made.
Yeah, no, it was an L on Ethan's part, harping on this, and he does do it for like the next 5 or 10 minutes, and it even when it first started out with that whole hello,
did it freeze again?
Did you fix it?
10 minutes.
What happened? Oh, he left again.
So,
Oh, there he is.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like I said, he spent too much time focusing on the shape of the thing and not his point that he was trying to make of them tilting it on purpose as some sort of dog whistle. It is an L on Ethan's part. I'm not going to lie. So, but the fact that Hasan's audience is, and that's all that they're focusing on a 4-hour debate, yeah, that tells you everything you need to know right there. The one L that Ethan took is the one thing that they're harping on.
That
Hey, that's what
has
they talk
has
about
hilt
for
that has
10
a
minutes.
Japanese manji sign on
That's
it.
all.
But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've
Yeah,
also
it's-
noticed and have talked about on numerous.
It's
occasions
pretty
brought
excessive.
forward on
Yeah,
your
yeah, of course
podcast
you're
already.
conceding that
Such
because
as
we
when I-
fished this
such as
up,
when I
but
made
yeah.
fun of- Such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that.
Oh, the vultures are back.
Oh, you immediately go over the swastika one. Yeah, exactly. Do you think?
Yeah,
Sorry,
you-
just
you-
an aside.
Anyway, my
You
point
think
is,
I actually
Hasan,
think
if I
it's-
could
The
continue
turkey
my point,
vultures
is that you
have
knew it was a swastika
migrated back
sword.
up here.
So why?
Oh.
What is the? So I mean, why
So
did
is
you
my
guys
cat.
choose to pose
So-
with this sword?
Ethan,
Answer that. Why was the
I'm
choice
gonna-
made for this
Ethan,
sword?
I'm gonna gently
So
explain this to you.
anyway,
One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it
regardless,
looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision.
Oh.
Even-
Do you
was I
think?
in
Do
the-
you
I
think
don't
it's
think I was in the
reasonable to
photo.
perceive that as a swastika?
Ethan?
Answer the
I
question.
was
Is it
not-
is it reasonable
no,
to
I
perceive
don't,
that?
think I don't think it was a deliberate decision that
Okay, well,
IDubbbz
Is
made.
this
I don't know.
now?
I don't
Okay,
know
well,
his mind.
Hasan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well,
you have 10
considering
swords,
that I
don't
had- The week prior to that,
Hello?
I believe. I don't know
Hello.
the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot
Welcome.
this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it?
Why
as
did
an
he
Assassin's
pick
Creed
that to
promo
do an
shot?
Assassin's
Yes.
Creed promo? Why that sword? Why?
That's what we call dog whistle, Hasan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video.
You think I'm- you
Let
think
me
I'm
make a
dog
point here,
whistling with
Hasan,
the-
because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority
This is
groups.
true.
Right?
This
So
is
you
true.
made a video. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish. Let me finish my point,
I'm gonna let
Hasan.
you finish that.
No,
I'm gonna let
no.
you ask the question.
Stop.
Can I
You are
just
making
say-
a video
can I just
accusing a
ask you
Jewish
again?
man
You
of
think-
exaggerating
you think I
anti-Semitism
used
while
a-
exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem? Or at least,
Ethan,
am I
couldn't-
insane
couldn't
for
hear
thinking this is
anything
odd?
you said. Ethan, take a deep breath.
Answer the
Okay.
question. I don't need
Take a
you to
deep breath.
console me.
I didn't even hear your question. I need you to.
Well,
I
you
need
should try
to answer
listening instead of
something.
speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately
Yes.
was using a dog whistle in an
Yes.
Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So you, oh, yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
Yeah, the other
Did-
ones are heavy.
Let me
You're
paint a
not
scenario.
waving that
Let
shit
me
around.
paint, Hasan, let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen, okay, this is important.
you what to
You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated you know is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for even... You're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
I mean, it's a little insane.
So
yes.
yeah, microaggressions just don't
because you're
exist for
asking me-
Jewish
you're-
people.
You're asking me why IDubbbz.
It's your
made
sword,
this
bro. I don't
decision,
believe that you
and
weren't
I'm
there.
not IDubbbz.
You were
and
there.
Yeah, no
I don't know
problem.
how to do-
Talking to my
I
wife
don't
during
know-
this
I
because
don't
they
know
they
why
literally
you're
argue about the
asking
same
me
thing
Because
for
it's
like
your house and your sword.
5 or
But
10
I also-
minutes.
But I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that
It was just
it's
a
most
cosmic
likely because
chance.
I
Okay.
previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say
Why
that-
did he pick
so if
that
it's a
for
cosmic
Assassin's
fluke,
Creed?
if you claim, then why leave the photo
Why?
up?
I'm not even
Bro,
in the photo. I don't.
Any
have
number of my
Don't
swords would have been better than
Why
that
leave the photo
shit.
up if it's a
Like,
cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not. Ethan.
I'm sorry,
I am
Hasan.
not
Are you
IDubbbz.
unable to make
God
value
dang it, man.
judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for
Come
a
here.
living? Do you think
Yeah,
that
I don't
IDubbbz should have
think, yeah, I don't
removed?
think it's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not.
Okay, so you're
it's
telling a
what you
Jewish
are
man who's
perceiving.
complaining about a very
And
odd
also,
coincidence
can I just-
that I'm crazy
Can
and I'm
you just go over
exaggerating.
the manji on it, Ethan? Can we? Okay, you got me. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you got
Listen
me.
to
I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating
No, that's not what
anti-Semitism.
I'm saying.
You
I
got
didn't
me.
do that.
Yes, you did. You
Ethan,
literally
Ethan,
did.
I didn't do that.
Okay, laugh
But
about it.
again,
Go on.
It's not a swastika. And
Then
I
why
don't
should you
even
leave
think
it
you
up?
have that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
Picking.
Oh.
That's
Oh.
Was
Is that
anyone
what
in that?
happened?
Did I draw
Then that is
swastika
only
one
kills
time?
me.
idea.
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by not the
Especially
imagery?
for
You've done
promo.
a Sig Heil
Don't be-
approximately what 50
Why
times.
did I
since
do a
Elon
Zig
Musk did
Heil?
it?
Why did I do a Zig Heil?
I don't know.
Because
I'm
because you
question
only
we are
watch
all
clips on Twitter.
wondering.
I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Oh, thank you.
And by the way, as a
Thank you for
Jewish man, are you going
clarifying.
to tell
My
black
bad.
people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
Do you think this is an app?
I like the
comparison?
fact that Ethan uses that as an example of him
So
drawing
you
a
think
swastika
that
because
being
he's
able to
he's
draw
Jewish, so he's allowed.
80% of the radar is completely out of whack.
And who are you to
understand
say that to me? You
That's the
posed
point
with
of
a
contention here.
swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
No, it's not.
Let me see the swords in your background. Why didn't you?
I mean,
choose
it
one
is
of
if you
these?
turn it,
I
technically.
didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe you.
Do you think this is a productive use of our time?
Angles.
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol and
But
the
it's not.
okay, right. The difference between the Hindu symbol
What
and the
you draw on
Nazi
PewDiePie, on the
swastika.
other hand, was a swastika.
I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I depicted
All right,
swastika,
cool.
a tasteless
No,
joke
I'm just
on
making sure. Okay,
IDubbbz
so you
shirt
can-
10 years ago. You
Yeah.
said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you
No,
can't
I joke.
even
I
conceive
Okay.
that looks
referred
bad.
to it as looking like a swastika when my
So-
friend picked it up.
so
If
let me-
I genuinely thought it was,
Do we know? Does Hasan really call it the swastika sword? Does anybody know?
I don't know enough about either of these guys.
No idea.
I don't. Yeah, see, I don't either. I don't keep up with their every single move to be able to make a point about that. But if Hasan himself is calling it his swastika sword, then that just sort of proves my point that they did that on purpose. You know what I mean? If he himself is calling it that, then he doesn't have a leg to stand on. I don't know
Yeah.
if he's ever said that or not. But if he has, that hurts. That hurts his argument a lot.
Oh yeah.
But but I don't know if he has. So I can't really say anything. If Ethan's right and Hasan himself calls it his swastika sword, he is absolutely right to be pissed off about it. But I would just assume that Hasan doesn't do that because he is sitting there saying it's a manji. So unless he's doing that to be, I don't know what word to use there, like as an actual dog whistle, then yeah, he's kind of cooked on that point.
Well, I mean, there's also another possibility. Shit poster.
Yeah. Either way, dumb hill to die on.
For both of them.
swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference. If you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika sign?
Wait, so you know it?
fuck
so you
no,
it's
they
not
know that looks
but
like
you
a
keep calling it
swastika.
swastika sword. So I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu. No.
So anyway, it was a cosmic
Wait,
fluke.
do
You
think that
brandished
only-
what I.
Do you think that only Hindu people have bleed swords? Like, what's going on?
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke? There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. Again, I'm
and
speculating
he
on
left
the
it up.
decision making
If
of
it was
a
a
person.
mistake, he could have
who I
deleted
am
it.
not, I'm not him.
Go ahead,
I
ask
don't
me.
know. Again, I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing
You
this
don't
a
need
lot.
to. Go ahead.
I am not
Ask me the next
IDubbbz.
question.
I don't know what was going
I'm not
on
accusing
in
you of
his
being
mind.
IDubbbz, Hasan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not
No, because
IDubbbz.
I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on what?
Yes.
It's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead, ask me the next
Yes.
question.
Yes, I don't.
Do you
I
think
don't
God,
this is a shit show.
You're being crazy.
Oh, it gets so
now.
much
Being
worse.
Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure, I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really shows where
I
you're at on this.
genuinely-
Go ahead,
I
ask me
don't
a
care.
question.
Okay. So, since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take, against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission, that you would consider to be appropriate? Because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think
Just
is
killing
inappropriate.
civilians. That's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Killing civilians.
And time and time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My
That's a
boundary is
fair
killing
point.
civilians.
Okay.
I mean, I've
that's
said the
great.
same
So
thing
is
about
that
like
unreasonable?
Ukraine,
perfectly
Russia.
reasonable
You're
boundary
like,
set.
Okay, good. So
I
then we don't
totally agree
disagree.
with you on
stop
that.
killing people.
Great. Okay.
So let me ask you the next
So,
one. Let me ask you about this
From-
Tabra tier
wait, hold on,
tier
hold on.
list.
I have a. Can I? Let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You could
Okay.
you could go on a little bit more.
Okay, so hold on. Everyone's complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking
Go ahead.
audio.
It's fine. Take your time to get the
My audio
right.
keeps going up and down. Okay. So, one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying.
I
All I was trying to do.
Question is what's happening right now.
Do you want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm. I know he has said that
Here's what he had to say about this.
I know what he said.
No. I want the audience to see this, Hasan.
Hold on.
Hasan, I want the audience to see this video.
This is not going to be a gotcha moment for you because I know Norm's position.
Good. I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hasan.
You know what I mean?
Hey, Hasan, let the audience watch the video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
So that's what we're having.
Like Norm. But
so it's nuanced and understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hasan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
I would like the slogan.
I know. I have more positions that I disagree with him on
the video
as well.
Will be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity.
If anybody wants to watch a funny debate, go back and watch Norm Finkelstein versus Destiny.
Palestine will be free. Obviously,
That
the question arises. Okay, what happens to the
that
Jews
was
in that?
that was something to watch.
And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says. So I have,
Finkelstein makes it a point not to call him his actual name.
Concern.
Calls him Mr. Borelli,
I said just change it, tweak it.
Mr. Bonacci, everything but his actual last name.
One person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And then
I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that. From the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good. You're laughing at Norm.
Routinely talked at campus encampments, college campus Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans.
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy. I'm not. It's not even my opinion.
I have a disagreement with him on that, and you're forgetting one key factor.
What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When have I opposed
He doesn't say it is exterminationist.
When have I opposed
he says
it?
That's what people think.
When have I opposed it?
If you think that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way, shape, or form on any issue, please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me, like verbatim.
Okay. No,
actually, even more.
You said it was anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hasan, do you remember me advocating against it? Do you remember me advocating against it?
If he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement? And
that would be an interesting conversation.
I believe in our conversation.
Ethan Klein and Norm Finkelstein.
Anti-Semitic.
I think Ethan would agree with him on almost 90% of the topics.
Norm does not believe it's an anti-Semitic.
Very good. I'll ask him about it. Now let me ask you about.
Are you actually going to do that? Because that would be wonderful.
Yes, I'm going to talk to Norm. We'll have a great conversation about from the river to the sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask you a question?
No. It's my turn.
Okay,
you spoke, and now it's my turn.
You know what? You go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand.
I don't know. The issue, my friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great. Right? So let me ask you this. Hold on. You said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that. Is it my turn to ask a question or what?
That there's a genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can care about two things, Hasan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
I think the disconnect on this between Hasan and Ethan is that Ethan has. But besides that, Ethan has Hasan there to air his personal grievances with Hasan, right? And that's what Ethan gives a shit about. Ethan cares about the fact that his so-called friend, threw him to the wolves, and his so-called friend's audience was eating him up alive, and his orbiters were eating him alive, and Hasan never said anything. and never put a stop to it. I think if you watch this from that perspective, you understand why everything that Ethan is saying is from a perspective of what do you think, right? Whereas Hasan is arguing this shit from like a Israel versus Palestine political perspective, right? He's not looking at the personal issues that Ethan has with him. He's looking at the bigger picture of Israel versus Palestine. But this entire thing makes more sense if you watch it from the perspective of Ethan feels horrifically slighted by Hasan. And then every question that he asks basically makes more sense. You know what I mean?
Don't you think
I can care about two things, my
incredibly
friend.
narrow framework
Very
surrounding
easy.
your own personal feelings?
I'm not that smart, but I can care about two things.
Okay, no,
Even
I
if
can
one
too.
is more urgent than the other.
You think your own personal feelings, born out of your misunderstandings, is more important?
Did I say that?
than
I said one
actually-
is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that genocide is a more urgent
Son,
issue.
please let me
but
ask
you
a question.
Jesus
almost
Christ.
all of
Yes,
your
very
commentary
good.
surrounding this issue
Very
on
good.
talking about your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you claimed on.
Wait, can you answer that question?
No,
Does
Hasan,
that
you
make
asked your
sense?
question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
No, wait, but
I
does
said
that
you're
make
so
sense to
gracious.
you?
You're gonna let me ask you a question. What happened?
Does that make
Don't
sense
make me
to
take
you?
it back. All right,
Does
let me
that
ask you a
make
question.
sense to you?
Hold on to that. Ask me after this. You
Okay.
defended Frogan's use of
What
this
a
sovereign tier list.
condescending
What was
spot.
your opinion on that?
Dude, he just shits all over him
Go
for
ahead.
almost the entirety.
I think
Not even
that
low
the
key,
Sabra
just
hummus tier
high
list
key.
is absolutely insane.
Just
to
the
consider
floodgates
anti-Semitic,
open.
And most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch
Just
of
a
content
big
creators
gulp.
that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes. With pleasure.
And yeah, it's not
It's insane.
even remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic.
Very
it's like
good. Let me ask
identical
you
to
a
the
question.
Cracker Band that Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said. This
For
is the
what?
thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. Here's
What?
Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list.
Uh-huh.
In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan?
Because he's
Whoa, answer the
because he's
question.
Jewish.
What you're
'cause he's
dodging.
Jewish.
I'm not iDubbbz. And
Oh,
I'm
but
not
you can't
Rogan.
make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've
See?
spent all this time defending.
Hassan
Because I don't-
refuses
I
to
don't
say
care.
anything
Well, I
about
do.
I don't. Like,
I
this
think
the
is
so.
people
Why
he
is Ben
associates with.
Shapiro?
He will not do it.
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also
Probably
a
because
massive
Because he's a
fucking-
bitch.
What?
Because it's the most
he's Jewish?
most prominent Jewish creators on
Do you
YouTube.
think Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be on this?
100% without a doubt, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hold
go ahead,
on.
take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid.
Well, tell
Ethan.
me then.
You look kind of dumb
So why
right
is Ben
now.
there?
You look kind of insane.
Okay, very good.
That's
Why is
why
Ben
I'm having
there?
a hard time. Like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail. And
Why
I
is
don't
Ben
care.
there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he's a prominent defender of Israel.
You're
I
quick to
suspect.
say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
These are two cosmic coincidences.
Ethan,
It's on they're really stacking up.
The tier list that you're talking about, first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned.
Very
His
good,
name
and
is
I'm glad he
Rafi.
did.
You
He
called him
definitely
a
deserved
token
it.
Jew. You called him a token
And
Jew.
I still stand by that. The man is just
You
fucking.
think-
He's
so you
spent.
think
He's
that-
yeah.
So you get
Ethan
to
is
draw
not holding
swastikas
back.
on PewDiePie,
Holy
but
shit.
Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here.
I don't even know who that other guy was.
Tier list. This is her.
the lowest.
Me
the
neither.
Sabra hummus, linking Sabra hummus is the lowest. tier.
Klein
Ben Shapiro.
is
The highest
not
tier is being able to get
is
extra
not
views.
dodging
What
the
other Jew-
Zionist allegations
what
here.
other Jews are able to do, you're the Pope of the Jews. As Sam
I didn't.
Seeger likes to
I'm
call
not
Ben
determining
Shapiro.
what they can do,
You know,
but this
that
is
what's going on?
This is Frogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say that the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything,
Ethan,
but
can
that's
you
not
tell me-
true.
wait, so you get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra hummus is dog
He can
shit.
say whatever he wants. I'm not
Oh, so he
criticizing.
can't,
By the
but
way,
you're
I'm not
gonna-
cri-
you're
you
gonna
think
call
that
him
my
a token Jew
criticism
for
is that
that.
he doesn't like Sabra hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beat? Hold on. What are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream
Isn't that
soda.
who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS
Are you
national
sure?
BDS list.
We'll double
Yes,
check.
I'm 100% sure.
Okay, we'll double check that. It's not about Sabra hummus.
You know, it's funny coming from the guy who literally got ran up on the street by one of his own audience members saying, "You shouldn't drink that. We're boycotting that." And he was just like,
Came up to me and said, "Stop drinking Diet Coke." It
Oh,
wasn't on
there you
the
go.
Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes, it was.
And ever
You're
since it
lying.
has been on the
This is hurting my fucking brain.
Diet Coke.
"Yeah, see, he just brought it up, and it was on the ban list."
It was on the list.
Wait,
Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
what was on the list?
My
Coke.
God, this is stupid.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke.
You
even though
said
I love
you know
Diet
what's
Coke.
funny? You told her.
Because I think it's like
You remember
not
what you told
that
her, son?
significant.
You remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian
What the fuck?
National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions.
I shouldn't have unplugged that.
Okay. It's not about Sabra hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly
Wait,
about
what is
this.
it about?
It's about what's Sabra means a Jew
Oops.
born in Israel. Israeli hummus has been on the BDS list. Everybody
It's
knows the
it's
connotations
terrible.
of Sabra hummus,
It's
right?
so- it's so
Nobody.
doo-doo.
Yeah,
It
I
is
don't like
doo-doo
Sabra
hummus.
hummus either. But we're not talking about.
Yeah, the
hummus.
audio just died for
It's
like a
something
minute.
perpetuated by your friends and swept by.
What's
by
a what?
Now, why is Ben Shapiro in the F tier? That's a
What the fuck is this
Okay,
list they're
let's move on.
talking about?
Very good.
Ethan.
Go ahead. Next question.
Okay.
I'm not.
I
Rogan,
know it's.
and I don't.
Rogan,
How can I make value judgments on my?
who
friends
was
that have been defending for
Hassan's
2 years?
favorite orbiter,
Also,
Who can
there
say?
is a-
made
there
a
is
tier list
in front of me, and it seems
that
like
was
a
essentially,
bunch of people, both
Ben
Jewish
Shapiro and me are in the
non-Jewish
F tier.
on the Loves Sabra tier list.
Let me
You're
look
looking
at the
thumbnail. I'm
actual
looking at
tier
the
list.
thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know,
right?
but I first of all,
It's
again,
based-
I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this
So
point.
it was at
But you know,
TwitchCon,
it's a
and
I'm
then
not embarrassed by this
it
comment.
basically
It's
went
so
from
crazy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you
Arabs
changed that for me. It's on a separate
pro-Palestine
note.
creators,
What?
right?
I find it just
Like,
so
it was
weird
more
and
than
bizarre
just
that
this
be a
thumbnail.
for so long.
But it was
Also,
everybody
I
that
wearing a
was
Rolex hat, which is like
far
really
left
basic,
pro-Palestine was at the
list,
top,
excess.
and then everything at the
Yeah.
bottom was
I-
people
I
that
got
are
it.
anti-Palestine,
Yeah.
basically
Yeah.
Zionist,
Yeah.
whatever.
Oh wow, who knew?
So
So anyway, Ben
the
Shapiro-
argument was that
I'm
it,
talk-
What does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man?
Yeah,
I'm
no,
talking
it's
about this like
very confusing for
fucking
you.
product
Car
boycott
commercial.
shit.
So why do you think there's a
So this
Jewish
is a
man in
cosmic
the A
mistake.
tier
Let's
on the tier list? If you think that it's like
No,
all
not
about
really.
anti-Semitism and
Do you think that this is at least a bad
I think I
coincidence?
can explain this.
No.
Not with them screeching in the background, though. So at TwitchCon, Frogan did like a panel that had a bunch of content creators on it, right? Rated from like A to F, with F being the worst. And it basically went from everybody that's pro-Palestine at the top into like normie and then anti-Zionist, anti-Arab, or at least who they perceived as being, you know, or Zionist and anti-Arab and whatever else. So the problem is that towards the bottom, well, they had Ethan ranked the lowest, and this is whenever he was still working with Hasan. But they had him down at the bottom basically with Ben Shapiro and then a whole bunch of other people. I think like Moist Critical was like one above Ethan Klein. It was basically everybody that was, it was almost everybody Jewish were at the bottom of the list. Regardless of their stance on Palestine. And then
Well, no, I mean there's reference to a boycott list. What is that about?
at one point, there was a list from the pro-Palestine crowd of companies that are like Israel affiliated that they didn't want anybody touching. Starbucks. You probably remember it because remember when they were boycotting Starbucks?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
do remember that.
that's when that list came out. And it was all the companies that they said were like affiliated with Israel or whatever. It was almost every single major brand you can think of.
That'll be not stopping me from drinking my Monster Energy.
And that's why Hasan, what they're arguing about that, the Coke thing, was because Hasan was walking down the street in Australia or somewhere drinking a Coke on stream. And this, like, 3-foot-tall goblin in a hijab runs up to him saying, "You can't drink that!" And you can just see it on Hasan's face that he's like, "What the fuck?" She's like, "Yo, it's banned. It's on the ban list. You can't drink it. You can't drink it." And she just like fucking runs off back to whatever side quest she was doing. But yeah, that's what they're talking about. That tier list.
God.
Yeah, the tier list thing was probably at the height of when Hasan and his audience were like blatantly going after people that weren't pro-Palestine. And that's what's weird about it, is that at the time he was still working with Ethan on their podcast. So I think he ended up on there because he did something, he said something to Frogan that was basically along the lines of fuck off. And she felt slighted. And then it was all downhill from there.
So normal fucking drama, basically.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And that's
Sometimes
what I'm saying. That's what I was saying, that this first part of this debate is him bringing up personal things, right? And then as it goes on, as they get into the weeds of things, that's when it starts getting to a little bit more meat of the Israel versus Palestine shit. And not...
Shit like this makes me sad that internet blood sports went away.
Yeah. Yeah.
So...
Shadow said he was accosted by a Jawa. That's pretty much what it looked like. That is almost exactly what it looked like on that stream. Like, she had to have been like 2.5 feet tall or some shit. And she just runs up to him. No, you can't do that. And you can even see it on Hasan's face. He's like, oh my God. But that's what I was saying.
Was the implication that he specifically can't drink it, or
yes,
that like weren't allowed to consume it, period, no matter who you were?
Yes, everybody that is pro-Palestine should not be drinking Coke, was their opinion, or should not be buying from Starbucks, or should not be buying from Walmart, and should not be supporting companies that were on the list. And that's... Which, it just goes to show that Hasan wasn't really paying that much attention to this fucking boycott, especially knowing his audience, and he was just, doing his business. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, my God. What?
I accidentally clicked off of it. There we go.
The tier list, if you think that it's like all about
There we go.
anti-Semitism and
Do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't.
Well,
I
that's
really
fantastic.
Don't. No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any incidents.
And of course, she used the worst possible image of him that she could find.
There's cosmic
I'm
mistakes.
telling you.
Yeah.
It's the meme edited version of Ethan Klein.
Yeah.
At a time when there is
the fat slob version.
About anything else. That's very convenient for you.
Balding slob version.
Levels of anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent,
I think it was
oftentimes right-wing conservative
balding.
figures actively talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion. You have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well, they're not
And
wearing a
if you
shirt
want
that says
to
"I
make
hate
them-
Jews," but
it
they're walking
seems
around
to me- it
swastikas
seems to me
and
like
doing tier
you-
lists with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as
it
close as you
seems
can
to
pretty
me
much fucking
like
get without them
you-
just saying "I hate Jewish people."
Ethan, it seems to me like
And I think you're
want
acting
them
really silly and
to be
obtuse right now. The
anti-Semitic.
guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism and won't even
I'm doing
concede
that.
that this looks bad. Okay,
No,
fantastic.
you're hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance.
Very
I'm
good.
not saying anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture.
To
of
be
American
fair, I don't
society.
think he was.
I actually,
Frogan's
I actually
pretty
do think that
anti-Jew.
anti-Semitism has exploded
brave of you
in
to
popularity
say. Very
in
brave.
American politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now
So-
wish that these people were anti-Semitic.
I
So you're
really
trying
don't.
to find anything you can hold on to.
It's really not a
But once
stretch,
again,
man.
none of those people are me. So I don't know why.
Stop with the
we've
value
devolved
judgment thing.
the
Like you can't make a
conversation
decision. It
away
sounds
from-
stupid as hell, dude.
Wait,
Let me
I
ask-
sound stupid as hell?
No,
What?
when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I mean, I don't know why you're asking me what their genuine decision making.
Why would I want my
is,
best
and I don't
friend
know.
Ida to be
can't tell you what
anti-Semitic?
their
Why-
Why
process
would I
was.
want
But
my
I don't
best
think
friend
it's
Ida
related
to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that?
Wait.
I enjoy my friends and people.
Is Hasan seriously trying to defend against guilt by association?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So he's one of those where it's okay when he does it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much.
Basically.
And
Jesus.
this is one of those instances where, I mean, you both know I hate that shit. But this is this is one of those instances where it was coming from Hasan's community and his orbiters, and he didn't fucking say anything. He just let it happen. He was like, whatever. And Ethan tried to get him multiple times to be like, hey, you need to call this shit out so that they stop and leave me alone, and then you and I can continue to work together, you know? Because their podcast was successful. And he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. Not even once.
Huh?
He still won't do it. Even though they're on like opposite sides now, he still won't do it. Make sure I didn't actually.
Do you want me to tell you why?
I would love.
I don't think
to
you're gonna
hear-
like the answer.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel.
This is
and that if they
what
are
an
actually out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like
Yes.
you've won the argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right, you're a permanent victim in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did.
I like how the
that
dog
found very
moves when
funny
he brings up dog
was,
whistles.
You tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted
And
about
also-
Theo Vaughn podcast appearance.
Sure did.
My Theo Vaughn podcast.
Yeah, Hasan.
Like, oh, I can't believe Theo Vaughn.
This is what
ask him about
people who
years
aren't
anti-Semitism.
progressives have been saying about progressives for fucking years.
What?
Y'all use whatever demographic as a shield against shit behavior.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Dude, he even goes so far as blaming Ethan for, like, iDubbbz and his stupid creator class shit failing. Like, his deflection is that because you are criticizing these people, now the pro-Palestine movement is faltering, and it's your fault. Like, that's...
Maybe the pro-Palestine movement is faltering because people are coming to realize that, you know, when given free and fair elections, the Palestinian people voted for Hamas.
I mean, Ethan brings that up at one point, too. But,
Yeah.
yeah. No, I see what you're saying. And, yeah, that's the deflection. Is whenever he tries to criticize his orbiters for attacking him, it's like, oh, well, you're just doing it because they're pro-Palestine. And you're crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I bet you Hasan will be the first one to sit there and go, you know, whenever somebody criticizes him, he'll sit there and pull the racism card or whatever.
That's called foreshadowing, sir. That's called foreshadowing.
Oh, so he's a massive hypocrite, too.
I'm just saying.
Okay, like I said, I know very little about either of these guys, so...
I don't watch either one of them.
Casual.
I mean, everything I know about them is always through, like, cursory shit, right? I don't watch either one of them religiously. But your little bit of foreshadowing that you just did is where it all starts to unravel.
Oh, this ought to be fucking hilarious.
In the conversation.
We're not
including,
going
I think you
the
talked about Rick
casual
Scott. Now,
racism.
we
We're
did
going
actually talk.
competitive.
Theo Von and I did actually talk
Let's
about
pull
Rick
that
Scott.
clip
I'm
up,
sure you didn't
Hasan.
see that. But hold on. Let me finish. What I found very strange about
Ranked
that
even.
was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time.
Oh, that reminds me of that
had
post that
actually
Asmongold
interviewed Candace
made.
Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an
Which
anti-Semitic,
one?
right?
I think that he was hitting. He was on that one.
Oh, competitive racism now has leaderboards.
Oh, yeah, with the gifts and go.
I think he was
Yeah.
on the vibe.
I don't really like Asmongold that much, but that was funny.
It is pretty funny.
One, and if I am, if
And
you
he's
think
not
I'm
wrong either.
as anti-Semitic as Candace.
No, he's not.
Yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that. Are you
At
an
this
anti?
point.
Well, let me finish.
Okay,
let
then
me
let's
finish.
move
You
on
asked
from
me two
Krogan,
questions.
and let's
No,
address
no.
what
You
you
asked
think I'm
me.
doing that's
Hold the
anti-Semitic.
phone. You asked me two questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. Do I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is
So you
outright.
think I'm
Hold on
anti-Semitic
there,
now?
Hasan. This is an important question.
Do you think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days
I'm
ago
going
you
to
said I
answer.
wasn't.
I'm going to answer.
Okay.
Your
Or
form of
yesterday, I think, or 2
anti-Semitism
days
is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor,
What?
always. Everything.
can you
And by
point
the way,
to-
you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic
Ethan,
acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and
Well, let's
think
not
that
worry
this
about
is a
that. Let's-
sign
let's-
of mental sanity.
Well, we'll
Darvo!
have time to pull the audio.
Darvo!
So let's continue.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Look, going back to the Theo Von situation, and you said, so you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation
Yes.
that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not.
Pardon that it won't, is it?
You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
Because
No, I
like
said-
what
I
you
didn't
just
say
You
Do you
mentioned,
know
I
literally
said
look
in
like
your
the dude from
Instagram
Beetlejuice. That's
story-
crazy. The
on
small
your
head
Inst-
guy.
Ethan, I use my.
What now?
Oh, you know what this is reminding me of?
What?
So you know that joke about arguing with idiots online is like playing chess against a pigeon?
Yeah.
This is like two pigeons playing chess.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
Knocking over all the pieces and shitting on the board.
Yeah. And to be fair, look, I agree with you. But I also think that Ethan Klein has some genuine grievances with Hasan. You know what I mean? He does.
Yeah.
It does hold some water, the stuff that he's pushing back on him on. And I'm not gonna lie, I'd probably do the same thing if I had some huge creators audience attacking me 24/7. You know what I mean?
I don't think you'd be as nice as Klein is being about it.
Fuck no. Fuck no. And he got CPS called on him by some fucking random
Yeah.
retard on the internet? Fuck no. No, I would be heated. I would call him.
Huh?
I would have called him a scum-sucking weasel right out the gate. But that's just me.
Outlander, Ethan.
Yeah. What? What was that, Atlas?
He said Outlander.
Hey,
Oh,
I don't know what he said
Hey.
Outlander to, but he said Outlander.
Elder Scrolls insult.
Oh, Enwa.
yeah.
My words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you
Small
posted. I don't
head
watch
guy,
your
Beetlejuice.
stream that much. I don't. I only.
In the-
It's like the people are like,
Oh, that's crazy.
oh, Oblivion's not racist, or Morrowind's not racist. Oh, bet.
From Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat.
The
And shit.
Dunmer are probably
It's-
Yeah,
the
but-
most
You are a
racist
comedian.
face
I sure
in
am,
that
but
setting.
I sure am. All right, anyway, so you accuse me of misrepresenting.
If they have any competition, it's the Nords.
Right? $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN
Oh,
and says,
oh, this is so good. Wait for it.
There's not fraud happening in Medicare.
This is
Medicaid
so
on
good.
the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
Sorry
Libs-
about that one day.
Yeah,
So you just got back.
yeah, Libs at TikTok was like posting about how I said something.
Wait, what is this?
And
This shit made me spit my drink out.
Action to assassinate a sitting
Wait, why are you
US
showing me
senator.
this?
Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, but or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question. Yeah.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. Go ahead.
That's
I'm switching it back in a second.
all right. Thanks, Dan.
I know, man.
This looks ridiculous on my
sure does,
end. I'm
buddy.
sorry. Okay. So yeah, this was.
And
if
it's
you
not
want,
just
you can
because of the
also pull up
video.
the post as well, but the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist adjacent content creator, and I believe there was another post about it or something. But again,
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
yeah. So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives, or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally?
This is the same argument he's used against Joe Rogan, by the way.
Moment.
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why.
You
and you guys were hitting that same
Candace
flavor.
Owens
Yes.
on anti-Semitism
Yes.
in my own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Very
All right,
good.
Cool.
Very good. So let me ask you a question. Hasan, can I ask you a question?
Can you now officially not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic?
Well, we're
Because
kind of
yesterday,
getting
2
there.
days ago, you said I wasn't, but
I already-
also
Throw
for a
You're
year.
repeating yourself.
Well, I am because you haven't answered this question.
I have literally
2 days
answered
ago,
it
you said I
probably
wasn't
2 times.
anti-Semitic.
The reason
For
that
a
I'm saying you're
year-
anti-Semitic is
for a
because how you
year-
responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite,
No,
a rabid anti-Semite.
Never did.
You did. You did.
Did
You went
not.
back and
I
forth
have
on it.
actually
Even
went back
Ben
and checked.
you on it.
I had said
Even-
that you spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and
Oh,
checked.
so
You're
I was
lying.
just simply spreading
Yeah,
anti-Semitism.
I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you a
Tier
question?
list, is about Habibi, not Sabr. You're conceding to the framing. Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask. My turn. Do you think it's
all right, your
appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No.
Here, for example, is someone using it anti-Semitically.
You're saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison.
Hasan, let me finish.
got
You're
people
getting ahead of yourself,
platform, then
buddy.
Yes, I do. I do think that that's
You're
a,
getting
that's
ahead
a
of
valid
yourself,
thing
man.
that's a valid thing to not only speculate.
I'm
but
waiting
also
on him to make fun of him for the coat.
Hasan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're
Who
an
is this?
ADL.
What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah,
This.
you remember.
Wait, is this the? Is
Oh,
this
wait,
the guy?
yeah, you remember.
Wait. No, this is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking.
I mean, there's a clip
S-slur
of being
on
like,
the comment. He's
yo,
my
I love
fan.
this dude. Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not?
No.
The point is,
Hold
it doesn't.
on.
No,
You brought this
it
dude
doesn't
up.
matter.
And
I'm
I
showing
believe
him
this is
as
not
an
the first time
example
you
of
brought
you.
this dude up. It does matter. It
Okay,
does
fine.
matter.
He's
You
not a
brought him
fan.
up.
I don't care.
You
Listen,
brought him up. Wait, what do you mean you don't care?
if I
Now
brought
you
him
don't
up,
care.
Hasan, if I brought him up, let me finish my
That person is
point.
not a fan of mine.
Save
why
it.
Did you make it seem like
He
that
said
was a fan of
he
mine?
was a fan of
Let me get
his.
to there, okay? You asked me.
No,
It's
get
my
there
turn
right
to
now.
ask a question. Just
Why
because
do
I
you
brought
think
him
this
up
random
doesn't give
fucking
you the
guy is a
space to
fan of mine,
interject.
Ethan? Is it because he rolled up to me
Let
and
me
tried
finish.
to fucking clout farm? Is that why?
Yes.
At
Okay,
the
thank you
campus
very
where I was
much.
very clearly disturbed by his presence.
Hasan,
Is that
I think
why?
you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared.
Oh,
Yep.
Ethan,
Let me-
can you answer the question?
let me-
Why did you falsely claim that this fucking
Because it's
random
on
dude
video
who
saying
does
he
not
loves you,
like
that you're
me
his favorite
is a
person in the
fan
world.
of
What do you
mine?
mean?
Didn't you use? Wait,
Okay.
Hasan,
didn't
here you go,
use
buddy.
him?
okay. To his credit, right? So when Ethan's pulling these fucking video clips out, right? He is able to foresee whatever deflection Hasan has for it. And I don't know, I would assume this is just from his time working with Hasan. But every single time this happens, Ethan is ready with a clip to validate what he is saying. So you see Hasan sitting here going like, I don't know this guy, I don't like him, he's not my fan, whatever, blah, 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 blah. He has a clip to refute what he's saying. And there's a time in this, towards the end, where Hasan pulls a clip out of his ass to make a point, and he pretty much straight up lies about the clip, because Ethan has the entire fucking clip pulled up ahead of time and catches him in a lie. Dude, it's fucking amazing. That's what I meant when I said that Hasan got ass fucked on in front of 70,000 people, being caught in a lie. Because he goes, "Oh yeah, here's this. That's what that guy said." Ethan goes, "No, here's the whole clip. Here's what he actually said. Fuck you, you're a liar."
He has the clips and such primed and ready.
Yeah, and I don't know how he was able to foresee whatever rebuttal Hasan had for this shit. I genuinely don't. Like, he was almost, like, par for the course on every single clip.
Here we go. You wanted it. I got it.
Oh, see?
I'm so sorry.
I love you.
I'm so sorry.
I love you,
I love you, bro.
You're like my girl.
You're the goat.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
You look gay now.
I'm fucking. Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is. And I'm going to tell you exactly why.
See?
Because
Wow, dude, I love you. You're the goat, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask me dumbass fucking questions.
Okay, but that's got nothing to do with he's a fan. Listen,
for his own
Hasan,
dumbass
please.
podcast.
You're derailing this, and I need to.
I'm
make
not derailing it.
You
it's
absolutely
not called derailing.
are.
When I'm telling you I was there and I'm telling you the situation.
Very good.
You are nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive
Do I
fan
need
of
to play
mine.
the clip
You were just
again?
trying to cloud chase.
I'll play it again. Fuck.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my
The guy said he was a fan up until Hasan gave his takes on, like, transgender rights. And then he stopped watching him.
You're
That's
the coolest guy in the world.
that's why he's saying he's not a fan.
I think I'll gain that one.
3, 2,
Ethan.
1.
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
You okay?
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Okay,
I'll
well,
do it again. Fuck it.
My
Yeah.
producer,
I'll
and my
play it.
producer and my camera op March,
Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sorry,
I love
and he's
you,
in the
bro.
chat right
I have
now.
to interview you. You're my hero, bro. Bro, you're the coolest guy in the
Ethan.
world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You
That's-
are delusional.
Okay, very good.
You
I'm
are.
delusional. Let me get to my point, please.
I mean,
so
you-
I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him.
I know you
and
don't.
he's not a fan of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he
I'll
fucking
play it again.
clout chased.
I mean, I feel like we're running
he
in
was
circles. But I'll
clout
play the
chasing a
clip
fucking
again.
Palestinian encampment? That's why? That's all it takes for you?
No, it was when he said, "You're the goat. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for
He
an
literally
interview for his
recognized
podcast,
you.
for his POA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care. So let me
Well,
move
now
on.
you don't
Do you
care.
want to talk about this
It
for
seems
2
like-
hours, or do you want to actually have a
it seems like
conversation?
this is wait, well, hold on. You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for falsely claiming that some random
I'll play
person
it
who
again.
stalked you is a fan of mine. You said he was a fan of mine in, I believe, in,
Okay,
your,
I
in one
lied.
of your videos.
I lied
You
about
said he
him
was
being a
of
fan.
mine, and I was sending harassment
I
your
concede.
way.
Yes, very
Don't
good.
you think that's a big point of contention? Don't you feel like this is a big point of contention?
I concede. I want to show you an example
Do
of.
you see my side of this though?
I think
Because like
no,
a
you're being
random
dishonest.
a random Sneeko fan comes up to me,
Random Hasan
wants the
fan
clout
comes
chase,
up to you.
and you wants the clout chase, and you turn around and you say that he is a
Yeah,
fan
like
to
I said,
prove a
he-
point, to make a
The
false
guy
point,
himself said
that
he was a
to
Hasan
imply
fan up
that I'm
until
sending people to
Hasan
harass
got
you.
into the
That's
weeds
not
on the
appropriate.
on the
That's a
transgender
total
stuff.
lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort.
Which, if he's a Sneeko fan, that
That's
makes
an outright
sense.
You
horrific,
did not imply that this
bad
person that was a
fake
fan
lie.
of mine
Yes, I
was
did.
actually harassing you.
Yes. Now that's a big logical leap, Hasan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way, I mean
Did
you
he not
are
harass
a
you?
liar. You know that, right?
Did he not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking about? Did you
Did he not
send him?
harass you?
Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you and then
yes.
you imply in your
Okay, who
video
cares,
that he was a
bro?
fan of mine?
Go ahead, when you're
leading
done,
the
go-
audience to
I'll
believe,
wait.
leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way, Dan. If you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this
you
was
can
a
probably
while
play
ago. He
his
turned on you
timestamp.
when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he
Bro,
actually
who cares?
meets
I'm
me.
not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that
I'm
you
just-
brought him up here and
I'm-
you used him
You didn't
in
even
the
let me
past.
explain why I'm showing
You
it.
used him in the past to act like I was sending
Bro, you're
hate your way.
terrified because you know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out. We can take
Okay,
the journey
can you
together.
play this clip though?
So this clip is just an example. Not that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Can you play? Dan, I send you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the
I'll play it,
first
I'll play it.
introduction of this
Yeah,
character onto the stream where he's like, "Who is this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or Potman. Was that it? Hey.
I could be on. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
He doesn't.
Oh, no, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just, the guy,
Normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming. Live stream.
Oh, live stream?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I don't understand what point Hasan was trying to make with this clip.
You're not even
No, it's
present.
later.
He's trying to say that the guy was
You're
there
playing with swastika
trying to
soldiers
give
in a
interviews
90
or something.
Dude, why aren't,
But,
chat,
like, the guy doesn't even know who they are.
Not seeing the
Like-
clip. Yes. Yeah, he's
It's
he's
really
showing the
is.
clip.
Okay.
That is the first introduction of this
Run
character
away
onto the
from
broadcast,
accountability.
and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person
Basically,
who is
right?
famous." It
Yeah.
seems. That was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan, and then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hasan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and not
Fine,
a
bro.
fan.
I don't care. Who cares? Let me ask you
Well,
a question.
I do care because
okay, very good.
I do care because you have made an inference
Oh my
that is
God, dude.
erroneous.
You are
have
dragging
made
your
an
feet on this
inference that
topic,
is-
bro. It's getting ridiculous. Can we
You've made an
please move
inference
on?
that is ridiculous.
This clip you sent
and
didn't prove
also
me wrong
false.
at all. You're not there. And you were never there, Hasan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of
Yeah, I
yours.
think, no,
He's-
I think that guy.
Yeah.
That, I mean, from what I've seen,
Yeah.
any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby. Just like and
Yeah.
sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it. Operation?
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ODL, bro, which, like, obviously is, you know, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made. Okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the
you took credit
ADL.
over it, didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in, like, worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's
That
what you
it
meant.
means
You
the
said I
same
worked
thing.
with the
What do you
ADL.
mean?
I worked beside
Yes.
them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I
Yeah,
worked
yeah,
with
no,
them
I do
privately to
think
get
that,
people
yes.
banned. Of course not.
No, I do think that.
Didn't
I
you
stand
say
by
you
that.
choose your
I
words
think
very
that you
carefully?
worked alongside the ADL.
You just told
to
me
draw up
briefly ago. You
concerns.
choose your words very carefully, Hasan.
Not always.
Although-
Famously,
Okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with the
To
ADL.
Hasan's credit,
Again, repeating the lie
I
with
think
Zion
I
on
understand the
video.
point he's trying to make
Go
when he
ahead.
says
Yeah.
worked with, meaning they had the same goals, not that they worked side by side or worked together.
Partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Never thought I would defend Hasan, but
partnering with the ADL. That is precisely
I
what
have
took
never
place.
spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL
Do you know
to take
how
action.
silly you
Well, actually, you know
look?
what? I am kind of saying that. I am implying that you
Okay.
directed the ADL to take action.
Well, that's
you are a
that's
prominent.
a
you are
defamatory
prominent
claim that has
content
zero
creator.
proof. And
You are
frankly, it sounds a
prominent
little
content
Jewish
creator.
conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL,
With,
I wouldn't have
I've
said
not
you worked
spoken
with
to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about
Hasan,
this is that
I
you
do
have
not
taken
work with the
credit
ADL.
for these bans.
Hasan, I do not work with the ADL.
he may have meant that.
You were
may have.
a part of the mass smear campaign.
That is
with
not
your
working with the
YouTube
ADL. Would you
videos
say that
falsely
I got
claimed-
nothing to
Well,
do
that I
with the
agree with,
ADL.
about the
Blake
aligned
Ferguson
goals,
did
yes.
a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a viral
That
story,
wasn't a
independent of
racist
me.
panel, Ethan. Just like cracker is not an anti-white term,
Okay,
except public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they
Well,
make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them.
Here's
which
Frogan
has
repeating the
been
same lie that you heard
capitulated
from-
You heard Hasan, everyone. Cracker's not a slur. I'm gonna start calling everybody cracker. Atlas, you're a cracker. Pug, you're a cracker.
Such as the ADL.
So she said I weaponized.
You hear that?
Go ahead, I think it's fun.
The ADL, you said I
You heard that,
weaponized.
YouTube?
Didn't mean
It's
that
not a
I spoke
slur.
to them. You just
Fucking
meant that
crackers.
they were magically skipping along and happened to just.
Cracker's
without
probably the
even
most
seeing each other,
hilarious
just
slur
working
ever.
together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them.
It's
on
like the
this.
most tamed
No,
insult
I don't think you
ever.
worked
Well, you doubled
directly
down
with
on
them.
it. You said
Goddamn
that you
nail
just wanna let
monkeys.
me know that is a
No, I don't think you
that is
directly
a-
work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this.
Vanilla gorillas.
For Mr. Precise Words, say that.
No
Don't say
purpose
you
flower.
partnered with the ADL. You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you
Oh,
accused without
Jesus
any
Christ.
evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL. You're now trying to
You
rewrite
admitted
history and say, I
admitted
said
that
you
you
were
got the
working
streamers banned.
besides
You
them.
took
You
ownership
are a
over it.
liar.
What are you talking
You
about?
are a virulent fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
I think, yeah, I might have.
Make fun of his coat, damn it. Make fun of the coat.
Does that mean that
That's what I'm
working
waiting
with the
for.
ADL?
I want to watch it again.
Hey,
Ethan?
Hasan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously. Are you working with the neo-Nazi group of America who's also anti-Zionist? Do you work with them? Are you affiliated with them? Are you partnered with neo-Nazis? Or do you guys happen to have the same goal and are completely related?
It feels like an average day on the news.
Taking credit
Just
for
yelling.
a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place. Because if the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis actually engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree, like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident, and I took credit for it, and I said, this is awesome, I'm glad that it happened, I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes,
I was on the tier list, bro.
in saying that.
It was literally targeting me. I was on the tier list. Why wouldn't I respond?
Ethan,
I don't have to be a member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me. Are you fucking
to my words,
dumb?
please. Listen to my words.
I'm trying, but it's just fucking lies and filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10
Bro, he's just oozing condescension.
Anti-Semitism. My association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe. Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association is. But on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside
That's not what you said.
In getting
you said I'm partnered with. Partnered with. You are lying. You are rewriting. You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
Ethan, I can't take accountability for your hallucinations.
Hasan, do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think
the average person would conclude from saying I'm partnered with the ADL?
What do you think
they would conclude that he's partnered with the ADL.
When they hear you,
Bro, you are literally gaslighting me. It's so obvious what you
demanding
meant.
the bans of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, I'm glad that they got banned, I take credit for it. What would a normal
is ADL means after dick lifting?
It wasn't like a fucking like it
Or
wasn't
that
like I went out of my
means
way to get
something
them
mixed
banned.
up.
I responded to them.
That's the Anti-Defamation League,
Three instances,
not
I think,
the
of very credible accusations of anti-Semitism.
whatever that was that you just said.
Which is very convenient. And also,
not credible. We are not in agreement.
I was gonna say anti-dick lift, but
these are historical
close enough.
hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites, so he can feel comfortable in the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So you think
Either way, it sounds gay.
So you think that you think a reasonable person would hear you say,
oh, wait till you hear about their origins
with the ADL, and not think that I was working directly with them?
I think a reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever mentioned the
didn't
ADL?
even make that inference.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
You took credit.
Did I ever mention the ADL, Hasan? Answer the question.
It doesn't matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
Do I ever
he didn't take.
the
Okay,
ADL in my
hold on. Because I actually know about this. He did take credit for it whenever the ADL got involved, and like Frogan and all them got fucking banned or suspended or whatever the fuck happened, right? And I mean, the car's a mess, but okay.
I'll be right back. I'm just saying, she's like hobbit height. I mean,
okay.
How much room's he gonna take up?
So, after Frogan and the other guy, other pro-Palestine dude got banned, Ethan did say, I know people want to blame this on me, so I'm going to take full credit for it anyway and say that, yeah, I'm the reason they got banned. But he was doing it like, kind of as like a fuck you to them, because this is after all the harassment shit started. So, I see the point Hasan's trying to make with this, but at the same time, he flat out said, yeah, I wasn't involved, but fuck it. If you people are going to keep dragging me into it, then yeah, I did it. Fuck you. Which, I mean, I would have done the same thing, to be honest. Somebody wants to drag me into something I had nothing to do with. I'd be like, alright, yeah, I did it. I hate all of you.
Career. Actually, I mentioned them once, but I didn't even know what they were, frankly, if you have the thing. It was even... Did I ever...
Yeah, it's a clip where you are saying, I did that shit, I'll fucking take credit for it. You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference.
Well,
You're
they
saying,
attacked me.
Which one do you think? What do you think the average
you
person
sound
would think
so
in this
silly,
situation when you are saying that you did that shit, and it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such a ridiculous,
being silly. I don't care.
stupid, not anti-Semitic thing at all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do I know? Do I know
being
who?
Silly.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, All right, I guess we can
Well,
move on.
do I
then.
think
Now
I
you're
got
being
them
silly.
banned? I don't know. Who knows? You know, I think that
Yeah, you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days.
There's a
because
reason
you
they
cried
call him
about it, and then
token,
the
my
ADL
friend.
actually reacted.
You spend time
because
being
they
a
saw it as
token, you're
great
gonna get
opportunity.
spent.
But it was just silly.
Do you want to cash in on your Jewish friends anymore? Can we move on?
God damn.
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right. Do you know any Jewish people that aren't
Oh my
anti-Zionist?
god.
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going to
Who?
review. I don't want to. They're normies. I don't
Okay,
want to dox
yeah,
them.
you're lying. You're
No, I'm
surrounded.
not.
Yes,
I'm
you
not
are.
lying.
You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes.
Okay.
I
very good.
am.
I don't believe
And
you.
they've treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, because they're not on the
Surprisingly enough.
receiving
We can
end
have
of
a more
insane
normal
fucking
conversation.
harassment
I can have a more normal
campaign. Why would they?
conversation
Why
with
wouldn't
them
they?
than you, seemingly.
All right, so you think that
They would most likely
just to
laugh
recap
at all of this.
Just to
they're
recap here,
watching.
so we can move on. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Ethan.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I know you don't,
it
but
that
you're
has nothing
acting
to do with me.
Part
I'm
of
not
your
in
shtick,
support of
Hasan, is
that.
acting obtuse when you're caught in the corner.
Okay. Wait, all right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that.
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get
This
back
is
to
quick.
Palestine,
It's
please?
very
Because
quick.
like you
I
see
just
the
want to put a cap
genocide.
on this. Just a cap.
And making these
You're doing the
influences
thing that
I
I'm
am,
so
and,
critical of you on.
partnering
okay?
with like the ADL and
You said so. Just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You said I'm quote partnered with the ADL, which you now claim was just was. You didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay.
You okay?
It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern.
That's not my only concern. I care about
around-
multiple things, my friend.
Revolves. Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about.
I mean,
Ethan.
that's easy for
And
you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just ask the
no one-
accused
no-
how serious their crime is.
But
Fucking brilliant.
Ethan.
O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court
Do you
case?
think
No.
that
And there it is.
the
Let's not
Sabra
agree.
Hummus' shit here is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone?
No, obviously not. You're being obtuse
Then why
again.
are you bringing up stupid fucking
Because you're accused.
parallels?
You are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Dogs are going apeshit.
Okay. All right, Ethan.
I'm
You
partnered
have
with
in the
ADL.
past-
Remember what you
have
said.
in the past talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have
What do you mean
talked about
bona
how you
fides?
gave
And
my fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well.
Mm-hmm.
You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke
Mm-hmm.
that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian. Even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine.
I would
Challenge,
argue that Ethan Klein is probably about as pro-Palestine as you're going to get from a Jewish person.
$6,500 to. As
I'm
a
just saying.
reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that
Yeah.
pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like
so-
$6,500 was enough for you
I'll
to
answer.
spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming
People
pro-Palestinian content
harassing me?
creators?
I'll answer your question.
right.
So I claimed when talking about now. By the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not that
But you
raise,
wanted me
hold
to be
the phone,
deplatformed
let me
as a
finish.
virulent anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that
What's not the
received
case?
those.
What I said or what I claimed?
Of course, Mr. Gucci
No,
Purse
your
doesn't think that's the
claim is
case.
wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
In
We
terms of the
disagree.
fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing
Attacking people that
who
harass
are
me.
fundraising. creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hassan, being an advocate for
and
Palestine does
claiming
not
that
absolve
they
you of
are-
criticism. Stop with the
Claiming
silliness.
that they are anti-Semitic. No, this does not, because your criticisms are ridiculous. My
Well,
point
I
I'm
mean,
trying
that's
to make
kinda up
here
to other people
is
to
that
decide at this
your
point.
criticisms are in your own mind. Like you have
Darvo!
hallucinated an
By the way,
alternative
gaslighting,
reality.
anti-Semitic trope. This is what dog whistles are.
Hypocrisy.
You whistle to other people, and you have it's subtle enough that you
Even
have
people
plausible
being mean to you is
deniability,
not
so that when you get
anti-Semitism.
accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're
Ethan,
doing. You are a
Ethan,
fucking anti-Semite,
Ethan,
and you've been caught out 3
Ethan.
different times, calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane. Maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistling.
Yes, because people have
Ethan?
an issue
Ethan?
with your statement.
Calm down, Ethan.
and
Ethan?
your coverage on as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience. Your coverage has
Relatively?
on
Wrong.
your own personal
Relatively
feelings,
progressive?
a lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are
There you go,
criticizing
dog whistle.
you. literally think
Can we get a
that
whistle
people
soundbite every
criticizing
time he
you
calls
or
me
not
paranoid or
liking you is
hallucinating?
anti-Semitism.
You got a
That's not the
whistle?
case. I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because
Well,
of
I know.
anti-Semitism.
Oh, God.
I
don't
develop
like you.
anti-Semitism. after
Let me
doing a
stand
podcast with
on
you for 2
business and say
years.
I think you're a terrible person and a liar. And I don't like you at all.
I know. I still
know.
wish you well. I do wish you well, and I really do
I wish
hope.
everybody well. Everybody, be well.
No,
All right,
not-
let's move on. You want any more? Call me crazy?
That-
Hallucinating again?
That whistle
I don't even
comment
do that.
reminded me of an article I read yesterday that
Yeah,
Congress is
so do you wanna tell me,
investigating
what is your evidence that
who
you work
keeps
with or talk to or have
playing
any association with
smoke
all-
detector
all-
chirps whenever Jasmine Crockett's speaking.
What?
Oh my
What?
god.
What? Oh, but what? The guy
know,
that I
I
talk
had
about
to-
fucking obsessively
Yeah.
100 times a day? That is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Oh, thank you for asking.
Oh, you're very
Not only
welcome.
is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used used clips that are unlisted.
Bro,
called
Hassan is
hobby.
obsessed
When
with
making-
Destiny.
when making arguments
And
about
you know what?
virulent
They
anti-Semitism.
fucking deserve
I
each
pulled
other.
an unlisted link that came from a
Yeah.
Destiny fan
So
account.
that's your
But
proof that I
also-
work with
but None
Destiny.
of that is relevant.
Okay.
What's relevant is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your context nuke. So yeah,
Did I feature
I
him
don't
in
think it's
my
that
context?
ridiculous of
My
a fucking assertion to make, especially when
don't remember what it was.
considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the
And to
what do
be
you call
fair-
himself? the general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves. The
fire alarm thing? Yeah, that-
mass
that-
harassment
How the fuck would I
operation
know?
that they engage
So
in.
Might be real.
I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane.
Yeah.
And it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to,
No, I think you're
worked
doing
with,
enough
talked
to
about
discredit
Destiny in
yourself
my
all on your own. I
life.
don't
I
need
saw
to
it
do
shared
that.
somewhere too, but I didn't even bother to look it up.
I think you are you pulled a meme from his subreddit once. And
No,
there was a
that's
guy in
not
your
the only
Discord
reason.
that's
Did I
also
bring
in
that
his
up?
Discord. I think you're
I didn't say any
hallucinating.
of those things.
You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hassan?
Ethan, I didn't
Hassan,
say
are you
that.
crashing
Yeah,
out?
that-
Do you have friends who are aware of the condition?
Yeah, I don't think it's real.
You
I
get
think it
fucking-
Okay, Ethan.
Either way, it's funny.
You featured Destiny's
Yeah.
podcast
I said he
co-host
discovered
that
the
you
IP ban. Is that
correspond
not
with.
true?
And
I
she
said
absolutely
Saltman discovered
deserves
the
it
IP
with
ban.
some
That's
of the
all I
shit
said.
she's
Endorsed.
advocated.
All I said is he discovered the
Oh,
IP ban.
she's-
Is that true? Is that material?
She's something else.
I don't.
I'll
think
say
it
that.
is.
It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did, but it's fine. Yeah.
So
you
so
brought
how is that
up.
an endorsement?
Ethan?
What,
Are you
Ethan?
claiming that
is this
you
what
don't
you
have
do whenever
direct
you're trying to
correspondence
avoid
with Dan Saltman?
Ethan? Hassan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan,
Hassan?
do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly
You
aligned with him
say.
and uses his community to brigade. And also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's
don't
own
really
community.
fucking care,
or
because that's not
literally
Destiny, is it?
unearthing sex crimes that he did.
Man, you
Do
are
you feel
really
like that's a good
hallucinating.
person to align with?
Oh my god.
I'm not
That you now
endorsing
openly
him.
admit.
I'm not endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to him.
No, yeah, you're
Okay.
not endorsing him. You're just getting
Have
information
you ever
from him
spoken to
use.
someone?
Pause. So, Dan is quite literally Destiny's best friend. Maybe
Okay.
the only real friend that Destiny has. And he is one of the few people that flat out said, I think what he did was wrong, but I'm not going to give up on him because he's my friend. So that's what Hasan's using as a gotcha here, is the fact that Ethan has talked to Dan, and by proxy, he's talking to Destiny, right? But
Yeah.
Dan has consistently told Destiny, hey, you're fucking up. Hey, you're fucking up. Hey, you're fucking up. And still said, yeah, he's my friend. You know what I mean? So I can respect him for that. Because, I mean, that's what you do if you're friends with somebody. You tell them, hey, you're fucking up, but, you know, you're my friend. You know what I mean? And that's essentially what he does. He doesn't advocate any of the shit that Destiny is doing or saying, and he calls him out on it. But when people were trying to get him to, like, disassociate with him, he was like, no, I'm not going to do that. That's my friend. And, you know, that's fair. You don't have to like him. I mean, I could care less one way or the other. And then, yeah, T.I. just said in the chat, so Hasan accused Ethan of being guilty by a double association. Yeah, same thing. Same thing. Notice that he's doing exactly what he got mad at Ethan for doing to him with Hasan's orbiters, right? And now he's using that exact same argument to make him look bad, when that's basically what Ethan led off with on this whole thing. And he was like, no, you're crazy. The only difference is that at least Destiny's fucking guilty association guy is one that has actually called him on his shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Somebody you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing here?
Certainly.
Well, there you go.
God, my bathroom visit earlier has more intelligence than this entire stream.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now.
I said
it's content,
and not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my points without ever having to address them. And isn't that convenient? You never have to address anything I say, because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan, I don't think I need to. I didn't bring up Destiny. You did.
Yeah,
also,
because you lied about me for 2 years working with them.
2 years.
That's right. Hasan, listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing to admit, but I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until.
What have we disagreed on?
Barely.
What have we disagreed on? I'm sorry. What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hasan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead. What do we disagree on?
What we're disagreeing on is what you choose to focus on.
Does that seem
and
significant?
What you think is the major point of contention here.
Well, that's first of all, I'm what I choose to focus on is certainly something you can critique.
A little frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hasan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context?
Absolutely
wasn't
not.
A compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it.
He can't. He hasn't watched it.
I'll wait.
He doesn't know.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7th. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7th. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening.
Uncontested.
Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose
her
to
name
use
is
that
Hila,
clip
by the way,
that is
Hasan.
14
I don't
seconds
know
long
why
out
you
of
refer to her as
context.
my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Pretty Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is. You've written her emails
Hila.
asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so why don't you say that? What?
Okay.
Who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not.
Bro.
She has no. She's just like, oh.
I wasn't. Can you respond to what
Yes,
I was saying?
absolutely.
He's got fucking
Why is it that
Because
you
Hasan-
initially-
condescension
why don't you
oozing
go
out of
to
every
Hila,
single pore.
Stopped you
Very
and
good.
said,
You
no,
said
no,
So I have a question.
I'll answer. Would you like me to
Shoot.
answer? That's one example.
This goes to show how little I know of these people.
Mhm.
Is Hasan a practicing Muslim?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Okay.
No. Like, honestly,
I would say like 90% of the shit he does is haram, but yeah.
Okay. I was just wondering. So.
I think he's probably about as Muslim as Sneeko and Andrew Tate. Let me say that.
Okay.
Now, I could be completely wrong. He may be Muslim. Maybe he's just not a practicing Muslim. I don't know. Just like you, I don't watch enough of his content to know that for a fact. So, but I will say, I highly doubt it. Given what I know. I know his orbiters are Muslim. I can tell you that. But that's because he's... I don't know. He's progressive.
Because
pro.
of his quote, official positions.
Yeah. And even then, he flip-flops on whether or not he's brown. So there's that. He'll say he's brown when it's convenient for him.
He's pale as shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, when he's getting attacked, then he'll say, oh, it's because I'm brown. But...
Of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th. In fact,
In the totality of
I mean,
all
let me put it this way. Cenk Uyghur's his uncle.
and,
So...
I knew you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there and we can see how
T.I. says that he
context
lost
is.
his faith in the third grade
do it.
in the chat. So,
Someone pulling that, Dan?
yeah, that tracks.
How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going. But
Sure. I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you think that's the
I'll
most
be honest
accurate
with you.
way to...
I was gonna be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity.
Ethan, I
you're
want you
still-
to really...
That's
understand-
such bullshit, bro.
You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean?
Gaslighting.
Don't ignore the swastika.
That's
Ignore
major
the accusations of working
gaslighting.
with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore
It's
the
more of a
cameras
gas
with
leak.
Fucking Ben Shapiro. And come sit here.
Yeah.
You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for. You know what? Thank you, Hasan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. You fucking liar.
It's leak lighting.
I mean, this is. This
You
is
are
the
a
baby
prolific
gloves.
liar, bro. Where's the link? Just control F or.
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Gila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't.
No,
think it's
he doesn't want to
appropriate
bring
for me
Gila into the
No.
conversation because she's former IDF.
Well, you
The
just
lens of
I mean, that's
criticism
a
And his
little
audience
consider
hates
like,
her.
Well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady.
Oh, well, there you go.
Anyway,
Okay, while we're waiting for the clip.
no, I got it. Deny the
Well, okay.
violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
I'm rubbing your soul, but I'm hearing you. There is one instance in captivity
Uh-oh, cherry act.
that we have.
I'm not gonna let you cherry act to me, buddy. You grab that Dr.
I'm
Pepper. I'll wait.
listening. No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pale.
There is one. Did you
See, I need a room like Hasan's room
I sure did.
in a fucking Beverly Hills mansion so I can open my little museum.
instance in captivity?
Look at all that shit on his walls.
Actually gotten
I got way better
evidence
shit.
on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified, and people still run with it Yeah. over
Those
and
look
over
like
and
the
over again.
cans of like
were
Zen or
simply
what it's called
attending
for like
a music festival.
nicotine,
Women were horribly
tobacco.
raped.
I can't see myself, by the way,
As
if you're
I
showing
said,
my
You're
reaction.
giggling. You're
Israel
giggling.
had
It's so
a right,
funny.
has a right to
No,
defend
I'm not
itself.
giggling.
You
I'm
sure
listening
are.
to- Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking
Looks
about?
like he
does throwing
That
tobacco.
considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has
You know that-
committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that? Call
What?
people mentally ill. Find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's
Oh.
for leftist values.
So I want to bring this up
I'm not
real quick.
Exactly you know.
So you know the New York Times did a puff piece on him, right?
Okay, so you,
On Hasan?
so you have no problem weaponizing mental health.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, when someone is hallucinating, I think it's
So they did a
appropriate-
puff piece on Hasan, and they had to go back and censor his article that they wrote about him. Because in one of the pictures that they used, you can see Hasan's chat in the background. And one of his chatters was saying, like, some of the most unhinged shit about, like, I'm gonna rape this person's mother. Like, in his chat. So they had to go...
Hell.
They had to go back and edit the photo and edit that chatter out. So that people wouldn't see it. And it was a picture of Hasan eating something or whatever, like his desk.
Oh, no.
It was fucking wild.
To say that.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan. Watch this.
Horrific acts of sexual violence.
Ethan.
And took
Hasan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
Okay, but I got the point. You're saying that, like, you're showing clips of me. You're showing clips of me saying that
women
someone
and girls,
is
men and boys,
what?
slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to Pixar didn't happen. There you go, Hasan. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen. That's great commentary, by the way. Okay.
I mean,
so,
Oh yeah, his chat is fucking toxic, dude. Like,
you did actually
like nuclear waste
show
toxic.
The findings on the
That is
UN
depressing.
that came out.
The one that you misrepresent continually, that you fucking continually lie about the conclusion.
Report. Wait, what did I misrepresent about the
Go
UN
ahead, you
preliminary report?
tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report, like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah.
Unironically.
Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who have said, I was raped.
Do you feel like the Israeli government lies?
Do you? I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel.
I agree.
You said there's women that come out and said, I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped.
Correct.
There is, as far as I understand,
one
instance in
As
captivity.
far as you understand, because you don't give a fuck about the
directed by Hamas. What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth. You just want to do propaganda. Remember?
Ethan.
Hasan, please calm down.
Okay.
You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're
whoa.
behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay.
Well, okay.
Okay. In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number one. Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
What's
the Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that...
No, not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not
of course,
victims
I remember
of
you do
sexual
that.
assault. Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place.
Show me the source.
Were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hasan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is the one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main
I told you.
and points driven home in the
article. He was ready.
But the conclusion is, let me read it for you.
He was ready for all his
based on the
points.
totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that
It is
conflict-related sexual
research.
violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible, circumstantial information, which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you
Are they
through this real quick.
hallucinating?
No. So No, you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, yeah, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence. Credible
That's why I said Piker didn't happen, bro.
Not enough
What?
to prosecute.
Hasan needs
Credible
rape kits.
circumstantial evidence is not enough
Piker
to
didn't happen, right?
prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim.
Does he not understand what the word credible
all of the
means?
forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
That's not. Show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter. Believe all
This is
women,
not an
hey?
unhinged freak on Twitter.
Hey, are we
This is,
believing all
again,
women
there's
unless
also
they're
an article that
Israeli?
you can-
Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zaka, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that, well, obviously you don't rape someone and then keep them alive, right? So most of them were murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence...
I'm sending Dan the PBS article about how 2 debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7 fueled the global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account; it's 2 accounts. But the rest
there's
of the,
way more than 2 accounts. What hey, Hasan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Piker didn't happen. I don't believe women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7, and it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because, by the admission of the Israeli prosecution,
show me evidence of anything you're saying.
They openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't wait. Do you think that Haaretz is not a credible institution of journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says because it sounds credible.
Who is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the same typical rhetorical tools to just say whatever you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit.
So almost every political commentator on
narratives,
Twitch and YouTube, for the most part.
The Israeli prosecutor Moran Getz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're all dead.
The admission is in line with the complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence, which is particularly notable when these claimed. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why someone sent me this link of this.
Do you think what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about. Do you think that they raped people and then didn't kill them?
You said that there are victims. Can you give me the names of the victims?
Yes.
I will. First of all, I am not in the business of denying rape. If there are victims that have come forward in this process,
I will play it for you.
As I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity, and it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas, as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off.
Funny that he doesn't like the New York Times now, and now they just did a puff piece on him.
Some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these, there's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have credible evidence, please present it. And I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're Is that where you're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or to Congress. She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English. Yeah, we'll get there. But I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
what the fuck does that have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly found to be incorrect. But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same Screams Without Violence, the Screams Without Words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay.
I like how he's discrediting the New York Times.
You seemingly
so we should totally discredit his puff piece.
Israelis. Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor. I have not seen you talk about that. I have not seen you talk about the Israeli pro-rape
crime that an Israeli did unrelated to the conflict.
Israel had a January 6th style. Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot. where a bunch of rabid right-wing.
Do you think I'm defending this? Why
went
I'm not defending
to
this.
the prosecutor's office and forcibly, with guns, took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sede Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera.
Are you done grandstanding?
Footage,
Here's a victim.
One that they raped to death.
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from, I think there was an even more recent one than this, but where's the audio? Fuck. Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be over.
Sorry, just to butt in here. Is she lying yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place?
Well,
at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity?
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean,
I know exactly what he was planning to do.
You literally
and yet I couldn't do anything to prevent
Wait, pause it for a second.
No. Listen to what she has to say, Hassan. Hassan, don't silence her. Let her fucking talk. No, because you're acting like this never happened, that it's exaggerated, that everybody's lying, that Israelis are just inherently evil monsters that are responsible for everything bad that's ever happened. Listen to her.
Cry or to be sad.
Listen to her words.
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act nice to the person who had just sexually
Listen to this
assaulted
victim.
me
Show her
in
some
the
respect,
most
Hassan.
horrifying way.
Oh, it's so gross.
Not a day goes by that I don't think about what that terrible man did to me.
It is. You're.
We were
show respect,
brother. That is fucking gross.
See what he's doing?
Dan, pull fucking plug on this. Holy shit.
He's like, no.
I'm speaking over a rape victim when there's really.
Dude, you don't give a
I don't want to listen to this.
What are you doing? Look at what you're doing.
Even though he's giving him proof of what he asked for.
Male rape survivor of Hamas on October 7th.
I literally said in the video.
A man who was stripped naked and raped by Hamas on October 7th has revealed for the first time how he was spat on and humiliated as his murderous rapist laughed. The victim, only identified as Initial D, is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim who's hold on.
Okay, listen to me. Listen to my words.
Touch my private parts. They rape you.
You're not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing.
Again, moral grandstanding.
Fucking prop. A victim that I also acknowledged.
Silence.
And you know I acknowledged it because you posted it in your video that you just showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
You're doing it matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding and heard.
Oh, yeah.
Ethan,
are you denying that?
You said in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully here. In the beginning, you said on October 7th, there were numerous victims of sexual violence that you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence on October 7th. Because
wait, hold on.
Said that
you're
there
saying
was
only,
no sexual assault that took place.
Wait, you're saying they have to have been on
that report. I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, first-hand testimony on sexual assault.
I wish you had the energy you have
was not on October
for
7th.
the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the same energy.
Because I can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are you talking about?
I'm showing you people and names. What do you mean?
It's
what do you mean? What's with my people and names? I don't understand.
What?
If there are victims, you
know what?
He's crashing. He's already crashing out. He's giving him what he asked for.
This is a major point of contention. You have falsely smeared me as a rape denier when you yourself, the one evidence
you deny.
He literally said he didn't care if they happened or not.
I just showed you two.
That we know of up until this
just
point.
Showed you two.
You and I both agree on.
I showed you two.
You know that I agree with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know that I've
deny mass rapes happen.
And yet,
not that rapes happen.
What?
You deny that mass rapes happen, not that rapes happen. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do
good. Well, there you go.
Because there is no evidence. And
I just showed you two.
The clips that you used, ironically enough, the reason I say it's out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever.
4 survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare, as most victims were killed. Hasan. Report follows earlier testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony, the Channel 12 report is notable.
He's getting frustrated.
First-hand accounts of victims. Yawn all you want. First-hand testimony of such crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Dipshit.
Okay, Ethan,
they fucking kill them. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare minister with their
account. Sorry, no way to actually examine.
Sorry, talk about being gross. Listen to these victims.
When someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence to actually
you know the fucking answer to that.
Actually conclude
because
that
you know that Jews, you know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them. That's
Ethan, you just said dozens of victims came out in that
I'm
article.
reading you. What are you doing, bro? I'm showing you the evidence that you're wrong right now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught. Which
by the way,
blah, blah, blah,
this is where everything goes downhill.
200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided first-hand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry, and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have no reason to believe that they are. But from everything that I've seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a clip from a Haaretz article that was posted by Lisa Rozovsky.
I just read you first-hand testimony of 4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
you're asking for pics or it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing the victims.
You said, where's their bodies? Pics or it didn't happen.
You have mentioned, since
you're saying pics or it didn't happen.
Okay, right? Since the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any?
He was about to say, why did they lie?
You're fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this regard.
You killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? Are you
Why are you saying
okay?
You killed them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay?
He did say you. He said you killed them.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay.
It might be. I might be. My mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. There's a misunderstanding.
That's part of the reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally fair.
If you're saying,
are you done, or you want to keep going?
Gaslighting, you just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
Okay. No, we're not. We're not done with this at all.
Go ahead. I just read 4 first.
Because the question I have for you, is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said you, I misspoke. That's my bad. By the way, I may have actually said you.
It's fine.
I apologize.
You misspoke.
I
don't care.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Just want to make sure.
Let's get back to the actual main point of contention here.
The liars. Pixar didn't
There
happen.
have been no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one. Okay? And this is from Ynet, speaking to Moran Gatz, who I posted about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay? She was a member of the Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with October 7th attacks. On investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. She excludes here another explanation.
I mean, both are likely.
No rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
4 victims just gave first-hand testimony. I read it to you.
Died, but there's no forensic examination.
Pixar didn't
there has
happen.
been no justice for these victims in
Pixar didn't
Israel
happen.
on October 7 due to the fact that the government completely ruined.
I mean,
okay. The government completely ruined
Hasan is basically saying that
could have taken place. There is no
testimony
way
doesn't count. He wants hard evidence. That's the argument is fucking going back and forth in circles.
You think
Hasan's arguing semantics.
You know what? You're right. You know what, Hasan? You're right. Let's err on the side of these victims lying.
Well, he's saying that first-hand accounts aren't proof
Let's err
of
on the
people
side
that were
of these
there.
people lying.
Because they may be lying.
Do that, and
No,
they're all
I'm
lying.
not saying that they're lying. I'm telling you, my confusion.
Oh, well,
on
there.
this comes
See,
from the fact that
it's not confusing. It's obvious. Most of the shit happened. Were killed, and it's a religious part of this first responding unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them. It's all explainable.
What?
Yes. If you don't know that, then you are like woefully misinformed. Which just
dude, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh,
that's why there's no forensic evidence.
Pixar didn't happen.
Because they buried them.
No, not Pixar. It didn't happen. You don't think that the victims deserve justice? What's wrong with you? Do you don't think these victims deserve justice? Why did Israel refuse an outside investigative committee?
How do you explain these 4 accusers?
Under normal circumstances,
how do you explain
the
these
United
4
Nations
accusers?
Or a third party
How do you explain these 4
and conduct an investigation?
How do you explain the 4 accusers?
I don't know.
Okay, very good.
How do you explain the
let's err on the side of them lying.
4 accusers? My information is more relevant.
It's not that he doesn't know.
It's newer.
He just doesn't want to say it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Because if he says it,
I mean, listen, Hasan.
Then he's already going against the grain of his audience.
When the prosecutor, do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the
why focus on the rapes? Mainly because Hasan said multiple times he doesn't believe it and he doesn't care.
Can we move on, please? There's obviously an impasse.
That's why he's hammering him on it, because it's something that he said multiple times that he either doesn't believe or just doesn't care that it happened.
Of a sexual assault that took place in captivity.
Yes.
That was false.
Yep,
Do you
it was
admit
false.
that?
Yep, she lied. It was false, etc.
No. It's a falsehood. That
but he can't
claim that I don't recognize.
He's trying to save face at this point. Hasan is.
100%. Can we move on?
Wait, so you're admitting that you falsely smeared me as someone who is denying a verifiable claim of rape from a first-hand account.
I mean, he used a whole bunch of clips of him denying it.
Smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, go ahead, you can read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
So, you can't see it?
Oh,
okay,
yes.
okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, very good. I guess it's just a little delay for him?
I just want to get to the point where he makes fun of his coat.
Great.
What's the picture?
This is Zone of Interest. You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
This is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden.
And your implication
that,
is what?
Rudolf Hess and his family put together.
And your implication
in the backdrop, you can see
is
there
what?
is a concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your implication
and, there's a
to
train
me
that
is what?
Most likely inferred to be sending.
This is the clip you're responding
camp.
to. Hold on. Like it's completely based on my. I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Can you
explain
play the clip?
It's 2 minutes and I don't know where this happens. If somebody
Ethan actually concedes this point.
Play the full thing. We have time.
Surprisingly,
I'm not going nowhere.
Well, let me see. Yeah, I mean I want to watch it too. It's just.
I know you do.
Let me see here. I don't. Here, I'll just play it. Oh, this is a clip from the critically acclaimed Content Cop. How's that working out? You think You think?
Which Hasan says that Ethan was gassing up Israel while being pro-Palestine.
I mean, I would be.
And Ethan admits it. He's like, "Yeah, I was."
I don't know why you're.
And I shouldn't have done that.
That was thinking.
That was a mistake.
I assume. I mean,
which
you performed pretty well. I think.
I mean, it's big of him.
Your video, so
yeah. I mean,
it's not that
think,
bad.
if anything, I think it just means that more people are interested in me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, want to.
That's so petty.
Someone put you down a peg. It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the Do you want to watch the like ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend. Here it is.
Wait, what? Ethan, play the video. This is also reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos.
My favorite.
Nicholas Dorio mentioned.
Okay.
Hasan loves him.
Let's watch it.
Correct.
Let's just watch it.
Why am I arguing on behalf of Ian's video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came into this whole show of doing it with you, and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and interesting. But I'll play the clip.
Not on Leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you. Are you then not? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire Creator Clash is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not even able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan,
I'm just saying.
I am not iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against iDubbbz.
Yes, he does. Because at one point he blames Ethan for iDubbbz fucking up Creator Clash. So he absolutely does. Oh, see, there it is.
Oh my God, bro, you have no idea what you're talking about. I'm talking about Israel proper. What I want to do is and you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The phrase.
You guys, how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hasan.
Israel blocks. And he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip. But go on.
And you hear all these fucking nega lefties talking.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza? When I say how great multicultural it is,
We
did
never
you think that?
how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th. Not even
Shield your eyes.
We never.
It's funny that he says shield your eyes because when Gila came up on the screen on Hasan's chat during this debate,
Okay, well, anyway,
they all went like
the phrase I said is that
ballistic.
My experience in Israel proper.
What happened after that?
So
when AB chimed in,
he called it correctly.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
Well, you know what's so funny? You know what's funny? It's all on the audio. Go listen to it, dipshit. It's on the audio. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You are a propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen to it if you gave a fuck.
AB and Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking. You know, it's fine. It's not that big of a
What are
deal.
you implying here? What are you implying with this photo?
Not what photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay, so let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain what you're.
That's literally all they've been talking about, except for the first 20 minutes.
By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms.
I don't think
Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza. Like the West Bank has checkpoints. It has like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's not that big of a deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison.
Well, I mean, where Israel? You mean in Tel Aviv? So you're saying that
Jonathan Glazer, who made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold on, your criticism.
He said as much.
You're saying
Oscar
all I said was my lived experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary. Okay.
Yeah.
And also as an apartheid on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't.
I mean, I live there.
I mean, isn't Israel technically multicultural?
6 miles away, Ethan.
In general.
That's my point.
Or am I wrong?
I live in Tel Aviv. 6 miles from what?
If you're looking at technicality, yeah.
It's not further than 6 miles. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's
no,
close enough that you can see it. If you go to Sderot, you can watch it.
The point you're making is that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes.
So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper, and you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life as people are.
No, you're not directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a
Why
Nazi
did you choose
officer,
the one with the guy standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is.
I mean, yeah,
it would be exactly like someone saying, "Oh, you don't understand. I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz.
It's
and
not
I'm
the same at all, dude.
How wonderful
so
Auschwitz looks like because it's German territory."
I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point. You don't see.
Yeah, that would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual totality of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of
course, that was pre-conflict, so
narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind. Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there is a fucking genocide going on?
I mean, you did a show with me, and you consider me your friend, and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kassev. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezarvot. Israeli members, Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel. Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact. As long as they are anti-Zionist. Because I care about Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong.
Okay, very good.
I thought foolishly that you were one of these people. I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific mass bombing and starvation.
Hasan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the fucking with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
I'm explaining
Let me respond. Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Okay.
Told you he conceded.
See, this is. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations that have taken place.
My problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something
that I privately,
on a lot of things. The issue is the harassment. Talked to you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
You are behaving like
he still avoided it.
Why people think
he told him his main problem is with
not because you're Jewish, but because
his audience and his orbiters.
But
he's still.
And they made these inferences.
What have I ever said that shows that I'm Zionist?
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject matter.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am. That I am worthy of the scorn of you and the entire left.
How wrong that was. What you just said.
Okay, does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't.
So what did I say in the last 2 years besides that clip?
As well.
What did I say, Hasan? What did I say that's Zionist?
As last month,
you can't give me one fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
You have something?
I have many things.
As
recently as last month. As recently as last month.
List one example of me saying something.
I'm giving you another example. Just calm down and listen. As recently as last month.
You're not answering my question. You're just doing this gish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay, bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand you now recognize that Israel's doing genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever. But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
I think it's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is that pro-Zionist?
Look at the Gaza Strip.
How is it me criticizing Hamas pro-Zionist? Would you like?
If Hamas is the governing body, that could technically be considered a criticism of Hamas.
The 7th floor of an apartment building.
Yeah.
For Israel to actually.
But Ethan doesn't understand. If you criticize Hamas, that's Zionist.
Can I please ask you a question?
That's true. Yeah.
Me criticizing
At
Hamas
least
makes
from
me a
that
Zionist?
political spectrum, yes.
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
I mean, it depends on how. It depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I said.
You can have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against.
Oh, so he literally just said what you said.
Because they don't make bomb shelters?
Yeah. Their expectation,
Because they
their
don't make bomb
expectation for the
shelters?
Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it, so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously
No, the reason why
time
people
and time
believe that is
again.
because of your hyper focus
Name
on
one.
you, and your
That makes me a
distractions
Zionist?
away,
That
and
makes
your
me a Zionist?
deliberate deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It
Yeah.
is ridiculous.
For being pro-Palestine doesn't
simply
absolve you of
say
guilt.
You recognize the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get
So
mad
I'm
at the
public
Houthis.
enemy
You
number
call them
one
terrorists. You call
defending
Hezbollah a terror
myself.
group, which is by the American state's definition absolutely considered
Oh,
a terror
yep.
group. But there are
You
plenty
can't
of
call
terror
Hezbollah
groups that have
terrorists, by the way.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a
resisted
terror group?
against American imperialism and other
do you
forms
not
of settler
consider
colonial violence.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny
What about
people their habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the
Okay,
American
very good.
Constitution. So
Hassan,
yes,
please, I
I
wanna
think
have
that this
can you-
definition is
can I give you-
intentionally
can I
vague and
ask- can I
fucking-
request something?
It's silly.
Can I
Terrorist
please request
sympathizer
something?
confirmed.
I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please. We're going to be
The
here.
American terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know. But
What do you mean? But
here, I'll be
but
more
you
precise.
use its definition without ever actually
You're
thinking
right.
about
Fuck
it. What do you
Let
mean?
me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Okay, yeah, thank you for asking.
You're
Exactly. All right, let me explain. I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon.
Me neither,
I do not
actually.
have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, the very
doing
fact
it
that other
again.
countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has an underlying exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You
Let me
said
speak,
it's
please.
a genocide.
All right,
so what is the
Hassan, please,
expectation?
this conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond. Okay.
Now
Thank
respond.
You. Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right, of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have
So
a
we have an
problem with
update.
what the Hezbollah did in Syria?
We have an update.
Civilians on the behest of Assad?
So you heard Hasan say that he blames Ethan for Creator Clash going to shit and not iDubbbz and Anissa. Or sorry, Mr. Joma and Anissa.
Okay.
Apparently, Hasan is saying he will likely raise money for Creator Clash and their associated charities by reacting to Ethan's content nuke with iDubbbz and other orbiters. So basically, this thing that Ethan has been telling him to watch, he'll do it now to raise money, quote unquote, while everybody holds his hand. And so they can basically say that Ethan is wrong and Hasan has done nothing wrong. Yeah. Yeah.
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem
You're
with that.
precise
Yes,
with
I
your
don't think
words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in
They
the Syrian
participated.
conflict.
Yeah.
Okay? You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the
They
Syrian
participated.
conflict. That is the entirety
They
of
participated.
the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore, what? They did nothing wrong?
No, that's not what
So
I'm
what does
saying
it
at
matter
all.
the exact
You
count? Why does that bother
erroneously
you?
claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood
No,
in front
they
of
collaborated.
footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an
They
air force?
participated.
Ethan?
You're
Is
not
that why
listening. You're
is that why
being
you
silly.
implied that they? Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you
when
defending
you just-
Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a
I'm
good
not
look?
defending that. I'm
You
not
sure
defending that
are.
action.
You bet
I am
Hezbollah didn't
asking
do
you,
that.
do you
Hezbollah would
think
never blow
Hezbollah
up a
has an
village in
air force?
Syria.
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it.
I
That's
showed
funny.
A hollowed out town.
They
that
worked.
was
My dogs
barrel
were
bombed
going
by Russian
government,
forces.
bro.
that shit
So why?
because there's a
Why
little
did you
girl,
use
one of
that
my
imagery
neighbors, that
to
likes playing in my
imply
bird
Hezbollah
bath
killed 500,000 people?
up front.
Listen.
This is my main problem.
And her mom always has to like drag her away to
False
like
right
not
now,
play with the bird bath.
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth
I
is
never
Hezbollah
have
did in
once-
Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000
Okay,
people
so
in
wasn't that
Syria,
bad? So
Ethan.
what Hezbollah did
You
in
are
Syria
taking away
wasn't
the
that bad? How many
responsibility
did they
from the
kill?
Assad regime. You are taking
You're
away the
minimizing their actions.
responsibility
How many did they
from-
kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the
No,
Russian
I'm putting
military.
blame on Hezbollah
It's
where it belongs.
ridiculous.
How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue
Did
saying
they collaborate
that.
with Assad?
Yes, they did.
And so what is the issue?
Oh my God.
You said you have no issue with that. I think that's a problem.
I think I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with
I can't tell if you're
Hezbollah
laughing at Hasan
militancy
or
against a
something
state
else.
That is
Oh,
conducting
I'm laughing at Hasan.
very
You
clear.
didn't say any
As a
of that.
matter
You said I
fact,
do
there are
Oh, the
plenty of
gymnastics he's doing?
You're lying.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances.
Oh,
where
literally in the
Hezbollah
same breath.
in
He's sitting here going,
Lying, I'll explain.
you know, where's your proof? And then
I'll explain.
here's my thing with no proof.
You said I don't. You were talking
Yeah.
to ignore me.
Literally same breath.
Anything
Breath.
about the conflict, and he said, "How do we feel about Hezbollah?"
Yeah.
A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, "We don't. I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say." And then, by the way, Hasan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion of the wanton slaughter of
Here's what you said
civilians?
because you want to be
Dude,
precise.
you made up you.
Well,
came-
like, I like what you like.
Ethan, you
I don't have an issue
stupidly
with them, let's
said
just
that they
say.
killed 500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize.
What
I did not
aboutism?
minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were allied.
They
They
did.
participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending
sure
them,
sounds like
Ethan.
it.
I have already described to you.
I'm not
that
defending them
their
while I
actions.
defend them.
You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I'm verbatim repeating what you said, you
and I'm having a
liar.
conversation directly with you, so I don't understand.
How can
I'm
you
not
lie to people?
minimizing
Like, we just
minimizing
watched the clip.
The arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions in this
Why
clip.
did you put the so you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong. I was
Yeah,
incorrect. on
you
that.
said that numerous times. You actually
I don't
said you
think that numerous
ChatGPT'd
times.
against AB when AB was like, I don't think that's
Yeah,
correct.
by the way, I that's something I looked into. And
See,
I was-
that's
I
the
was actually
difference
wrong about
between
that,
them.
For sure.
Okay.
Ethan will admit he said something wrong, or that he fucked up, or whatever.
I think that saying stuff like that is going to make
Hasan
people
hasn't
feel
done that
you might be
once
more
in
pro-Israel
this
than
entire
you let
conversation.
on.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't.
I mean,
it
I'm
doesn't
not
work
once.
like this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did.
He's
But then
basically
you spend all of your
dodging the
time
accountability.
criticizing
Responding to
people
harassment.
who are offering
Yeah, pretty much.
analysis and not justification,
Can I
but analysis
flip
to
it
how
on you a
these
little
groups
bit?
Are actually formed. You're upset.
Can I,
with
Hasan, you're
people
doing it.
learning
You're doing it again.
Well, I'm not doing anything. I'm just
You're
I'm
just
just
talking,
moving
bro.
to explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong as you've done
No,
twice
you don't
now.
need to
So
explain
this is
anything to me. I
productive
understand
now.
your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people think this. It's
Oh.
ridiculous.
You signed the contract, Atlas.
So are people
You
valid
signed the
for thinking
contract. No
pro-terrorist?
sleeping.
Do you believe the State
Answer.
Department's designation for
Whoa.
Hezbollah
No.
is valid?
Is
My
it
best to
reasonable for people to
be
think that you're
awake.
pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the
Whoa,
State
answer the question.
Department's
No,
designation
you
for
gotta answer that
terrorism is
one.
valid?
You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Are people valid?
Ethan,
and
you
considering
rely
Mug
heavily
moment.
on
Can you
your
mug
root
audience
beer.
not really
Can you
understanding
please
the
answer my
terms that you
question?
are using.
Copy.
Noted. You are
When you
dodging.
say, "Oh, Hasan defends terrorists," okay,
Literally
there's a
just did.
reason why you say that. You say that to
You literally just
disparage
did.
me.
He
without
did.
addressing my arguments.
He
And
literally
when you
just
face
did.
me face
Yeah,
to
he
face
did.
to
God, bro,
talk
you're
about
doing it
these
again.
issues, you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I
In the
just
beginning,
run around
you
being like
changed.
Ethan defends terrorism? Well, I think you do, but
I
for a
said their
different reason,
actions
we'll
were
get to
noble.
that
I
in a
didn't call
second.
them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their
I said their
inception was
actions
a
were
noble
noble.
one.
They
You
both.
said Hezbollah
They both have
is
a problem with the truth.
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no?
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism
Hmm.
because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am
But people can assume I'm
presenting a
Zionist.
position.
Because he is.
People assume I'm Zionist.
Yes.
Got it. The logic
no,
is
you don't
clear.
understand what I'm saying. I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
you're
I'm
you're pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel? Okay, let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in my space, it is a horrifically fucking it's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I've never once in my entire life, Hasan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life. All of my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting responsible to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
My community that's done any of these things that you're talking about.
Okay, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck are you browsing
Frogan,
Snark the other day?
Denims.
I'm pulling clips from that.
What's that other guy's name?
Okay, and so you.
Oh yeah, Frogan, the bitch that said she's glad that American troops have PTSD.
Browsing
Yep.
H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a Snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true.
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way.
What?
So many people that
Again,
have
you're
criticized you from your own fan base have
Hasan,
left your
you
community
said your
for this
community has
reason,
nothing to
because
do
you
with
can't take
this.
a fucking ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of
This is
fans.
at
Don't
the
worry
heart
about
of this
that.
problem. If you want to talk about it, from the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real reason why you've gone on this.
It's not me, it's you.
Because you can't comprehend
Jesus
the
Christ,
reality.
bro. I just want to have a
that
conversation.
your
I don't want to just
your own
gish
audience that
gallop
you've
forever.
cultivated has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented yourself.
It's like an abusive relationship.
You say your community has nothing to do with the.
It's like an abusive relationship where both of them are assholes.
Dude, you gotta let me finish your point. This is ridiculous.
I'm gonna mute you and just keep talking.
Okay, that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah. No. Listen to me.
So I'm not muted. So hold on. Let me finish.
You
gotta let me say something.
If you demonstrated a fraction of the humility you did just now, most people would not have left your community. By the way.
I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
You have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Like random anonymous
Did I say that?
Wait.
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you are browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Have blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question.
What?
So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months you've been like, it's whoever I don't like that has called CPS.
No.
And now you're claiming that my community is responsible for it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is much more broad than that.
Yes, you're inferring it.
You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your community is responsible for participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Yes, last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hasan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd?
You did it.
No, I think it's.
Also, what do you think? Like you. First of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these subreddits? What are you talking about?
Well, you have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of the disgusting shit.
That's also completely fucking false.
Well, why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan,
why
I can't believe
did
would...
you create a
Here, let me talk
for
about
moderating his chat?
They're bringing that shit into it.
Used this community over the course of many years at this point, as he was, doing Gamba.
And why did you just sound like Butthead right there?
To attack me.
I don't know.
There's a difference
And that's
between
different than what
someone
your
doing
community has
that
done.
and
How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024 where I actively defend you. That is moderating
bro,
my
I do
community.
not give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare me.
With my approval? I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's...
He's right.
Let me play this clip for you because...
He never called any of that shit out.
You big dog. I don't know what to do.
Oh, they love you, huh?
What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hasan. Everybody loves iDubbbz too.
Not even once.
My objective is not to be liked, Hasan. That might surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or, I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Then why? Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that.
That's a base statement.
So many people who don't like me.
My whole career's been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are...
because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan.
Okay.
Here we go.
Anyway,
I want to see what y'all think, right? So let's say I blow up. And this is all purely hypothetical. Let's say I get, I don't know, 500,000 subs, right? And I talk shit about somebody. And then everybody that watches me goes and attacks said person. Because I'm sitting here saying, I don't like them. I think they're shit. They deserve to be, booted off the internet, right? Would I be responsible for what they're doing? Or would I have some sort of obligation to say, hey, stop fucking with this person. Yeah, I don't like them, but I don't want you to harass them.
It would depend. I would say it entirely depends on the context in which you say, I don't like this person.
Okay, let's say I'm fucking feral about it.
If you do say so for instance, if you dehumanize them, then you absolutely would be responsible. But if you just sit there and go like, yeah, I just think this person's a dickhead, then no. You're not responsible. You're just stating an opinion there. But if you sit there and go, this person's a piece of shit, and this is this, and you go through the effort of putting out an entire hit piece on them, then yeah, you would be responsible.
I agree. Especially if I spent most of my time making content about that person and just shitting on them every time I bring them up, then yeah, if that person is saying, hey, I'm being harassed, my family is being attacked, I think you would have some sort of obligation to say, hey, stop fucking doing this.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing that Hasan never did. And that is what Ethan keeps trying to get him on. And he's just like, nope, not my problem. And it's not just Hasan's community.
and with how Hasan has behaved, it absolutely is his responsibility.
I agree. And especially if it's his orbiters that are doing it too. Like people he is directly involved with. So, yeah. I agree. I mean, that's what I would do. That's why I was like, that's why I try to avoid internet drama shit, because it's like, it's not worth it. And then if something bad happens, it would be my fault. You know what I mean? Because I sat there and brought attention to this person and was just spouting all sorts of shit, And I think that's something that people don't. I think that's something that people don't get, right? And they always say, well, as a content creator, you don't have any control over your audience, but that's not necessarily true.
Yeah.
Because at any given time, you can go, hey, stop. If they keep doing it, then, I mean, there's really nothing you can do at that point. If they don't listen to you and they keep doing whatever the fuck they're doing, except try to get them to stop. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's, and And, you know, these people are too fucking stupid, excuse me, to draw a distinction between the two.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
They're absolutely too stupid.
Go ahead. Show your audience, because you've been saying that I've been like,
Yeah.
leading a
I'm
harassment
waiting
campaign.
for it. I'm waiting for it.
I sent it.
Are you?
It's embarrassing,
sorry, hold
too,
on. Dan
especially
is in
because the way you
bathroom.
behave now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on.
And he needs to be more precise with that argument. He used to be like, you knew about this, and you didn't tell anybody to stop. That's what he needs to say.
Yes, that's the winning play there. And because he's giving what somebody like, you know, this is by far the longest I've watched either of them.
Same.
And if this is typical of how Hasan acts, Ethan is giving him way too much wiggle room.
Get sunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called.
Oh, it is. I know that.
That's part of the
This
harassment
is
campaign. You put those words in my mouth.
This is also why Hasan refuses to debate people.
Wait. So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews, and that they are completely off base with the rest of the movement.
Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is calling someone criticizing someone to be a token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide?
Can I play this? This is a clip.
Token Jews
Here's
that
what
are
you
not
said.
representative of the broader movement.
Well, they're statistically
You also
not.
called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's like you.
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb specifically.
Jews
Yes.
that you don't like, and you are quick
I have
to
a
call them
problem with
capos.
Matt Lieb, who's platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there you don't like Bad Empanada? You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
But I'm not.
But suddenly, when
Bad Empanada is fucking unhinged.
You're right.
If you look up
You're right.
that guy,
Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what?
he's that's a literal crazy person.
Bad Empanada.
Why do you love his videos suddenly?
I've
Before you
maintained
pledged
this
never to
position.
watch his videos on stream. Why do you love them now?
Oh, because he was he did not want me reacting to his videos.
That is an insane, pathetic, bold-faced
that's
lie.
what it is. No, he said.
You literally told him. Oh my god, dude.
I have.
Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you criticizing XQC.
Okay, wait. You keep these other
No,
content
did you
creators.
ask for it?
Actually,
hold on. You asked for this. Here's what you said.
Because it's not something.
Oh my
you would
god!
have
I
asked
sent
for.
you all these other content creators. Actually, whipping their communities, whipping their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas.
Hasan, Ethan are
random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason.
See? He literally just brought up what we were talking about.
And I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you,
But he won't do it.
So much I can do, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was so
You have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
Okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. But there you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein, 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7-minute clip. What do you want me to watch?
7 minutes of it.
Okay, you think if I just play it from the beginning, they'll get the gist of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you'll get it.
All right.
And you can skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the middle.
By the way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice. I guess it's hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never stuck to.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me?
Keep playing. Enough. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you're actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care.
He's pulling the I'm a bigger person. Jesus.
Why? It's
Come
7
on, we
minutes
watched
long,
a
bro.
lot of your
Spare
clips.
the
Keep going.
audience.
This is about you. Go on.
What are we going to glean from watching longer?
Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
Nah, I don't want to
Go to
finish
the
it.
middle.
I know what it is. You talk
Go to the
kindly
middle.
about... Okay, here, I'll go to the middle for you, okay?
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community?
You
think
absolutely
I'm
are
not trying
not.
to get people
No,
to stop yelling about you at that
okay,
point?
let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame. Just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well, people that have actually changed course. recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever. By the way,
whoa.
No, whoa.
I'm
My
never
turn.
Well, I was no, yes. Whoa,
you were just
whoa.
screaming, play the video. You told me to
just
shut
said I
up.
wasn't moderating my community and claiming that
you screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment. You claimed that you didn't watch. Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said you don't watch.
Well,
his
so
videos
maybe he
because
did defend
asked
him.
You not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
Nice
this
shirt,
stream.
by the
I'm
way.
just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
Day genocide propaganda will come.
Wait,
Thanks for watching.
that's in the clip.
Free
Ethan, you
Palestine.
keep doing this thing.
Thanks for
playing
watching.
the clip.
Yeah, go support this.
I'm playing the clip. Just chill out.
I said it. I told you why I wasn't
appreciate
watching that
regardless
episode.
of
Oh my
I
God,
disagree
Hasan,
with
you're talking over the clip. You need to let it
I
play, okay? you're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine, okay? You think I want him to write?
Bro, it's
Jesus
just a minute
Christ.
long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching. Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts
support him.
himself with regular frequency.
link to his
Because
page.
ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid. Rick's such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he is such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just...
correct. By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me. So I'm just saying, your community doesn't do harassment, right? Let's just promote Bad Empanada, who literally exists to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things that you just showed is ridiculous. He is not just mean on Twitter. He is the
you're doing it right now.
most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking Bad Empanada. The cringiest, like, classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet. Anyway, let's continue.
Why is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be a
Okay,
terrorist, right?
Someone who,
by
I
the
got
way,
it. Yes,
like, what terrorist attack has he
By the way, you
has he
couldn't even
committed?
watch a
What
fucking
I can point to
7-minute
a
video
terrorist
of
attack
me
like Klein.
actually.
I can't even tell who's talking at this point.
Portray the narrative
It's
that you
almost done.
presented.
It's almost done.
It's
almost
he would
done.
perhaps
Does it
go
matter?
differently if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel.
I mean-
I'm never gonna fucking do that.
Kinda.
He said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my community
No.
doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you
absolutely,
what.
provably,
Do
empirically
you want
true.
to hear my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that your production team put together? Okay, so Bad Empanada.
Sorry for preparing.
No, there's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good.
We'll see.
So, Bad Empanada is crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist.
Oh,
okay?
man.
But there's disagreements that I have with Bad Empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you notice in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube, okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada.
What
on
about his videos
YouTube
attacking me?
essays,
Are those is
especially
that
when
part of
it's issue-specific,
his great body
Bad
of work?
Empanada on his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you watching
very
ones called
informative.
Ethan Klein is a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy? Why does Bad... Okay, it is good. Why does Bad Empanada role-play hunting Hila and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think... No, of course not. But what
Yeah.
you are doing
Okay.
is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube.
What does that even mean?
He also happens to be a fucking freak.
Ethan
who literally
Klein is a
hates me.
Zionist
In terms
dog,
of
and by the way, I
blockade
want to kill
on
his
Bad
wife.
Empanada, the reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast
many?
as well.
How
The
many?
reason why that blockade ended
How many
is
have you
because
watched not about me?
What?
How
The
many
reason
videos
why-
of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe, I don't
have
know.
no idea.
Maybe one?
I watched a fuck ton, though. I watched a fuck ton of Bad Empanada videos.
And are most of them about me?
No,
Oh,
no, not all of them are about you.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you. That's part of the narrative, right?
That's not
this
just
is
me claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Ugh, I got to refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's over the.
These are most likely.
Hold on.
He tries to say, "Oh, that's not me."
That's 24 minutes per day.
That's a clip channel.
These are fan channels. This is disingenuous. You're presenting the same.
Motherfucker, it's you!
First of all,
they're your clips!
Second of all, the fan channel defense is a clip. Let me finish. The fan channel defense is part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. The fact is, if I wanted to show all
No, that's not him.
This is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular?
Double finger.
You think that's regular?
Either I have no
Who's
control over my fan
who?
channels. What do you mean? You're literally showing the same. I say one thing on
66
on my Twitch
videos
stream.
about me.
I say one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same thing
you
over and over
love
again.
it. It's all
of course
part, so
gonna
you
look
don't
like
ever
I'm
have to
talking
accept
about you a lot more
responsibility.
than it actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah. No. Well, so yeah, this is the no.
It's the same moment.
No. This has the same moments. The last
Usually
one
the
does
same
not.
moment multiplied.
No,
Go
this
back
one
to the
does not
fucking
have this.
photo.
No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique. Times you talked about me on your
Okay.
stream. Well, why are you deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months.
Yeah.
Bro, look at those views.
I don't deny that.
50,000, 300,000, 127,000. Shit, I'm gonna start fucking clipping Hasan.
Profiles and content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now, I'm glad that you brought up
Hold on.
obsession.
Do you think this is
because
reasonable?
I have some numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hasan. Is this reasonable? Or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much, not even close.
Ethan, I have some information as well to present to you.
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in, okay?
On
Last
your
60 days.
Instagram stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly. You have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't believe that.
On your Instagram
wait, hold on.
story
From what period?
post,
From what period of time?
since January 31st.
Hold on. Since what date?
No, that's you, not fan channels.
I'm asking
That's
you
just
for
your
what date?
Instagram.
What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st.
2023?
Since January 31st on your Instagram stories.
What year?
Not including
What
clips.
year?
You have mentioned
What year?
me. 2025.
So you're saying I storied about you 100 times this year? That's an
110.
absolute fucking lie. Show me the evidence of that.
110
Show me your
times.
evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked about you 110
This is
times.
before
Show
the
me.
clips. You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
I believe
We
it's a
tabulated
bug
it.
moment.
Hold on, let me see if I can find the dump. Oh no.
Son,
It's shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah. But this isn't a somehow, by the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last 2
Ethan,
months. They're not my
110
channels. They operate with
Instagram
your
stories.
approval,
When you
under your
look at
direction.
my-
It's
when
part
you
of your
look at me
disinfo campaign
referencing
to
you,
avoid
it's
responsibility. It's so
almost
obvious.
always within the context. It's almost always within the context of you literally fucking Hostweet. When are we in agreement?
Hasan, you
Hasan called me
say
stupid, and I said my
you're
video is
streaming
bad,
it,
but
bro.
wait.
You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is what you
What?
stream. I make a
Ethan, your
story.
entire fucking stream is a hate video. What are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that, you can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, what are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this? Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox them.
When did I
which
try
you
to sue?
openly
Whoa,
stated
whoa.
You wanted to dox
When did
them
I-
to their families.
Hold it. What? This is on.
You sent frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories as well, Ethan.
Can anonymous
I know
Redditors
sent
defame
Instagram
you and
stories
harass
go
you?
away.
Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on their subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay, and that went viral.
I don't even know what the deal was. I don't even know what the fuck that was about.
Well, it's an outright
Did
lie.
you or did you
Hold
not?
on, dude. Let me respond.
Did you or did
just
you not get your lawyer?
You need to stop because I'm gonna.
Did you or did you
I'm
not
gonna
get your
answer.
lawyer to try to bully, extort people? There are anonymous
Extort?
Redditors.
Who's
Sure,
extorting?
They said some shit about you.
Bro, let me answer.
It's
Are you just
fucked
want
up.
to
It's
fucking
bullshit, okay?
Extortion.
Wait, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal?
I.
Yeah,
Go on.
kind of, right? So let me
Look,
talk.
I'll give them
These
credit.
anonymous posters, okay?
At least
showing
in the
pictures
amount of
of the
time that
front
we've
office
watched, neither one of them have
organizing
said
community.
anything or
They
tried
were
to say anything
doc-
that
yeah,
would get
I
either
know
one
you're
of them
gonna say, but it's
nuked
true. They
for
have
TOS.
documented that I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan that was supposed to start, that went viral in your community, was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was an outright lie. It was defamation. And by the way, fuck yeah, those people should be held accountable.
Find one instance where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the fuck.
I'm explaining the context, dude. You're accusing me of something.
I'm this moment. What are you talking about?
Bro, you're unreal. I'm explaining the context. How's that weird? You accuse me of something. I'm explaining why.
Because you're saying that I'm responsible for this when I have no.
That's not what he said.
What you're talking about? I only saw the litigation.
Hasan, is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
There could be.
Okay, very good. Well, they were fucking.
Do you think? Okay. About
well,
this
great.
instance,
It's not that crazy then.
One of the Redditors that you sued.
I didn't sue anyone.
Not only did you sue for copyright infringement,
Hasan, you're lying. You are absolutely. Hold on, you're lying. So
in
you
the
have to
process
stop.
of suing them for copyright infringement, your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation: you provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. You provide our office with all correspondence you have had with Reddit.
Why?
What does that mean?
Do you know why?
You provide our office with information regarding the identity
to scare them
of H3 Snark moderators.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? And then your
I'm
lawyer
trying to
says,
tell you. You just asked me what does it mean, bro.
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
Okay, so first of all,
does your lawyer think that you can just like make people dance?
All right.
If they
do
got him on a copyright
claim? Do you have
claim?
a conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation. Okay. All right.
Sure.
Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way. Which was shocking to even you.
By the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hasan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they erroneously
views from you how? By
I'm
posting?
sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
stealing views from you how?
Because they
by
say
posting on Reddit.
Yes. Duh. What the fuck are you talking about?
I mean, people do that shit every day.
You were admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous,
really are stupid.
A frivolous copyright infringement lawsuit.
Do you know what a lawsuit?
Fair use.
Do you know the difference between a letter and a lawsuit?
Filed a frivolous lawsuit to try and stop people from criticizing you on Reddit.
Did I say
Do you know how many people criticize me on my Reddit?
I didn't say criticize.
Do you know how many people criticize me on your Reddit?
Oh my god, this is so
Imagine
pointless.
if I was fucking suing them.
Bro,
how much would you talk about that?
I mean, that's not what he said.
They're posting paywalled content and saying, watch it here so that you don't support Ethan.
Now.
Okay?
Spare
me. Now let me ask you a question because this is fucking dumb. Okay? You always say that whenever first of all, let me give you a stat. You've watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is a hate video.
Zero. I've had 0 people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11 of them. Now let me ask you this. Whenever I make a response to these videos, for example, the content cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos, but you're not willing to show my response? Don't you think that's a bit cowardly?
No, I don't.
Wow,
because what's cowardly is ducking me for the past
I'm
4
sitting in
months.
front of you.
When you dropped the content nuke, I said I'm willing to talk to you, and you knew it wasn't going to look good,
bro,
as today has demonstrated.
I said just
and
watch
that's precisely why you tried to add additional qualifications to it, like, oh, just watch my video, just watch my video.
That's super reasonable. Why the fuck would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking.
It's
I know
not a biography. You understand that, right?
Do
you understand the difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference? Hold on. Because I'm not sure you understand.
What's interesting?
It's not a biography, Hasan. It's not about the points in your life, about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen. So how the
fuck? Very poorly.
How do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because I've watched 11 hate videos.
And you haven't articulated a single good point yet. But
by the way, I said I would debate you if you watched it. It's very simple.
I'll tell you why.
You were dodging as fuck.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
What you can't provide, by the way.
There's a video on my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like, what, 600,000 views? Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke, okay? In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made
in his video. How do you know that?
Do I have the capacity to...
You didn't watch the video.
Do I have the capacity to see the
where'd you get the
picture?
list? Do someone send you a list of all my points?
How?
Probably.
Just watch the video then.
Probably.
Why not just watch the video? It seems
Wait,
cowardly.
wait,
You're
can I
like,
get a
I
list
don't
of
want to
all
watch the
your
video.
points?
Just send me
Can
a
I get a
list
list
of
of all
all
your
the
points,
things, so I
Ethan?
don't want to
Ethan.
get my feelings hurt, and maybe
Ethan,
you
you
can make a
consider
good
yourself-
point.
You have, in
Why
the
not watch the
cringiest ways
video?
possible, considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially.
That's
That I
right.
didn't respond to until you tried to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay.
Who cannot?
So
by
let
the
me
way,
explain to you
being
something.
pro-Palestine
Why
means
did I
you are
have-
infallible,
why
can
did I
never
have
be
all the
criticized. That's
information?
awesome logic.
Why
You
did
want
I
to
have
talk
all
about
the
the content,
information that I
Nuke?
actually
Hasan?
responded to?
Hasan, you want to talk about the content, Nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context. Go ahead.
Watch my video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about me.
No, I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So one of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long, drawn-out sequence over
what's out of
sexual
context
assaults, is that one of the clips that you used, in your context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was. From
I showed evidence. That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time, that thing that you clipped, were me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me, which was about.
We talked about this, bro. Can we please talk about something else? It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally,
why are we
was
going
me
over this again?
defending the likelihood of rapes happening. Ethan, do you feel like that was an appropriate way to show that I was a rape denier?
Context, bro. It literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have? I
Do you
showed.
feel like?
I showed you.
That wasn't out of context.
How was
That
it
is
out of
the
context? How was it out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there is a
What about all the other
likelihood
ones?
that they might have happened
What
because
about all the
rapes
other
are
ones?
actually
What
rapes
about all
are
the other
actually
ones?
commonplace. Sexual assault is commonplace
What
in
about all the other
conflicts in
clips?
general. So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these claims.
Pretty sure it wasn't out of
I feel
context.
like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying,
I think I
like,
showed
oh,
sufficient
no.
evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's very long.
Wait,
That's
so-
one
so you do
example. That's
recognize
one
that
small.
was out of context?
What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right, let me give you the master list. Okay, if you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well. But you can just take my word for it. Up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one, or do you want
Give me examples that was out of context.
Okay. One of the other things that you've consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now you admit wasn't my fan, that you falsely said was my fan.
Jiminy fucking cricket.
Slander.
Okay, was the usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as a wait, what?
Because I have that. Because I knew you were going to do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it, and then
okay,
you can
play it. The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine. Okay, every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths. That these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamental.
He likes the word inbred.
In the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to?
You gotta watch these clips.
Inbred, inbred,
The clips are, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
So yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't exist. You
Shut up, dude.
You continually refer to Jewish people as inbred.
You are such a pussy. Oh my god. Yeah, dude. Of course I'm calling the fucking Kahanis, Jewish supremacist settlers, inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanis settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid? When I was calling them fucking inbred, you were like, oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys, you said, when describing that fucking video.
Did you? So again, Hasan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background,
these are just
dude.
dudes. By the way, this is the difference between me and Hasan. When I get
No.
criticized, I pull it up and I watch the fucking criticism. Hasan opens Comrade KC tweets and snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video. Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands. Let's fucking be real here.
I'm pretty sure I'm blocked by like 75% of Hasan's orbiters.
This community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly. You understand that, right? Rubs off on
They're
people.
fucking Nazis.
That doesn't make it
What's
any
wrong
less
with you? They're participating
You're
single-handedly in a
continually
genocide.
to Jewish people as inbred, bro. You don't think that can affect people?
I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the fucking terms that I can use that isn't like immediately
How about one that doesn't feed into like an
racially
anti-Semitic trope?
insensitive.
Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What do you mean? Because it's a fucking crybaby claiming that he was a victim
He was
of
walking
harassment.
through campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How's he a crybully?
No, he's a crybully for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
I'm pretty sure they were under attack at one point on college campuses.
Have you literally left your goddamn
Like, did
bell for a second?
Did I imagine that, or did that not actually happen?
An entire year of
No, it happened.
with people
That's what I thought.
that Jews are being victimized on college campuses has now led to the fucking Gestapo literally.
They were being victimized. What does he mean?
Dipshits played a role in that on Fox News of all places. What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine.
Because it happened.
You do this dumb shit because you can't fucking see the world outside of how you feel slighted
So you're
by.
saying people think I'm pro-Palestine because I don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who are literally
I'm not defending them. I'm attacking you. How is me saying
you are fucking crying about me calling Nazis inbred in the process of them destroying humanitarian aid, going into Gaza,
All the
and then
clips?
you're going, they look like kind boys. They look like nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do
Oh yeah, he's mad.
Imagine being
back immediately.
Imagine being so intellectually vacuous that you call Jews
Oh my
Nazis.
God, there's a lot more. You want to keep going?
Have you
piece by piece?
That's crazy.
No, it's fucking boring.
Inbred.
Oh, now it's boring.
Because because you're a chronic liar.
Well,
I
this
went
is-
back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke. Okay?
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of it, but I
See,
was
this-
worried that you were gonna fucking clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your audience and lie to them. And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we talked
All right,
about,
here,
you
let's do this.
backtracked on. Maybe
No, he
that's because
hasn't.
You're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're doing a genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
Houthi Luffy.
Not Houthi affiliated.
I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that.
Because that's
I
rewriting
cannot say-
history.
I'm gonna say this
No,
very
no, it's
clearly
not that
to
you cared, it's that
I'm gonna
you
say this
fucking
very
glaze
clearly
over.
to you right now.
I'm gonna make
Hold on,
Houthi Luffy my next
I
username for
believe
something.
What the Houthis are doing in terms of
Oh my
stopping
God.
Israel doing a genocide to implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They are on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right
What have
side?
they
You think
done?
You're supposed to.
Hold on.
You're saying that it's a genocide.
What have they
What
done?
the fuck are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel, like fucking
That's
Bravo.
not true. That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an
It
Israeli.
was partially owned. Is a big multi-conglomerate company that was partially owned by an Israeli.
Yes.
It was
and-
bound for fucking for Turkey
It doesn't
from
matter.
India.
What do you mean?
There
What
was
do you
they
think
kidnapped
BDS is,
5
dude? What do you think
totally
BDS stands for?
unrelated Filipino fucking
You also
prisoners
said
and
it wasn't owned by
kept
an
prisoners
Israeli, by
for
the
a
way, in
year.
your fucking video. Are you gonna take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that
Take
part
what
too?
back? I didn't hear
Wow,
you.
what are we on? 4? 5? How many points have you actually backtracked
I don't know.
on so
What,
far?
I don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an
Partially
Israeli
owned by an Israeli
conglomerate.
guy?
You were wrong.
Partially owned by an Israeli guy?
I don't know.
It's British owned. It's owned by a British
It is an
company.
Israeli
It's
conglomerate
owned by a
that owns
British
the
company.
fucking ship.
So it's owned by a British
You literally
company.
claimed that it was owned by Isle of Man. It was an Isle of Man ship.
It is.
Like you think all of these ships mysteriously are just owned
What,
by that,
Lulu?
and it's not a fucking easy
How
flag.
much of this?
to get.
How much of this? So, if this Jewish or this Israeli guy isn't,
0.5.
if this Israeli
Ugh.
guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How much?
I don't know, and I don't care because I think that
Well, you
even if they got some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
I mean, like, I agree with their.
I'm not even conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that once again that was owned by an Israeli
No,
conglomerate.
it
and you
wasn't.
lied
That's
on
an
your
outright
fucking video.
lie. You're lying. It's not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You're fucking lying. That's an outright pathetic lie. And you're
said
basically
an
running defense
Isle
for
of
terrorist
Man. You said
organization.
the flag
Now,
was
do
on
I
Isle of Man.
I defend what they do? I think what they're doing, their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, you wait, dude. Let's ring up the fucking Al Houthi family real quick.
I'm gonna have to run the stream while I walk the dog.
When you're the poorest country,
well, not hijacking an unaffiliated boat and kidnapping 15 fucking nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping?
I have to watch it, and I have a funny feeling I'm gonna miss the part that I've been waiting on.
You out on. Those people, by the time you had released your context view, those people had.
Oh no, she's quick. It'll probably only take me a minute or two.
I said they were prisoners for a year. I know they were released. It literally happened like the day I was finishing the video. They were held. Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year?
Yeah, they were.
That's what I said. Thank you.
Yeah, they were all hostages.
So how's that help Israel taking a bunch of Filipino fucking unaffiliated sailors hostage for a year?
Deterrence?
Well, how's that deter Israel? Kidnapping fucking.
Do you understand the concept of deterrence? Yes.
How is that a deterrence?
It is a show of force to stop successfully, mind you, to stop other commercial shipping from going through. They literally bankrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board, baby. And like I said, 10 toes down, support that initiative. Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Should they allow their coastline to continue having commerce as though nothing is going on up there in Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine? How do you think the Yemeni population should have responded to the Israeli genocide? Should they have sat back and just let it happen?
Yemeni is not Houthi, by the way.
And also, they can't say, obviously, they fucking can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously, they can't do that either. So
it doesn't. It's what Norman Finkelstein said.
How can people be pro-Palestine in a way that you think is appropriate?
Where your example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping 15 sailors?
Not unaffiliated. It's not unaffiliated. But even if it was unaffiliated, as I've said already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't unaffiliated. You lied about that, and you recognize that you lied about that for the record. Okay. But if it was,
people can look into it.
It wasn't. Even if it.
Why did they didn't even kidnap random people? That's like terrorist shit. Why are they kidnapping random unaffiliated sailors? How are you defending
Ethan,
that?
You know what's
You're defending them kidnapping these unrelated foreign sailors?
You know what's terrorist shit? Israel fucking blowing up a humanitarian aid flotilla. 1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining to you what actual terrorism looks like.
Well, you are defending terrorism.
As of this conversation taking place, Israel last night literally drone strike a fucking humanitarian aid ship that was headed for Gaza off the coastline of Malta. That's real fucking terrorism. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance.
There's the no real Scotsman.
Good. You're right. You're so righteous.
Do
you think that the Filipino hostages who are held there for a year agree that was an awesome, that was an awesome act of resistance? Probably not. Right?
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do? What would you do?
I think. Well, first of all, I think that there's something to be said for stopping the cargo in that strait, but they're doing it insanely fucking stupid. They're stopping unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that good? They're doing it bad.
It's not an unaffiliated ship, by the way. But even then,
you won't explain how it's affiliated. You said it's owned by an Israeli conglomerate. That is an outright lie. Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now. It was not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You said that. It was a lie. Galaxy Leader is a vehicle carrier that was owned by a British company, operated by a company connected. It was connected. It wasn't even. He didn't even own it. It was connected to an Israeli businessman. It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved in.
Yeah, co-owned by Abraham Ungar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's connected.
It's owned by a British company.
You asked me how it's connected. I'm telling you how it's connected.
You're lying.
And now you don't like that connection.
No, you're lying. That's what I don't like.
I'm not lying. The ship info is readily available, Ethan.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Well,
okay,
so
that's
the
point number 5 that you also presented falsely on your context view.
The problem is more the kidnapped sailors. I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailors.
I don't, Ethan.
You are. You ask.
Ethan,
you go.
Ethan.
Have you ever heard of deterrent?
Yeah. Walk with me through this carefully.
Yeah, please.
I asked
please explain to me how it's justifiable to kidnap 15 sailors.
What would you do? Ethan, what would you do? You have a better way to do it, I think. We're gonna figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated, holding them for a year.
There were militancy, resistance, okay, that cut off supply lines, okay, supply lines for the Nazis, or even sometimes supply lines that actually impacted the civilians, okay, impact the civilians. Do you feel like that kind of resistance was unwarranted?
It's completely irrelevant. Why did they hold them for a year?
I don't know.
Okay, because they're terrorists.
What? Because they're terrorists?
Yeah, they're terrorists. They kidnap innocent civilians.
Are they? So
the Filipino guys
the people that are resisting against the Israeli genocide that you call a genocide are actually terrorists because you don't agree with
kidnapping
their
innocents
fucking methods. But you have no way.
Kidnapping innocents.
No alternative. You have no alternative.
That's not true. I said just don't kidnap innocent people.
Nothing else.
It's easy. Just don't kidnap innocent people. They could have done that, right? They could have taken the boat. They could have commandeered the boat and not kidnapped people, right? Oh, is that possible?
Okay, fair. Do you think that that warrants the standard of saying that one of the only groups that is doing militancy against and resisting against Israel's genocide, which they stopped, by the way. They literally stopped when Israel actually followed through on a ceasefire. If they were just, erroneously and randomly fucking trying to claim ships because they're pirates, they want to live the pirate life, then obviously they wouldn't have stopped doing that, don't you think? And they only started their blockade after Israel started starving Gaza again, and then
That's
also
great.
turned
What does
around.
that do with innocent sailors?
Ethan, I don't think you want to go down this route.
I'm ready. What do you
Kidnapping
mean?
innocent people is terrorism. Is Israel terrorist? Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, you could characterize it that way.
Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, it's an army, so it's a different thing. It's like
why is it a different thing? You think the
Well, the
Ansarullah movement
Houthis-
doesn't have a standing army? They have an army.
The Houthis did like a hostile takeover of like a portion of Yemen. They're at odds with the government. It's different. They also own slaves, by the way.
We're going to talk about the Ansarullah movement's history.
I'll say yeah. Israel, the IDF is terrorist. Yes, the IDF is terrorism.
Hold on. Talk to me about how the Ansarullah movement actually came to power without getting any notes from your Discord or anything like that. Explain to me the process in which Ansarullah actually came to power.
I don't know.
What?
I do not know.
Oh, you don't know?
Yeah, you should try
That's really
saying that
interesting
sometimes.
because in your video you also used a lot of Saudi outlets to be like, these guys are actually doing
bro.
slavery.
Give me
and
one.
It turned out that actually
Give me the Saudi outlets.
The videos that you used did not even suggest that it was Ansarullah that was doing slavery in the fucking poorest country on the planet. Okay?
The Houthis have
Literally the poorest
slaves.
country on the
That's not
planet.
even contested.
They weren't the ones who were doing the slavery according to your own fucking video, but you still used it.
The
And you
Houthis
used
have slaves,
Saudi
undisputed.
propaganda papers that at a time when
I just don't
Saudi
understand why
Arabia
you're
was doing
defending
a
the
fucking
Houthis
genocide.
for having slaves and kidnapping innocents. It's just so unnecessary.
What are you talking
Just
about?
acknowledge
dude?
that they do
the
terrible shit.
The Saudi-backed government was the one that was actually doing slavery.
No, well, if they did, then the Houthis also have slaves. That's just a statement of fact.
No, the Houthis don't have shit. Okay, it's
They don't have shit. They don't have
shit.
slaves. They don't even have slaves. They don't even have food. Like, what are you talking about?
That's not the point I'm making. They are the poorest country on the planet that just came out of a
and how's
man-made
that
famine
blockade, by the way,
backed
helping the
Saudi
country?
Arabia
How is
and
the blockade
UAE.
helping the
Why
famine
did
in
you
Yemen?
use-
How's the blockade helping the famine in Yemen?
There is, as far as I understand, there's no longer a famine in Yemen. I'm talking about before, because you talked about how you were a regional expert.
What is
You
blockading
brought
it doing for the
brought up
poorest country on earth?
Ansarullah, and their violent takeover of Yemen. So I was like trying to figure out what you know about this. Maybe you know something that I don't know. So I was trying to pick your brain a little bit.
So explain
on
to
this
me why it
issue, but
matters.
It seems like you don't know shit.
Sure, I don't know about this specific thing. Tell me why it matters.
Why it matters? What their blockade?
Yeah, clearly.
Their blockade is. Their blockade is awesome.
Why it matters how they came to power.
Oh, because you used Saudi newspapers in the time when Saudi Arabia, according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all fucking NGOs, was doing a Western-backed blockade that was killing hundreds of thousands of people. And the headlines that you used in your context cue were from Al Arabiya and numerous other outlets that had their own personal investment in vilifying the Ansarullah movement. Having said that, of course, I also think that there are plenty to criticize about the Ansarullah movement. I don't agree with everything that they're fucking doing, as I've said time and time again, like their banner, right? Their banner says first to Jews, which you also presented in your video. Except, remember when you talked about Norm Finkelstein and how Norm Finkelstein doesn't agree with From the River to the Sea,
You
Palestine
agree with
will be
kidnapping
free?
civilians?
Can we play the clip of Norm Finkelstein talking about the curse the Jews and what he thinks about that? Let's do that. Let's pull up the clip of Norm Finkelstein's thoughts
How is that
Houthis'
relevant?
actions
How's
and
that
the
relevant?
blockade against these.
How is
You
that
used him
relevant?
as a primary source earlier because you thought, he's a reputable guy, which I
he
think I
said
agree.
something that I've said that I've been criticized for. What does that have to
Can
do
you-
with
Dan,
every
can you
other
play
take
this
he's
clip?
taken? It doesn't mean that
Can
I
you play this
support that
clip?
we're aligned with every other take in the world.
Dan, can you play this clip real quick? Sorry, this is 50 seconds.
It's irrelevant.
I passed it along.
It's totally irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant?
Because who gives a fuck what he said about it?
Wait, what do you mean?
You want to talk
used
about?
his-
Here, listen.
You used his perspective on From the River to the Sea to imply that he agrees with you.
He does.
I want to see if you agree with him on this. Just play it.
All right, I'll play it.
Thank you.
So here, I'm going to play it, okay? And then when this is done, let's move on to something I know we both want to talk about. You claim, I'm going to play it. I just want to set this up. You claim that the worst thing I said in the context, puke, is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries, and I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
No,
And by the way,
you're not going to scare us. You're not going to.
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point.
Oh, I can keep going all
I'm
day
sure
if
you can.
want to.
Yeah, I know. I know you go to bed tonight in a cool race car bed, but I have family.
Okay,
kids.
no, that's fine. Why are you thinking about what my bedroom looks like? It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah. No, you're right. You fucking badass fucking sports car bed. It's a meme.
Very odd.
Here it is.
As long as the people in Gaza are subjected to a genocide, we won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II? But is there a case where a totally distant people did that for the people of Gaza? If I were to give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would divide it between three. South African delegation. Number two, those doctors who volunteered to go to Gaza, the Doctors Without Borders and others. One doctor, he was Palestinian. Why don't you leave? Because he had the option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was killed. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the first two examples, I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give the Houthis a peace prize. That's nuts.
Why?
Because what the fuck have they done for peace other than kidnap innocent civilians? What have they done for their own populace? This is, as you said, the poorest country on earth.
That is
what
a
are they
direct
doing for
material.
peace?
The Houthis have.
What does this have to do with the river to the sea?
Material consequences for Israel as it has implemented a genocide.
All right, let's give them a peace prize. Whatever, I don't care. Let's give them a peace prize.
I think they deserve it.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
Yeah. Wait, also,
don't ask the unaffiliated prisoners who were held for a year, though, if they do.
No, I don't. I think you're missing the broader point here. You're missing the forest for the trees.
Right.
Here, I'll give you a great example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm sure they are. Holy shit. Also, Dan, it keeps switching back to me on my end. Sorry.
Let's talk about the issue of the Nakba and stuff.
Okay, hold on. I know you keep saying, oh, it doesn't matter. This is boring. Whenever you come across a
it's
point
irrelevant,
that you have to admit
and you
is
just
wrong.
talk and talk and talk. It makes the video unwatchable.
You said the Houthis are barbaric. They're homophobic. They hate women. All this shit, right? And I'm sure a lot of that is correct. Of course it is. It is the fucking poorest nation on the planet, and all that is known is fucking death and destruction. This doesn't justify having that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly understands, don't you think? Certainly is part of the point, part of the problem. And the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give gays rights would probably be to stop fucking bombing them, as Joe Biden did and as Donald Trump has done.
Yeah, that wasn't my chief criticism. I mean, again, my criticism is that they are kidnapping civilians.
Yeah, I know. You don't like their methods, but you have no alternative method.
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians, dude. It's not rocket science.
Let's get back to the IDF. You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization, but the IDF is a terror organization.
I didn't say that. Wrong.
Through and through.
Wrong. Again, a liar.
Okay, so you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
You believe the IDF
I think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the Al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that says he stands with the Houthis, and I do too, a terrorist over and over again because he has a gun in the second highest gun ownership density per capita, and because he responded to a fucking Instagram comment saying he's a soldier, a dude who doesn't even speak English.
Let's watch this.
You kept claiming that he was a terrorist over and over again.
He is.
His name is Rashid al-Haddad. He is not even a fucking Zaidi Shia. He's not even a part of the Houthi family.
Let's watch the evidence.
His last name would be al-Houthi, not al-Haddad. Okay.
Let's watch the evidence.
This person you looked at a 19-year-old fucking teenager who's a TikToker,
terrorist,
in the poorest country on the planet, who's only known death and destruction, and spent countless fucking hours looking through whatever his social media was to be like, this guy is.
I finally got back during the Houthi argument.
He's fucked up. He lives in goddamn Yemen.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is?
Like
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is? You're saying because he's poor, he hates Jewish people? Let's watch. Ready?
No,
let me show you.
It's not because he's poor that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in fucking Yemen, and in that part of the world, the only thing that people see is the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism.
I'm sure
because
the
the fighter jets that blow up their fucking schools have a Star of David next to them, and when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're fucking forced to go through military trial detention, they get fucking Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide that you called a genocide, is actually being done at the behest of Jews.
That's not true.
Of course, for everyone
Israel
in that
doesn't
side
claim
of the
they're
fucking
doing
world,
it on
when
behest
they
of
say Jew,
Jews.
it's interchangeable with Israel.
The Yemeni didn't do nothing.
Anne Frank?
What?
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, of course, absolutely.
Did Anne?
What?
The genocide by the Saudi
the
government.
only-
Of course I do.
Oh.
I think they're talking to. But my
Anne
point that I
Frank.
was fucking presenting.
Houthi Luffy is like Anne Frank.
She's famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite the fucking Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad. That's why she's inspiring. This guy went on Twitter and said, "Fuck Jewish
would you think
people."
Anne Frank would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out?
If she was like, "I want to kill Germans and hang them,"
and took up arms against the Nazis, would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that, Ethan.
For something that didn't happen.
Anne Frank
If
is
she took up arms arms against the
He's
violent
right
Nazi occupation.
for being a pacifist.
It wouldn't be the same for sure. She's,
it wouldn't be the same.
She's
Why would it
famous
be?
for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite living through a Holocaust. You
yeah.
understand that? That's not what.
If
Let me show you. Let me show you.
Do you think that if
Israel
Anne
isn't,
Frank, do you think that if Anne Frank took up arms against the Nazi occupation,
Israel
you would
isn't
call her a
occupying
bad
Yemen
person?
anyway.
What?
Israel's not occupying Yemen.
Israel isn't. But for every single country in this region, American imperialism is all
You say the
they have
Saudis.
known.
You said this. Why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews?
Hassan's American. Why do they like Hasan?
I thought, oh, you see the Star of David. Of course they hate Jews. What about their? Why does their flag say death to fucking Israel and damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America, death to Israel.
Oh, that's better. There you go. That's better.
Kind of gauche, not acceptable, not
That's
appropriate
nice.
by Western standards. But if you listen to
Or-
Norm has a clip on that too. Norm has a clip on that too. You want to see?
No,
you wanna see it?
let me show you this because you've been
You
going
wanna
on
hear
and on.
Norm Finkelstein explain that?
No, I want to show you this. Okay, you've been talking and talking, talking, talking. Very good. Let's watch this.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto
Hassan,
Uprising, Ethan?
You got to stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto
I'm
Uprising?
going to play this video. Okay. He says, "Ready for sacrifice."
Sure, it says that they want to kill Americans and Jews, and
Here
you know.
singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?" Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution will
Very
carry out
kind
on all
people.
Zionists with the lovely depiction
Or
of a
what
man
did Trump say?
impaled through his asshole
Very fine
out of his
people.
mouth with a pike, or how Hasan likes to say it, pike, for a cut. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support? Israel calls, wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv, the Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the Red Arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. Well, that seems pretty definitive.
Wait, he just said it is.
Why did he say yes? Are you a soldier?
Bro, he doesn't even fucking speak English. You're like, oh, he's a soldier. Wait, even if he is, I'm gonna ask you a question.
Why did he laugh about the fact that he uses it interchangeably, though?
Like Anne Frank, by the way.
If Anne Frank if we had the internet during the time of the Holocaust and Anne Frank posted about this is what we're gonna do to the Nazis, would your analysis of Anne Frank change even a little bit, even an iota?
Yes, of course it would, because she's famous for being a
Hold on.
pacifist, not tweeting out
Hold
death
on.
to Zionists. She's famous.
Did I miss that? Hasan, in real time, whenever he brought up the fact that Zionist and Jew are used interchangeably by this guy as a point, he laughed, right?
I think.
I'm pretty sure he did. He was like, of course it is. And then he laughed. I was like, wait a minute. So you're proving his point.
Famous for seeing the good in
Oops.
people, not fucking tweeting out that
you
we
and I
want
have
to
a
nuke Israel. What
disagreement
do you
on that
mean?
one because I would not give a fuck. I would be loud and proud, going, "Hey, that's what she said. That's what we're gonna do to the Nazis. Fuck yeah, girl."
So after
Get it.
hold on, after watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
Did you not hear what I asked you?
I'm just summarizing.
Yes.
Okay, very
Anne
good.
Frank,
Okay.
Anne Frank died before she could resist. But if she did, I would
He
never
was
hold
fucking
that
killed
against
in a
her.
concentration camp, you
Exactly.
psychopath.
But if she
was
did,
exterminated
but
with
if
her
she
whole
did,
fucking
I would
family. Her
never hold
dad's
that
the only
against
one
her.
that
Would
survived
you?
and recovered
But
her
you
journal.
wouldn't
Are you
hold that
fucking
against her
mad?
either, Ethan? Right? Would you hold that against her? Would you hold that against
I wouldn't
Anne
hold
Frank
it
if
against her, but she wouldn't be the same historical figure that said, despite my family being killed in concentration camp and everyone being murdered, I'm still a pacifist that sees the good in people. What the fuck? What's so confusing about that? Not kill Zionists, not nuke Israel, not a pike through Zionist assholes.
I can't believe we're once again discussing the posts of a dude in Yemen
You
who
really
is
like to do
19
that.
fucking years old.
Well, you
Okay.
said he's not a Houthi. You mean you went on and on and on and on about how he's just some random fucking innocent kid that you platformed and blazed the fuck up, by the way. Which is, by the way, just terrible journalism. Like you have KFC in Yemen? Is that the fucking best question you have for someone who's apparently surviving a genocide in Yemen, who's been with the crew of kidnapped?
Do you like One Piece?
Partied with the
that wasn't even
captains?
correct.
You say, is there KFC in Yemen? Are you fucking kidding me?
All
Just
right,
insane.
here's some clips
But
that
hold
you
on,
haven't
besides
shown.
being wrong, it's
Here's some clips. No,
insanely
we're going clip to
incompetent.
clip. We're going clip for clip.
That's
We're
not
going clip for
important.
clip. Can you please play this?
What's important
On
is
my subreddit.
whether or not he likes One Piece. That's the important part.
Wait a sec. Dan's got to pass it to me. Okay, after this, please, we got to move on to the Nakba thing.
Yeah. Every single victim of Israeli or American violence has to be a
Okay,
pacifist.
do you want me
That
to
is your
watch this? I mean,
perspective.
what the fuck, bro? It's 4 minutes, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like a minute or 2 minutes. Okay?
طبعا جاتني اسئله كثيره ماذا اذا اليهود قرروا ان يعودوا الى اليمن؟ هل نسمح لهم ولا لا ولا؟ طبعا طبيعي يعني احنا اليمنيين متأيدين بالسلام يعني اليمن مسموحه لاي شخص يجي يعيش فيها.
This is like shot like by a fucking like propagandist. What are you talking about? Like he's all fucking dolled up. He's got makeup on. The lighting is perfect. Yeah, he's like, guys, please, we love the Jews. Give me a break. Our problem is not with the
Feeling
Jews,
like a
guys.
big man, buddy, dunking on a fucking 19-year-old living in Yemen. You pick and choose what you think. You pick and choose what you think is appropriate.
Well, what
to
do you
show.
think about all the shit I showed you? Which do you think he believes, this or that?
I think he believes both.
Oh.
This is not.
He both
at
believes the
odds
Jews
with
are our
what you
friends and also we need to murder
the
them all.
problem is,
He believes that Jews are our friends and we need to murder them all. Is that correct?
The
Is that
problem
what you're
is
saying?
No,
he said Jews. He, in the
you
tweet,
conflate
said this is
Judaism
what we're
with
going to do to
Zionism from
Jews.
a Western perspective. For them,
Hasan.
when they talk about Israel, they sometimes reflect
And
it
that's
as
the Jews' fault, right?
But listen to
and you're
me.
blaming
but
the
listen to
victim.
me. Because in that interview that I conducted with him, I asked him about how he felt about Jews, anti-Zionist Jews specifically.
It bothers me that Hasan is considered a geopolitical expert.
I watched it. That's not what he said, though. He said if they
lie.
support Palestine, then I like
Yemen.
them.
He could be
He
dead
didn't.
by
You're
now.
lying. You're just lying. You're lying about what he said. You're lying. I've seen that interview. You're lying. He didn't
Wait,
say
what do you
that. He said if they support Palestine, then that's good. What? That's what he said. It's a fucking materially way different than I love Jews. What the fuck you said?
No, you didn't hear my. You just repeated what
Go
I
ahead.
said.
What'd you say?
I said love, but I think he didn't. I guess he didn't
What
say
did he
love.
say? Hold on
He
a
said
second.
like.
What did you say he said?
I said that I don't care what anyone's background is. I love them. Jew, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter. If you are against Israel, I love them. That's what I said. He has
That's not
no
what you
problem
said.
with Jews who are pro-Palestine.
That's nowhere close to what you said.
Dude.
Well, you realize you were wrong. You got caught in a lie, so you're revising. It's fine. All right, let's move on to the Nakba thing.
Dude, I don't care.
We got to
Dude,
move on,
Ethan,
bro.
Ethan, listen to my words very carefully. If he had told me, okay, I hate all Jews unconditionally, I am an anti-Semitic
tweet that.
person.
He did tweet
okay,
stuff like
The
that.
conversation would go very differently. But
He
even
did
then,
say
I
that.
probably wouldn't be as vicious as
He
you
literally
assume
said that
I
on
would,
social media
or you want me to
continually.
be, because I understand the material conditions and
kill all
what
Jews.
plays a role in people's recognition of the world.
Nobody
what
needs to
their
fear with
upbringing
Jews.
looks
He
like.
said. I'm going to shove my gun and kill Jews.
What? No, he didn't say that.
I'll play it again. You want me to play it again?
Oh God. Okay, dude. You just play the fucking clip then. God damn it. Just
Okay.
play the clip. You just play the fucking clip, Ethan.
Yeah. I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without fucking complaining.
No,
He's always too dolled up.
Well, you want me to watch your clip? I thought, no, we're going to watch my clip.
No, play the fucking clip I sent
By the way,
you.
is this?
Stop
I don't know
being
if this
so
is.
fucking-
I don't know if this music's claimed. By the way, we can.
It doesn't.
It does
fine.
matter,
It's most
unfortunately.
likely
You're
not
on Twitch
fucking
where
claimed.
stealing
Come on.
content is fucking regular, but on YouTube there's standards. Yeah.
Yeah. God forbid someone might copy strike you, and then their lawyers might demand erroneous.
Which you admitted is sometimes warranted. Where's the link?
Mr. Fair Use. Mr. Fair Use.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you know what fair use is? You fucking moron. It's using it fairly. There's a big difference between.
No, I know. Fair use is when you get mad at Redditors criticizing you, so you fucking you get
Of course
your
I care about
high-powered
my
attorney to
monetization
fucking
status.
sue them and make
If
them
what
think about
Ethan
how
said
they
is
have
true, that somebody was
information about
taking
their,
his VODs and putting them behind a paywall, then yeah, that would warrant a lawyer.
This is the most pathetic terrorist propagandist bullshit I have ever seen, and the fact that you actually think this is credible is so hilarious to me.
Dude,
wow. Let's
look,
keep it going.
man.
No, I
It's
love
also
it.
from Hasan's Reddit.
Just keep playing it. Keep playing it.
I'm trying. I don't know where the audio went. Oh, why was it? Sorry, hold on. We're having.
I pulled it back up.
Taylor Lorenz tweeted, "What's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO before Hasan the Hun got the scoop."
Oh, Taylor Lorenz. Oh, that's a credible source.
Well, first of all, Taylor Lorenz is obsessed with you. Okay, of course she would say that. She, by the way, what was the legitimate? Name one question you asked him that represents legitimate journalism.
Okay.
One question.
Great question. What do you feel about?
How do you feel about One Piece?
Anti-Zionist Jews leading many of the anti-Israel protests in the United States of America.
That's your
Do
most
you like
important
Luffy?
journalistic question, which he basically said they're
No,
cool.
you asked me one. I gave you one.
I don't think that. I mean, I find that to be insignificant, especially considering his answer. No follow-up questions. Why don't you ask him if he? Why don't you ask a follow-up question like,
Ethan.
do you not care if they're Zionist Jews? That they're Israeli Jews that support you?
I don't give a fuck if he cares if there's Zionist Jews or not.
What about what? Do you
Israeli
think?
Jews.
Hey, what was the
about?
hard-hitting part about asking if he likes One Piece? Was that hard-hitting journalism?
No, it was called humanizing.
That was called cringe as fuck, glazing, pathetic.
Yeah, because you don't like when a fucking brown person gets a little bit of airspace
Is that
and
right?
they look like a human being.
So you're resorting to
and not
calling me
a fucking
racist now.
barbaric
By the way, this
monster.
dude's white as
Because
fuck. What are you
you're
talking about?
Ethan.
This dude's whiter than I am. What the fuck are you talking about,
let's get
dipshit?
back to the IDF.
Hold on, you
So
accuse
said
me of
the
being
IDF
racist.
be
Are you talking about
declared
this
a
guy?
terrorist organization,
Are you talking about
and
this
your
guy?
wife is a part of the IDF.
Give
Do
me
you
a
think
break,
it's
dude.
appropriate to call your wife a terrorist?
I think you do. No, I don't.
You don't think it's appropriate?
No.
Okay. You have stated time and time again that you believe, to show how pro-Palestine you are, that you believe settlers are valid military targets.
Right.
Who do you think is protecting the settlers who you claim
The
are
IDF
valid
is
military
protecting them.
targets
It's fucking insane.
in the process,
yeah, it's horrible.
in the process
was
of
my
the
wife out there
pogroms that they're
protecting?
doing?
Sorry, was Hila out there protecting settlers?
No, she was doing a night raid, as a matter of fact, and I didn't know any of this until recently. For the record,
She
until
was
a
a
couple
fucking.
months ago.
You're gonna do
She was
the
out there
Raider of
doing
Ramallah
night
snark
raids.
bullshit?
Do
Go
you
on. Yeah,
think-
your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride along to Ramallah for some kind of fucking mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's
She
18 years
described
old, bro.
the
She's a
process
secretary.
of taking someone hostage. You called him it, by the way. That person was a Palestinian living in
Yeah, maybe-
his own fucking home, and your wife
Can they not
went
commit
on
crimes?
a raid to Ramallah, which you have called a terror city.
Yeah, that was an old clip. I don't think Ramallah's a
Is your
terror
wife
city.
a valid military target in that process? Because you've said that settlers are valid military targets. Do you think your wife is a valid military target? Do you think your
She's
wife
not a
is a
West Bank
terrorist, Ethan?
settler. She's not a West Bank settler.
But she's in the
Bad
West Bank.
Empanada
Where's
thinks she
Ramallah,
is.
Ethan?
Bad Empanada thinks she's valid. Your friends over at Second Thought think that she's a valid target.
You
Do
think
you?
she's a valid military target?
Do you think
That's
she's a
my
valid
point,
military
because there's
target?
inconsistencies
Do you
here.
think she's a valid military target?
I do not, as a matter of
Oh,
fact.
how great.
I don't.
Right,
Okay?
can we please move on to this the Nakba thing?
Listen to me.
Hasan,
listen
bro,
to
you're
me.
making this unwatchable.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Okay?
We gotta move on.
How does this make sense in your mind?
Oh, God.
You say Israel is doing genocide.
Oh.
She has participated in the kidnapping of a Palestinian in the West Bank.
You don't know
say
who
you
was
hate the
kidnapped and
West
for
Bank.
what reason.
You
We don't-
say you hate the settlers.
Well, we don't know who was.
Who
First of all,
protects the settlers, Ethan? Your wife did.
Kidnapped. They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did.
Oh,
What if he
so it
fucking
was
stabbed
justifiable.
civilians?
Do you
Doesn't that
understand
happen?
the process in which how people are
I'm sorry.
arrested in the West Bank,
Do
Ethan?
Palestinian terrorists never stab and blow up civilians?
They're placed under military detention. They are not actually placed. They do not go through a civil
Palestinian
court
terrorists
process.
ever
They are
commit
not-
violence on civilians that
they
would
are
warrant them being
not-
arrested?
They
Give me a
are
fucking
not
break.
in the West Bank.
You don't know anything
The
about this
Palestinians that are
person or this
kidnapped
raid.
are in Ramallah, in
Okay.
Palestinian territory. Your wife was an illegal occupier of a terrorist organization. Now, I know
That's
people
not
that
how
have
it's
also
known, but
served
okay.
in the
What
Israeli
you call it.
occupying forces, as a matter of fact. I've relied on breaking the
By the way, her name is
silence,
Hila.
for
I don't know if you
example,
keep doing
in
your
terms of
wife.
my
Why do you do
coverage.
that? Why do you keep referring to her as my wife? It's bizarre.
Okay, Hila, whatever, who
But
cares?
it just belies some
stop
really
focusing on
bizarre
random
thing.
shit.
It's not
Stop
random at all.
focusing on
It says
random
a lot.
shit. Listen to my words.
Bro,
Listen to my
please.
words.
It's so
I have no
exhausting.
issue with someone as long as they have recognized their mistakes, as long as they recognize that that was wrong. What I take issue with is consistently defending Israel. You have also participated in the defense of Israel. It makes no sense. You're inconsistent. You say it's a genocide, but people can't resist militarily. You say it's a genocide, but all the people who are outspoken are vile anti-Semites.
Hila was doing
Who is supposed
hold on.
to be able to resist against this genocide?
Hold the
Do you
phone.
actually think it's a genocide?
Hila was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
Not done it.
There's numerous options.
Yeah.
1, religious exemption. 2, refusing to
Yep.
serve. But even then, I don't have a problem with her being socially conditioned into thinking that this is appropriate. I have a problem with what she's saying now. I have a problem with
What's she
how she
saying now that's
reflects on
wrong?
that and doesn't realize that that was an unjustifiable thing to do.
Okay, well,
Those are
listen,
real
you
human
can talk
beings
to you
that
can
are
talk to
getting
her,
kidnapped.
debate about it. I don't know what you're even referring to. Okay.
What?
I don't even know what the fuck you're referring to. You're just calling my wife a terrorist. Like, what? Give me a break, dude.
No.
She did mandatory.
She has talked
Let me
on
ask
your
you a question,
podcast.
Hassan.
She's talked
please,
on your
you gotta
podcast
let me
about
talk.
how she went on a raid.
You have
She
to
was
let me
bored, she
talk.
had a
The fact
secretary
that you're
job,
just
it's
talking
mandatory
over me
conscription. It
and
was an
being
adventure
louder
for
does not
her.
mean you're right. I promise. Being louder and talking more does not mean you're right. Okay. It's good
volunteered.
to listen to my.
He did
what
go
I
to the
say.
Destiny
She's
School of
talking about
Debate.
mandatory
Is it a lie?
conscription.
Did Hila not volunteer? Did Hila not volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored? In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable. We don't know what that guy did though. We don't know what the
Oh, so
raid
he
was
could
for.
have been a he could have been a
What if he
vicious
killed
terrorist
people?
monster. is
Yeah.
what you're
What if he
saying.
killed people? Of course. If he killed people, of course he would be
Ethan,
worthy of being arrested.
Ethan, is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? It's under occupation. No, I don't think so, but it's under occupation, right?
Okay, so why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe are getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She sat in a car.
It's not complicated.
She sat in a
Ethan.
car,
It's not
didn't even leave
complicated
it,
at all.
and never did it again.
Your wife participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now,
Are you upset if this person killed like a child? Would you be upset if this person they arrested like stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're talking about.
If she were to talk about,
okay, fine. My wife's a terrorist, bro. What the fuck? It's so boring.
No, stop. Listen to my words.
No, my wife is a terrorist.
That is, as many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence. If she talked
Bro,
about the night
I'm
raid that she
trying to find
participated in the I way that
just like
maybe I missed it.
I don't hate only the ones that regret it.
Talk about, I would have no issue with her.
Do you hope she gets PTSD too?
I understand people can change.
I don't condone the raid, but I mean, see, neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
There is no. You don't understand. If she is illegally there, she is not supposed to be there. It doesn't matter. Her and her entire brigade was not supposed to be there.
I don't think she knew what they were doing.
As a matter of fact,
I don't think she knew what they were doing or where they were going.
What she participated in.
I don't think she knew where they were going or what they were doing.
What she participated in.
Okay, she's a terrorist, bro.
Night
Please,
raid.
we got to move on. This is
the
like
reason why. The reason why the Israeli occupying force.
Oh
the reason why the Israeli
God,
occupying force
people
participates in these night raids in the West
You're making
Bank
this unwatchable.
is to create a constant feeling of terror.
Stop talking more does not make you right. Okay. You got to understand
the
that.
reason why the Israeli occupying force
You're repeating yourself.
participates in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror.
We don't condone it. She was 19. She was doing military conscription. She didn't know where they were going or what they were doing. Okay. Thank you. I'm listening, but you just keep repeating yourself. This is what you do.
The reason why
you got to move on.
I know. The reason why I know that. You want to know why I know that?
Do you want this to be unwatchable? Is that what you want?
What?
Do you want this to be unwatchable?
The reason why I know that, Ethan,
I'm take that as a yes.
Breaking the silence veterans who have come out and spoken out against this practice. That's why I know that.
Hasan, you say that Hila could have gone to jail and done a conscientious objection instead of joining the army. Why do you pay taxes?
What?
Why do you pay taxes to the United States government?
This is your big argument, Ethan?
Answer the question.
That I pay taxes and I'm morally culpable? I know. That's why I try to fucking fight against the goddamn government doing
why
this
don't you
shit
stand
every
up
day.
for your why don't you stand up for your principles and go to jail for it?
Because it would not actually stop, okay? It would not actually stop. The reason why I'm saying
what wouldn't stop?
I don't take issue with Hila's fucking actions then, as long as, just like you said, she was just 19 years old. I take issue with the fact that she still defends it on principle.
What did she
says
say?
The Israeli occupying force is not a terror organization. You have a disagreement with him.
Well, I think I can see it from her perspective too, which is like, you know, the problem with you is that everything's black and white.
You can't see it from Rashid al-Haddad's perspective.
Yeah,
and
he's a fucking terrorist who says he wants to kill Jews.
That you said like Anne Frank. That's why you can fucking constantly claim that he is a terrorist.
Oh my God, bro! Please, I want this to be watchable. Okay, let's move on, please. Thank you.
Damn it!
You made your point. Okay.
I'm trying to find the part where he makes fun of his stupid fucking jacket.
Which is, you said in the context.
I thought I'm like accidentally missed
it.
The
worst thing I did. So let me play it, okay? And then we can discuss.
Jews displaced.
I don't think he did. I haven't heard
1948
about a jacket.
Expelled them in massive amounts.
Unless he brings it back up towards the end when they're both fucking ripping each other's throats out.
This was one of the worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke. For the record, it was crazy.
This specific. So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you, okay? So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
You make a comparison between Planned Dalit, which is a planned ethnic cleansing campaign, to one, horrify Palestinians inside of villages that had actually no arms whatsoever because they had specific peace agreements that they've done with Jewish villages.
What was the exaggeration?
By killing them,
no, this isn't a comparison
by massacring them,
what was
and then
fucking hell, bro? You are
letting
incapable
survivors
of answering
tell the tale.
anything.
You asked me a question and I can't even fucking answer it. What are we
Answering
doing?
it. You're not. You're just going on and on.
I am answering it.
What was the exaggeration?
Ethan,
about
sit the fuck
the
down
historical
and listen to the
fact
history
of
lesson. Okay, you're gonna learn a little bit right now. Okay, Deir Yassin is Tantura. These are two very famous massacres that took place. the brigades, the militant brigades, the Zionist brigades that then formed the IDF, including some that personally called themselves terrorists, by the way, Lihi and Irgun, went in and did horrifying mass rape, kidnappings, throwing people in ovens, and then the survivors left to tell the tale. In that process, these brigades would go to each individual city and forcibly ethnically cleanse 750,000 Palestinians. This is known as
what the fuck does that have to do with the Jewish refugees? Answer that question. I know what the Nakba is. I don't deny it.
Do you think that is even remotely comparable to Jewish people leaving sometimes voluntarily and sometimes because their governments had made
deals
with
left voluntarily?
either Israel or France?
900,000 left voluntarily.
Oh.
I don't know the exact number of how many.
This is the part where Hasan tries to use that clip.
I would suspect that
because this was like right when I got home.
I'm going to say did not leave voluntarily, but that is not the case.
Well, you're lying and you're fucking dead wrong. You brought up the fact that I talked about what happened in Iraq. So let me give you a timeline of what happened in Iraq. 1932, they gain independence. 1934, Hebrew is banned. Jews are fired from government positions. 1938, Zionist activity is outlawed. Crimes as trivial as possessing a biblical map of the Holy Land will send you to jail. The Farhud program, inspired by neo-Nazis, Rashid al-Khalini killed 180 Jews. Hundreds were injured. Widespread looting, property damage. 1947, Jews were banned from immigrating because they didn't want them to go strengthen the state of Israel, and they wanted to hold them prisoners against Israel and the West. In 1948, the war begins. Jewish banks were forbidden to transact with foreign countries. Jews were arrested for Zionist activity, for economic crimes. They were fines that were paid to the Ministry of Defense. In 1949, a month after taking office, the British learned that they were planning to expel the Jews from Iraq before they even left. Does this sound like volunteer? Does this sound voluntary? Does that sound voluntary?
Dan, I sent you a clip.
No.
One of the most important scholars
Ah!
on this issue is an Iraqi Jew by the name of Avi Shlaim.
Right here.
Yeah, I love this. Let's listen to him.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Yeah.
Jews were convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war,
He's about to
there was
fucking rake him
mounting
over the
popular
coals.
Hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer named Max Bennett.
Let's grant that what he's saying is true and that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the fucking country?
What?
Thousands of years of civilization that have been there, 2,000 years, just picking up and leaving, almost virtually gone. How does that explain that?
Why is it that the Israeli government benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable? And why do you think that, despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews a right to return,
because they were being
failed on the Israeli front for numerous reasons?
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact for you,
Hasan.
Hasan.
That conclusion.
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact.
I wonder why that happened.
Before
Why
the
does
bombs
Israel
went
is
off,
being established?
Before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
Yes. Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They liked the
great.
idea
So let me hear what
Avi.
Okay, so you're
you like Israel.
Yeah, you're a
What do you
liar.
mean?
You're a disgusting fucking propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Shlaim actually
My
said.
research, I established
Scumbag.
that one bomb was lobbed, one hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and confiscate the properties. And another bomb another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masouda Shem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against the Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The first 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected scholar, Avi Shlaim, you fucking liar.
Hold on.
Yes, you said they left by choice. They left because of Zionism. They left because they were being threatened. Let's hear what your respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right.
Wait,
even
listen.
if all this is true, the main reason for the exodus was not the bombs. It was persecution by the government. And I concede that. It's not part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
By the way, he said, and I'll quote it for you, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about his migration.
It's not the only book he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq. He writes about his time in Israel. He writes about his time in the UK. In 3 Worlds, he writes about his own family, and he describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Ethan,
he said that himself.
Ethan.
He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
My friend, you are failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Shlaim, by the way. And
yeah, because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not. That's
No,
why, because you're a fucking
first of all,
liar.
He absolutely
Contend
does.
with what
but
I said.
Hold on.
No.
let me explain.
Contend with what I'm saying. He said we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Linda, listen.
Explain to me.
Listen, Linda.
I can't wait to bring up Abu Shlaim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't
Let
wait
me
to.
tell you
Now
something.
explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit.
What?
Because Iraq,
There it is.
They left. That arise out of
Crashed out.
It's not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with fucking Israel? You bigot. You are so out of your mind.
And then Iraqis,
dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Iraqi government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a
racist
for why, or a comparison to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
you
that
fucking racist piece of shit?
Thanks, Hasan.
Racist piece of shit.
Do you
think all Arabs have one fucking mind?
Why
Is that what you
the
think?
fuck were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left Iraq in fear. I've never said that there were no
Answer
Iraqi
the question.
Jews that left
You want to
Iraq
call
in
me
fear.
racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to Israel?
Because you're a fucking moron.
That's why they left? They left because I'm a fucking moron? Answer the question. You're going to call me racist, but you won't answer. Why did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous
because of
reasons. Why did the Israeli
anti-Semitism.
government-
They hated Jewish people that had nothing to do with Israel. They were
Oh, shut
forced
the
to
fuck
leave. They
up,
were
dude.
chased
Shut
out.
up.
They lived there for thousands
hated
of
Jewish
years.
people.
They
Yes,
had businesses,
everyone
they had
hated
homes, and they
Jewish
were
people. It's
forced
weird.
and banded
Thousands-
to go to Israel because there's the
Oh,
only fucking place they
man.
could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionists or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism
That
was
has
already
nothing to do
taking
with them,
place
you
in
absolute
British
fucking
Mandate
dumbass.
Palestine, Ethan.
What does that have to do with the Iraqi Jews?
Do you think the Aliyahs were happening initially?
So it was their,
Do you
so
think
you're
the Aliyahs
blaming
were
them? Are you
happening
blaming the
in
Iraqi
one-
Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point? You call me
I'm
racist.
not justifying the racism. I'm not justifying it. You're not
Yes, you
comprehending
are.
my point.
They left
I've never
because
justified
the
that.
Iraq
And I've
turned on
also
them after
openly
1948.
recognized- Ethan,
You're materially
I have
wrong. You're a
openly
liar.
recognized that there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know hard concepts, all Arab,
Yeah.
they all have the same
I
mindset.
know. Let's go
Other
over them,
countries and their
genius.
pan-Arabic nationalist movements as states
Let's
were
go over
being
them.
designed
In Egypt,
mostly by Western
You want to talk
nations.
facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan,
In
you don't
Egypt.
know. You got fucking a chat GPT summary. Let me explain to you
Hasan,
so you
let
can
me-
fucking not look like a dumbass.
Okay, do you want to listen or do you just want to add harm?
No, I want to tell you my perspective.
No, you want
This
to
is
talk.
supposed
That's
to
the
be
problem. You
an
don't want to
admonishment
listen.
of my-
You've talked
You're supposed to
plenty.
be attacking my perspective.
You called me racist, bro.
clarify
Then
my
what you can do is
position
shut the
so you
fuck
can
up and listen to
understand.
me talk, okay? The Iraqi Jews left because they were in fear of anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. The Arabs in Iraq, the Iraqis, turned on them because of what happened in the war in 1948. That had nothing to do with them. So if you want to blame the Jews
It's
for
not
their
just
own anti-Semitism,
1948.
you go
It's
right
not
ahead.
just
But that's racism.
1948.
Now let's talk about
I
Egypt.
also recognize that.
No, you're not. You are absolutely not. In Egypt, 75,000 Jews were displaced. Okay? Following
Ethan,
anti-Jewish
is
riots
Egypt
and bombs in
Palestine?
Egypt.
Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Iraq Palestinians? Why were the Palestinians
It's got
never
nothing to
allowed
do with that.
return?
They were
A
forced
right
to go there
that
by the
every single
Arab
one of these
countries.
countries have offered the Jews that were expelled or left on their own
It's time to listen,
voluntarily.
Hasan.
These are completely separate
Nobody's
countries.
justifying
you
the
are
Nakba.
packaging them together
No,
to
no
make
one is
a
justifying the
horrifying
Nakba. I'm
position.
explaining how it's fucking insanely racist to discredit the plight, the running
No, you're
of
fucking racist because
discrimination.
I don't discredit the plight.
But
I
I'm
think
not.
you're-
I'm not justifying the Nakba. You seem to be justifying why Jews were chased out of their home country.
No, I'm not, Ethan.
Why'd they leave?
I'm not
Why'd they
justifying
leave?
that at all.
Why'd
you
they
think
leave?
that. You think that because you want to drive home a point that
Why
this
did
is
they leave? Their
anti-Semitic.
communities that have
You
been there
are
for
making-
2,000 years, leaving their money, their
You will
businesses,
never
their homes.
understand.
Why did
I
they
don't think
leave?
you'll understand. Do you think Iraq is Palestine? Do you think Egypt is Palestine?
Nobody's
do you
defending
think,
the Nakba.
Do you think that all Arabs are operating on antiquated anti-Semitism? And if your answer is yes, why the fuck did Jews find the Ottoman Empire to be a safe haven for
Where's the
fucking
Ottoman
hundreds
Empire?
of years?
Let's talk
when
about the last
when
100 years.
Christians
That's
in
great. Yeah, the
Western
Ottoman
Europe
Empire was
were-
great for the Jews. Let's talk about the last 100 years. Let's talk about 1948. Anti-Jewish
course,
riots
of course,
broke out
Israel is-
after
of
the
course.
war. Hasan, you need to shut the fuck up and listen, okay? After the
Oh
war,
my God.
after the war, okay, in 1948, there was anti-Jewish riots.
I feel like they're
in
both
Egypt.
screeching, trying to make a
Why was
point,
that?
and neither
Because the
one of them
Jews- the
are
Jews brought it on themselves following the establishment of the Israel.
I never made that inference.
following the same argument.
No, I didn't. I did not make that inference at all.
So they left because Zionism.
No, Ethan, if you were to listen to my words, and I use them very carefully, even though I get
Yes,
heated
careful,
sometimes.
right.
Okay? Egypt, Iraq, Morocco, each of these countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were direct pogroms.
Lie.
Others were
You're a liar.
the colonial.
You are a tangibly, historically
Do you think
proven
that, wait,
liar.
do you think that Jews,
And I feel
just said that some of them were because of pogroms. You're not hearing anything I'm saying. You're so conditioned into saying liars
The amount
that you're
that
undermining
left,
your own point.
The amount that left because of Zionism was minute. They were chased out. They were forced to
Ethan.
become Zionists by their oppressors because they had nowhere else to go. In Egypt, following the establishment of Israel in May 1948.
Ethan, none of these countries
after
are Palestine.
That is
none
an
of these
insanely
countries,
irrelevant
these countries
point. A series of bombs
Dude, you
targeted
can't make
Jewish
a
areas in
comparison
Cairo
between
between
a
June and
planned ethnic
September.
cleansing campaign
They
and
killed
other
70
countries.
Jews,
That's my point.
injured 200. They confiscated Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues were attacked and destroyed. Okay?
Ethan.
In 1956, the Suez Crisis.
One is direct
1956,
violence,
when
direct planned violence and an extermination campaign.
Approximately 25,000 Jews were expelled from Egypt.
Falsely misplaced hostility.
25,000 Jews were expelled
from other countries.
So are you blaming them?
You don't understand.
Are you blaming the Jews for getting?
Are
you blaming the Jews for being expelled from Egypt? 25,000 of them.
No, Ethan.
Okay.
If you listen to my words, you would understand.
So what is it I exaggerated about? 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Because you are making a comparison with different countries
no, I'm not.
versus one singular force that planned an extermination campaign, planned an ethnic cleansing campaign. Other countries and the reaction to it, or other countries and the previous hostility towards Jews have nothing to do with Palestinians. So making this comparison
That's why it's anti-Semitic.
That's
why it's anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but they still got kicked out for being Jewish. That's literally what anti-Semitism.
I don't think you understand.
1,000 Jews in Egypt were arrested and detained without charges. The government seized 500 Jewish-owned businesses and froze bank accounts. Expelled Jews were compelled to sign a declaration donating their property to the Egyptian state and were allowed to take only minimal personal belongings. In Algeria, 130,000 Jews were expelled. Upon the independence,
that's not Palestine. They're not. They're just Arabs.
Again, I feel like they're arguing two separate things.
They were expelled from their homes because of anti-Semitism.
Ethan, you used Egypt
Sorry,
as an
what is
example.
wrong about that?
Yeah.
When the time when Jews were leaving,
They
were
were
literally
Hasan, please, you
controlled
gotta
by
fucking
English
answer a question.
and French.
They
By
were-
English and French
they were
colonial
expelled.
occupations. What are you talking about?
They were expelled because of anti-Semitism. What did I say wrong? Go ahead.
My God.
Go ahead.
Algeria was under French occupation. It is the design where the French occupied Algeria did not squash the attempts of expelling Jews. I'm not saying that there wasn't.
Most Algerians were French citizens and went to France.
That caused Jews to feel unsafe. Ethan.
95% of Algeria's 140,000 Jewish population.
Individual, often, sometimes Western powers and what they allowed in those countries on the Palestinian plight. When you make this comparison, that's what
Is it
I'm saying.
anti-Semitic for
It's
Jewish
like
people to
saying
get kicked out of their
The Armenian
home?
genocide, right? The Turkish, the Ottoman Empire and the forces and the Ottoman genocide that they conducted, a mass extermination campaign, is because other fucking random countries where
No,
Armenians
Iraq
were,
happened after
were also
independence and
getting
as a
equally dispelled, or Turks were getting dispelled in other countries.
The pogrom.
I'll take my food too.
Fucking thing that that's
Result
the way
of
that it
the
was
war,
taught
bro.
in the past. That it was a
By the way,
it
did
was
you
a
say-
necessary voluntary migration.
By the way, did you?
Because
Oh my God, bro! Did you say Anne Frank died before she could resist? I don't know if that was a fever dream.
wait, I'm saying that like, would you have an issue with Anne Frank if she actually was
Sorry,
able to
I just thought it was an insane
resist?
thing to say. I'm not trying to litigate it. In Tripoli,
Wait,
anti-Jewish
why'd you bring
rights
it up?
broke
What's your
out
point?
amid
What's your point?
post-war
What's your point about
unrest.
Anne Frank?
Synagogues
Yes, I
were
did.
burnt.
Okay.
Jewish
What's your point about Anne
institutions
Frank?
were shut down.
What's your point about Anne Frank? Why are you trying to deflect away from what I'm saying here?
No, I just think that statement was insane. The Six-Day
Why was
War
that
backlash.
insane? Whoa,
In
whoa, whoa.
1967, another Israel
My
victory.
question for you was, would you hate on
Jewish
Anne Frank
communities
if
got
she wasn't a
mobbed.
pacifist?
6,000
Would
Jews
you-
were evacuated. Homes were destroyed. Synagogues were burned. In Morocco, 250,000 Jews were expelled. Anti-Jewish riots broke out in 1948. You'll notice all of these most of these pogroms are happening in 1948 as a direct result of the war. The Arabs turned on their Jewish populace out of anti-Semitism. Period. Point blank.
Savages.
June
Move.
7 to 8, 1948. In northeastern Morocco, following the
You have
Declaration of
food.
State of Independence,
I don't have food.
the state of Israel on May 14,
I'm allowed to
1948.
eat too.
Anti-Jewish riots erupted in the town of Jarada. These towns were significant transit points for Moroccan Jews seeking to immigrate. 47 Jews were killed, many were injured. Jewish homes and businesses were looted and destroyed. In 1950, 1960,
Yeah, I don't know why this
1948,
broke
Moroccan
down
Jews
so
faced increased
hard
pressure.
at this
These
point,
factors
where
contributed to
they're like
significant immigration of Jews from
two
Morocco.
separate.
Immigration to Israel was banned in 1959. But before that, 200
Incoherent arguments,
Jews
you know?
immigrated primarily to Israel. Yemen and
if you listen to it, Hasan fell back into his Hasan fell.
Who, if I'll quote him back to you, said we didn't leave because we were Zionists.
Hasan fell back into his deflection via minutia and fucking what's that word? Semantics.
Who said? I'm not defending the Nakba.
Yeah, I don't think he's answered the question.
Do you not understand?
To acknowledge the trauma of both.
Oh, because he's deliberately avoiding it.
You are a radical fucking
Yeah.
propagandist liar. both trauma needs to be acknowledged by both groups. There's two things that need to be true for this ever to be resolved peacefully.
You're right.
Palestinian self-determination and Israelis' right to have secure borders.
Zionism
as long as you ignore that, there will always be war. Palestinians will always die, and you will continue to make money from it. Operation Magic Carpet. Jews were secretly airlifted to Israel due to rising hostility. 50,000
so interesting
50,000 were relocated. In Tunisia, 130,000 after
the PLO did recognize that, and they wanted those countries to actually do a right to return for all Jews. Why did Israel stop that from happening, Ethan? Don't you think that Zionism is the problem here?
Avi Schleim said,
"Oh,
quote,
what happened? They didn't fucking send you that clip? They didn't send you that fucking piece of information?"
Dude,
so the
Avi
PLO,
Schleim,
Yasser Arafat, the people that don't care about Jewish plight, actually did see
the guy who oversaw the second Intifada. What the fuck are you on about?
To be able to go back and do a right to return if they wanted to do so into their nation of origin.
I'm talking about the flights,
and yet
bro.
Israel was the
You
one who
deny
didn't
the
want that to
flight
happen.
of Middle
Why is
Eastern
that the case,
Jews.
Ethan?
No, you deny the flight. You deny the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
I don't deny the flight,
You
Ethan.
absolutely
You
deny the trauma.
You are
No, you deny that they left by. You try to say that they left by choice. That is a gross historical inaccuracy.
No, there are Jews that left by choice.
Yes, some did. Of the 900,000, the vast majority left because they were afraid. Because they were being discriminated against. That is a historical fact. 6-day war aftermath.
Have you ever actually listened to a clip of me talking about this?
What?
Oh my God, you have no idea what my perspective on this is. You're just fucking yelling at nothing.
Well, what are you doing right now? What are you wasting time for, buddy?
Oh my God. This is the reason why you're
I have heard you
shit
talk about it time and time again.
That I don't actually believe.
Bro, you are continually, okay, not acknowledging the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
Oh my
you characterize it like they left.
Have you
by
ever listened?
Yes, I've seen it.
Have you ever listened to anything that's not 30 seconds long?
Bro. That's so ironic that you're saying that as you misquote Avi Schleim, who said he fled because he was afraid and not because of Zion. Here's the clip.
Over and over again. But you're too busy trying to get a gotcha here, so you can fucking farm a clip. But everyone's still gonna think you're a fucking loser, dude. I'm sorry. Just shut up and listen if you want to actually hear my perspective.
I'm shutting up and listening to you.
Okay, thank you. The Iraqi Jews. Because when anti-Semitism increases in the West, Israel sees that as a complementary tool to its Zionist project of bringing either all Jews to Israel or at least make Jews in the Western world that are outside of Israel, Jews in diaspora, support Israel. Because it gives
fun fact.
Additional credence to the argument. It gives additional credence to the argument that no Jew is
one of the people that he's looking at there in this clip.
That is the under.
Yeah.
If you see in Hasan's example here, the person that he's looking at over here on Twitter or on X, Eve Barlow. Eve Barlow is or was Amber Heard's best friend. That was very involved in the Johnny Depp trial.
Oh.
And she's also she's technically a leftist. But yeah, I don't know. It says Zionist in her profile, but I don't know. I don't think that she's a Zionist. So that would be a bad example.
Pinning of the Zionist project.
Yes.
In general.
Why did you not mention the anti-Semitism? You exclusively talk about Zionism being the reason for forcing them out. Why do you deny that they were expelled by force?
I mean, she might be. I could be wrong.
Ethan, if you think that is the entirety of my perspective on this matter,
illuminate me.
You please need to stop talking and listen to the amount of times that I've talked about this.
Bro, just explain yourself.
I'm trying.
I just watched the clip of you being pretty dismissive about the flight. And by the way, you've done it this whole time. You say that Zionism was the main force.
No, I'm dismissive about the aspect that this is beneficial to the Zionist project across the board because Israel wants all Jews to be constantly fucking terrified in any other country that's not Israel so that they can actually go and either support Israel if they're not in Israel or just move to Israel. That is the entire point. That is what Jabotinsky wanted, that is what Herzl wanted, and that is precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu wants as well. So in terms of my explanation, or what I come across as dismissive, is precisely the role that Israel itself played in this process.
Which was minuscule.
Because it was a mutually beneficial relationship.
Minuscule.
Anti-Semitic pogroms.
Minuscule. What you fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity, because the Arab countries turned on them after the war and forced them to go to the only state that they could go to.
It's a necessity for Israel to exist, which is what your position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic. After the War of 1948 and fucking the rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up
Do you deny what I just said?
Wait,
do you deny what I just said?
Wait, say it again. I wasn't listening.
I've been watching
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to the fucking Arabs. The anti-Semitic Arabs.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. What? That's my point. Are you okay?
I rest my case.
Okay.
What?
Well, I mean, you can.
No, you're too fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense you're fucking chirping on. That was my entire
It's
point.
historic.
Thank you.
I mean, it's historical. You don't know anything of what you're talking about. Avi Schleim, once again, because you don't want to contend, you like to use him when it's convenient. He left not because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yeah, fucking Arabs. What was Avi Schleim, by the way?
Yeah, he was an Arab Jew. They didn't see him that way. They kicked his ass out. I'm not saying fucking Arabs. There's a reason for it. There was a rise in Arab nationalism following the 1948 war. They blamed their own Jewish populace for what Israel did. That's anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do.
Right?
Do you think the Iraqi Jews left their 2,000-year-old communities, left their businesses, left their houses because they wanted to go to Israel? Are you fucking mad?
Ethan,
you
remember
deny.
a while back I tweeted and you got really mad when I said that there's a double standard between Islamophobia
There's
and
absolutely
anti-Semitism?
a double standard, and you exhibit it, my friend.
And you're participating in it right now without even
It's
recognizing that you're
historical.
doing so.
I mean, I'm just telling you literally what
it's
happened.
historical racism. All Arabs
They were
are not
racist.
responsible.
Do people never get racist? Do people never be? I'm explaining why. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just explaining why. After the 1948 war, the rise of Arab nationalism created a lot of anti-Semitism, and that's why the vast majority of the Jews, the 900,000 of them, were forced to immigrate. That's a fact. That is a historical fact.
Ethan, you're so. I'm sorry to say this, and I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just pure racism.
How do you know that?
You are.
How do you know that it's not real?
Ethan's talking about racism towards Jews or anti-Semitism, and Hasan is screeching about Arab racism.
Half of them were already still controlled.
Neither of them are going to reach any sort of agreement on this.
Colonial powers like Vichy France.
That was literally just in Tunisia.
The Moroccan expulsion program, and you're using that as a similarity between the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians.
I mean, the details are different, but you're denying. Like, once again, you're still not disproving me. What did I say that is hilariously racist and wrong?
Anti-German racism.
Don't make an analogy. Tell me why I'm wrong.
It's like pointing to anti-German racism.
I don't need an analogy. I need facts from you. Why am I wrong?
It's as though you are pointing to anti-German racism happening during the fucking German conquest.
Tell me a fact, right?
Okay.
That proves that I'm wrong. That the vast majority of Jews fled because of anti-Semitism in the Arab states.
Saying.
Oh, really?
It's not what you're
saying. So I didn't say anything wrong.
I take issue with.
I didn't say anything wrong. I didn't say anything wrong, but I'm racist.
It's the idea that all Arabs are fucking one-minded and not and have something to do with Palestinians in general. Yes, I never said that there wasn't any fucking anti-Arab, anti-Jewish sentiment. That also.
Were the vast majority of Jews, did they leave because of anti-Semitism or Zionism?
The vast majority of Jews,
did they leave?
Regardless of whether or not
Zionism
they left for anti-Semitism or Zionist purposes, is not comparable to the Nakba.
You're not answering. Did they leave
because of anti-Semitism? It is not comparable to the Nakba.
I don't care. That's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm not comparing them. And by the way, they're both.
My wife stole the car and went shopping or something. I don't know.
Because people like you ignore the trauma of the fact that you want to tell the people in Israel to go back to where they came from. This is where they're from. They were forced to go to Israel.
They could right now. They could go tomorrow.
Really? The Iraqi Jews can go back to their home tomorrow. The Egyptian Jews can go back to their homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is insane. You are fucking out of your mind.
Yes, they can.
Okay, how?
How
do the Jews go back to their?
They don't want to, and I understand why they wouldn't want to.
No, they want to.
But yes, they could.
How? How would they go back and reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
Damn it! I lost my drink.
Schemes designed
and by the way, how did they become citizens?
At different points throughout this 76-year-long, drawn-out apartheid structure, there were numerous instances where, yes, there was a right to return offered to Jews and even restitution for the homes that they lost in the process. So, yes, you're wrong. You simply don't know the facts. You are wrong.
You won't say what fact I'm getting wrong.
I just told you.
Did the vast majority of Jews immigrate to Israel following 1948 because of Zionism or because of anti-Semitism?
No. Don't run away
Answer
from this
the
point.
fucking question.
I don't discount anti-Semitism
but
and
answer the question.
the pan-Arabic nationalism that took place in numerous countries.
Answer the question.
I have issues with your comparison. Okay?
Who's comparing? You keep saying
Fat
that. I'm not
dogs.
talking about the Nakba. I'm talking about your unwillingness to recognize Jewish plight.
And you brought it up deliberately to say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians
I think that's
were.
an interesting fact that you clearly don't fucking ever want to mention because it really messes up your beautiful little narrative.
Why did you bring that fact up right after you talked about the 1948 war?
Because the point is that two people were traumatized.
I think that
there was
two
people that were traumatized. There was two people that were displaced unfairly. It was the Palestinians and it was the Middle Eastern Jews. They both have trauma. You failed to acknowledge one group. You shit on the other one. I, unlike you, acknowledge both groups. I acknowledge both groups.
You're all lives mattering the Nakba.
What? That isn't.
That's what you're doing. And you're also attributing.
How am I doing that?
I don't think that's what he's doing.
Random in different countries.
At the same time, following 1948, pan-Arab nationalism. You said that yourself. These 5 Arab countries were defeated in 1948, and they turned super fucking anti-Semitic as a result. They became ultra-nationalist Arabs. It became popular. As Israel declared independence, they said, "Fuck no, we don't want this country here." And yeah, they all became anti-Semitic. That's a historical fact that you
also
deny.
failed to recognize that Iraqi Jews have been allowed to return to Iraq, and there have been numerous instances where Jews were given an opportunity to return if they wanted to.
How many Jews live in Iraq?
What?
How many
I don't know.
Jewish
I think
people?
0 right now, but they can.
How many Jews live in the Middle East outside of Israel?
Why would it?
Virtually none. Where'd they go? If it was so fucking great for
them. Why would Iraqi Jews not want to go to Iraq, you think, right now?
0 Jews. Virtually 0 Jews live outside of Israel in the Middle East. Why is that? You don't think that none of them wanted to fucking stay at home?
I don't know. Maybe because there was a religious ethno-supremacist state that was backed by a lot of Western states as a direct destabilizer in the fucking region, with mass migration happening, especially, of course, mass migration happening, and then in the aftermath of the Holocaust with a shit ton more refugees coming in, was a much more viable state for them.
Here's the problem.
They're never going to reach a middle ground on this.
Is partially a consequence of the other countries and the hostility they felt towards
the Arabs.
I mean, they're on both sides of the ideological spectrum on this discussion,
that's what the Arabs did,
or at least in regards to the Nakba.
I know, and I don't think it's appropriate.
And so why are you blaming the Zionists and not the fucking Arabs for being racist? Why do you deny the Jewish trauma? Why do you deny the 900,000 traumatized Jews that were forced, including, by the way, what you keep ignoring, Avi Schleim. Avi Schleim said we didn't leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid. Are you hearing that?
Ethan, do you believe the English for the Holocaust?
No.
Who did the Holocaust, Ethan?
Just fucking make your point. I'm not playing this silly game.
Come on, who did the Holocaust? Just say it.
Make your point, dude. I'm not a fucking...
Why not? I'm asking you a question. It's a super simple question.
Avi Schleim said we left Iraq because...
I asked you who was responsible for the Holocaust.
Why would I answer such a stupid rhetorical question? Just make your point.
What, you know the answer to this, right? Like, come on, what are you looking at on your fucking computer? Like, which country is responsible for the Holocaust?
Anytime you want to make your point. I would appreciate if you...
What is happening? Dude. When you already, okay, whatever. You said
I would appreciate if you would just listen to one thing I was saying.
You already said that it wasn't the English, right? It's not the responsibility of the British that the Holocaust happened, right? You understand that. You recognize that, right?
Well, I would say the nation most directly guilty for the Holocaust was probably Nazi Germany.
Okay. Did you just read that from your laptop?
No, I'm eloquent, unlike your dumbass.
I mean, yes, it is. Okay. Notice how you don't actually put every single fucking country. There was plenty of anti-Semitism in England too. Notice how you don't fucking say all of Europe is responsible for the Holocaust.
Concentration camps in the
but you
UK?
say all Arabs.
Okay.
The point is,
there's no Jews in the Middle East. None. Can you listen to one thing? I have one thing important to say that I really want you just to listen to. Okay. Avi Schleim said they did not leave Iraq because they were Zionists.
I mean, he's not wrong. I mean, what? Most of the Arab nations around there
his family's trauma.
Don't like Israel.
Blaming his
so.
family's trauma.
No. Talk to him about this.
Sure. I mean, he's going to agree with me. I read it from his fucking book.
If you're so confident in all of this, okay, that would be great.
I met some Egyptians that kind of had a neutral opinion on Israel. But they weren't Muslim. They were Coptic.
It's getting late, so I just want to make.
I was gonna say they're not.
Which is that always remember.
They're probably not the norm, you know. Probably some outliers for sure.
Bitch-made coward like yourself who needs someone to hold.
Yeah, they had like lots of criticisms about the leadership, but Israel itself, they didn't have really any criticism.
With zero hesitation. But you know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit that I say and justify it. You lie. That's why you can't do it, because you'll get caught in those lies.
Our endeavor made you look good, then congratulations.
You don't think it was good that you don't think that it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately live?
Ethan, it took you 4 months to actually entertain the notion of having a conversation with me. I don't give a fuck about watching YouTube videos. I don't know why you think that I'm.
That's a lie.
Videos on your channel.
Ethan kept saying, "I'll talk to you right now," and Hasan kept ducking.
Actually discuss who's the coward.
I hate videos, dumbass.
Hasan was scared that Ethan was going to bring on Destiny.
Watch hate videos or whatever. You were the one who's doing it.
And that he was going to get banned on Twitch or something.
Well, thank you for backtracking on at least 7 points. Maybe we should go through the context view one more time so we can
if you want to watch it,
continue this conversation later. Okay.
Listen, if you want to watch it, I'll hold your hand
through all the other dumb shit that you said in it. It's not because I'm afraid. It's because you were crying.
No, it is definitely because you're afraid. Why is it you didn't? Why is it you love Ban Up and on it, but when he makes a video criticizing you, you say I'm not watching that?
Because I think it's. You want to know why? Because I think it's fucking unproductive to
watch
literally-
criticism of me, you fucking coward. What are you saying?
Because you're fucking presenting yourself and developing an audience that is literally, without even realizing it, because they are only drama obsessed, without realizing it, they're literally positioning themselves to be pro-Israel, to repeat pro-Israel talking points. Yes, that is the only reason why I started talking about you, because you went on a fucking deplatforming campaign.
Why did you not watch Bad Empanadas video about you? You watch all of it?
You did 110 Instagram stories on me, Ethan, since January 31st, 2025.
24 hours, bro.
You didn't even recognize
you need to
now they're getting back into the personal attacks.
24 hours of nonstop content, bro.
Ethan,
24 hours in the last 2 months.
Just on your own personal.
I know a statement that would piss both of them off and make them want to strangle me.
2025.
I'm sure you do.
It was so insane. You don't believe it.
Even if that's
I do not doubt that for a second.
You talk
and nothing racist.
A day.
It's just my honest view of that conflict.
Does that sound fucking reasonable?
After you presented yourself as a fucking significant.
It's probably the same view my coworker has, and I don't think I could say it on YouTube.
It makes an Instagram story.
That's why.
Well, no, mine is when you have two groups of people who have been wanting to kill each other for hundreds of years, they're going to find a reason and a way to do so.
True.
You only talked about me, and that's what happened. Right?
True.
It's not a separate war room.
Your fans were fucking going, Ethan. We get it.
My fans are fine, bro. Don't worry about my fans.
The entire time you frame this as though it's petty fucking drama.
Congo.
It's not petty drama. You are deeply anti-Semitic, hateful, fucking propagandist liar.
And it only took you now to fucking openly say 10 toes down that it is a genocide, but also
I've said
you don't want anyone
I've
to
said that
fucking resist
consistently
against
for
it.
years, liar.
Ethan, you don't want anyone to resist against genocide. It is a fucking untenable position.
What do you mean kidnapping
civilians?
You're so pathetic, bro. Please.
And you constantly keep smearing me as a fucking anti-Semite at a time when
today.
the Trump administration, at a time when the Trump administration is blackbagging people.
Yeah, that's bad happening. Don't call me out. That's bad happening. Don't call me out. That's what you're doing.
Dude, how do you not understand that you are playing a formative role when you don't talk about Mahmoud Khalil?
Just remember, everybody watching.
When you don't talk about the mass starvation of Gaza.
By the way, I advocated for Kamala to get elected.
Oh, he's doing the "you're not using your platform correctly"
vote for Kamala.
argument.
Yep.
No, seriously. What'd you do?
Ethan,
did you?
Congratulations.
Do you think Kamala and Trump would have been equally bad?
I won't change anything from Joe Biden's policies, Harris.
This part's funny. I saw this part.
The DNC, but I actually offered some pretty fucking valuable criticism to the Democratic Party that they didn't listen to.
He did get kicked out of the DNC.
Criticism, they lost. Why have you lied about
So did David Hogg.
For Jill Stein, by the way? Can we
talk
about that?
I don't know.
Why the fuck do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
Who did you vote for?
Countless hours shitting on Jill Stein.
I said I think you did.
Not to vote for Trump. I've said that Donald Trump is significantly worse than Kamala Harris. And I've also, on top of that, called Jill Stein a grifter over and over and over again. But for some weird reason, despite the fact that I voted live, mind you,
and you didn't say who for.
Audience, and you kept lying to your audience.
I said
and you kept making it seem as though I didn't even fucking vote or I urged people not to vote. There's never been a moment where I said do not vote.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
No, I got no problem, but I think there's people in your audience.
He got him to admit that he voted for Kamala. He was shitting all over Kamala and saying not to vote for her, but he voted for her.
Oh, you don't give a fuck, dude. It doesn't matter who I vote for anyway. You're out of your fucking mind. I've literally...
He got him so triggered. He got him to admit it.
And now Trump's president.
You want to know why? Because you want to know why?
Trump's building the Riviera in Gaza Strip, and guess what? You fucking love that shit because you get to keep making content about it, and you get to keep making videos, and you guarantee there will never be peace there because you won't acknowledge the trauma of both sides. Two things must always be true,
How much
Hasan.
content have you made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the fuck are you talking about? And you have to apologize because you're an embarrassing figure.
You can't fathom.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
You can't fathom that somebody says something wrong and come back and correct it.
And all of the producers or all the people that are giving you fucking talking points is not going to make you come across as smart in this process. Please, for your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. You are basically brain breaking a shit ton of people into idiotic positions. You clearly
as opposed to Hasan's
for Donald Trump, considering your allegiance with people who have literally directly
horrifyingly far left.
Who's my allegiance to?
What do you mean? You have
audience.
Hasan's having a fucking breakdown right now.
Yeah.
Did you watch my interview with him? You fucking dipshit. That our entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad. You are insanely incompetent.
Going out, you're playing poker with people who fucking voted
for
Trump.
He crashes the fuck out.
Not actually Trump
the rest of this.
Shitting on Steiny. You're just a liar.
Asmongold has been a valuable figure shitting on me this entire time, and that's the only reason why you act like
he's still mad at Asmongold.
You will take help from anyone and everyone.
And this
no
and
matter
it's all
what their
written by
background
Destiny,
is.
right?
You claim to care.
He's mad that Asmongold overtook him as a political streamer, top political streamer.
The reason why you're hyping up that tape is because you don't give a fuck. All you care about is
That's
petty
funny.
drama. This is your only content. Stop doing petty drama content. Shut the fuck up about politics and get back to goofs and
Now let's watch. Now let's watch Moist Critical do that.
behaved in this way, but you don't want to do
Yeah.
that. It's become a fucking personal agenda for you that people don't like you. It's anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you
It's
because you know what the
hallucinations.
fuck you're talking about, and you have to be babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why people don't like it. That's
Very
it.
good. Very good. Now, why don't you watch Bad and Panona's videos about you?
I already because he's pro-Palestine, and I don't give a fuck about.
You just let him crash the fuck out.
Oh, you're
and I
such
don't
a
care
coward,
about the
Hasan.
difference in methods that we have.
All right, very good. I'm
Because
out of my
there's no
depth. I
reason
shouldn't
to
talk
divide
about
the movement. And if you were pro-Palestine, I
Despite
would
you-
never talk about you either. That's the real reason.
Uh-oh. Can you please contend with the Avi Schleim quote that they left not because of Zionism, but because of they were afraid?
Dude, come on. Enough. You have Avi Schleim on the show. Talk to him about it, okay?
Okay, sure,
Maybe
yeah.
it'll go
You-
down exactly like you thought with Sam Cedar.
How did it go with Sam Cedar? I think if anything, Sam kind of embarrassed himself. I genuinely.
No, that's
do. I
the
hate to
general
say it 'cause I like
consensus
to-
outside of Hasan's orbit.
When he has like a
Did I
little
button?
oopsie moment,
Did I button?
is actually the one who's talking about Sam Cedar embarrassing
Did I
himself.
button
He
during
did.
that debate?
He lowered himself to talk to you man to man and
Which,
try to
that's what you
explain to you what was
wanted.
going on.
That's what you asked for. Why would you want to lower his
To be
status?
private, Ethan. I
Why
wanted
would
the
you
conversation to be
lower his
private because I
status?
thought you could be convinced. I didn't realize you were this fucking drama obsessed.
Drama obsessed. We had an argument about fucking South Africa apartheid. What's drama about that?
What?
You're fucking dude. Listen,
I can't
enjoy.
hear what you said. What did you
Look,
say?
I don't like Hasan,
Just remember.
but Sam Cedar is batshit.
Yes,
So
Nelson Mandela was actually peaceful because you're gonna clip ship the fucking shit that Loner Box told you.
Why
and
was
then
it-
you're gonna
what?
say the
Dude,
violent things that
Hasan.
the ANC did were in the truth and
How many-
and why he's bringing up Loner Box is weird
How many
because
civilians died in 20 years?
Loner Box
during the
has
ANC?
nothing to do with any of this.
200, I think.
Less than
or
100.
1,000?
How many people did Hamas kill on one day? Nelson Mandela, which I'll
Are
read
you
you a quote
comparing-
from his trial. I'll read
Are
you a
you
quote.
comparing the apartheid structure in South Africa to 76 years of colonial occupation?
Don't you do that all the time?
No, the
call it
numbers
apartheid
are
all the
larger,
time.
and the militancy has gotten far more radical as a direct consequence of Israel becoming far more radical. Because, as I told you, and you seemingly understood when we first had this conversation after October 7, that the maintenance of an apartheid is an inherently violent endeavor. And as a matter of fact, the resistance to said apartheid is only going to get worse and worse as time moves on. This is precisely the reason
You're
why the
not
first
talking
intifada
about
was,
what I'm
was fought
talking
with
about.
stones,
You're just bringing
little
random
children
shit
throwing
up,
rocks,
bro.
and the second intifada in the aftermath of horrific acts of terror
Let me
against
read you.
Palestinians who were at a mosque praying.
I
The
actually have
second intifada,
facts.
as a matter of
I
fact,
have
was
a
fought with
historical
bombs.
quote. I'm not just grandstanding. Mandela, from his trial in 1960, said, and I quote, there were 4 forms of violence that were possible. One was sabotage, one was guerrilla warfare, one was terrorism, and then there was open revolution. We chose to adopt the first method as it exhausted it before taking any other decision. In light of our political background, the choice was a logical one. Sabotage did not involve loss of life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept minimum, and if a policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. This is what we felt at the time, and this is what we said in our manifesto. We have always sought to achieve liberation without bloodshed and civil clash. We hope, even at this late hour, that our first actions will awaken everyone to the realization that the disastrous situation which the nationalist policy is leading. We hope that we will bring the government and its supporters to their senses before it's too late, so that both the government and its policies can be changed before matters reach the desperate state of war.
Notice how the end part of that is getting ready for rebellion.
Did they?
I feel like with
Did
given
they?
the yeah, because
No,
the
they didn't.
apartheid structure dissolved as a direct consequence of pressure campaigns and also militancy, which Nelson Mandela.
I didn't hear this part. I didn't even know that they started screeching about South America and apartheid. South America, South Africa.
On principle, he said, "I will not remain in jail because a prisoner can't negotiate. A prisoner can't decide."
that was the
He
first
said
time.
no
And in both
both times. He
circumstances-
refused
in
on
both
principle.
circumstances-
Less than
in both
100 people
circumstances-
died during the 20-year period. They never. Anyone that attacked civilians, they were disavowed. The ANC repeatedly apologized and disavowed violence against civilians.
When did they do that?
Less than 100 civilians died.
When did they do
Hamas
that?
killed 1,000 civilians on
When
one
did they do
fucking
that?
day.
1,000 civilians.
Yeah.
The poor civilian Israeli soldiers that died
No,
in their military bases.
No, there was like,
civilians.
bro, you're so dumb. 300.
What do you mean I'm so dumb?
Okay,
These
how many
numbers
civilians
matter.
died? How many civilians died?
I believe the total number of casualties in October 7 was 1,200,
Yeah.
with 800 being civilians, which is completely
Oh my
unacceptable,
God,
mind
I'm
you,
off
and
by
400 being
100. I
military
was
members.
off by 100. Oh my God, dude, I can't believe the historical inaccuracies.
Well, you
You're
just
an
made a
idiot.
big. You're the one who's bringing up numbers here, Ethan. And yes,
I
I
was
do think it's
virtually
important to
correct.
recognize something here that you are seemingly failing to recognize. Nelson Mandela was thrown in prison because he went and trained with the FLN in Algeria. The reason why he stayed in fucking prison was because he refused to disavow violence.
Yeah.
Because he understood that as long as
Sabotage is
peaceful
violence.
revolution
I didn't say
is
he's a pacifist.
impossible,
I never said
that
he's a
violent
pacifist.
revolution is inevitable.
Yeah, and I never said he's a
revolution
pacifist.
They did do.
You know what's funny?
In terms of the death and destruction on the apartheid structure, by the
Was
way,
Nelson
it is
Mandela a
incomprehensible
Zionist?
to compare that to Israel's violence against the Palestinians.
Was Nelson
what Israel has done to the
Mandela a
Palestinians is
Zionist?
far worse. And by the way, that's not my assessment. What Israel has done to the Palestinians for the past 76 years is...
Was Nelson Mandela a Zionist?
That is not my assessment, by the way. That is the assessment of Mandela. And for all the, for all of the moments that he was
Do you
able
think
to
Mandela
fucking see.
said what's happening is worse than what we went through? That's bullshit. Why would he say that? That's on your liar.
Why would he say that? Because it's true, Ethan.
Okay.
That's why.
Is Nelson Mandela a Zionist?
Yes, Nelson Mandela. Are you going to say in 1999 he said Israel has a legal right to exist?
More
in
than
that
that.
same
He said
speech
more
that you're
than
going to fucking clip chimp.
Remember that you called this guy a neo-Nazi, not fit to be a dog catcher. That's what you
Who?
said about
What?
Nelson Mandela.
Wait, whoa, you're jumping off like a million different points.
The right of Israel to exist as
Oh,
a state.
man.
We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders.
You disagree with that statement?
Does Israel has a right to exist? Not in the way that it currently does.
Within secure borders.
Ethan, hold on.
Howard.
Do you know what he says after that clip?
Yeah, that he also thinks that Palestinians also need to be acknowledged. Which, by the way, is my fucking point.
No, not that.
Palestinian
Not
liberation
that.
and Israeli borders are two
Ethan,
sides of the same coin.
Ethan, he didn't just say Palestinians also need to be
What'd he
acknowledged.
say?
He says that if peaceful means of coexistence is impossible, then violence is inevitable, Ethan. Why did you clip that out of the fucking clip chimp
Because
that
it's
you posted,
irrelevant.
Ethan?
Did you saying I clip chimp Nelson Mandela?
Yes, you literally did. You cut him out of context.
No, I
Because
didn't. He's
of
a
your fucking
Zionist. What do you
purpose.
mean? He's talking
Yes,
philosophically. He's talking
You just
philosophically.
did. You think it's irrelevant? We're having a conversation.
He's not talking philosophically. They've been fighting each other forever.
Believes in violence.
Sabotage-
Whether or not he
oh,
actually
God.
believes in violence. You have said time and time again that he was a peaceful dove. He's never actually done
No,
any
I
violence
literally
whatsoever.
didn't.
There are numerous instances on stream.
Inevitability, a philosophical warning, is not an endorsement. He was speaking as a warning to them, which was apt.
Brother, that is insane.
What?
Nelson Mandela was literally on a terror watch list since 2008.
Who gives a fuck?
What do you mean who gives a fuck? You like to use the terrorism watches when you talk about the Houthis, or you like to use the terrorist watches when you talk about Hezbollah
I mean, I gave
and
you
Hamas.
specific examples of why those organizations are bad.
Who do you think that was Who do you think the philosophical point that he was making? The guy who was in prison for violent resistance, by the way, who trained
Violent resistance? You mean sabotage?
ready for rebellion,
Sabotage.
by the way.
Sabotage
Who
and
do
give
you
government
think that was a warning to?
infrastructure.
Do you think that was a warning to Palestinians, or do you think that was a warning to
The fact that
Israel?
you are
because
so
that
willing-
same Nelson Mandela has time and time again also repeated that no one is free until Palestine is free. That same Nelson Mandela that you're trying to fucking use in this situation has said that this is a united
Oh, God.
that Israel's actions against the Palestinians are abhorrent, that it is akin to what they have experienced in apartheid South Africa, if not worse. So the idea that you can make this comparison
I want
because you think
Palestine to be
it suits your
free, my
fucking
friend.
argument is so stupid.
no, I
and
want-
the only way you can do that is by cutting it out of context.
No, I just explained why. Dude, I want Palestine to be free. But you know what? I don't think Hamas is furthering that goal. I think Hamas is counterproductive. They're making it worse. They're causing it to be inevitable. You refuse
why are they making it
you
worse?
refuse to criticize them, which is pathetic. Unlike
Why are they
me,
making it
I'm
worse,
willing to
Ethan?
criticize
Why are
the
they making
Israeli
it
government.
worse?
I'm
Why are
willing
they
to come to
making it
terms with the cruel reality.
He's
But
right.
Hamas,
Walk through it. Why are they
Neither
making it worse?
Hasan nor his orbiters have ever said Hamas bad.
What was the fucking objective there on October 7th, genius?
Kidnapping, which by the way,
They're literally incapable of doing so.
But
Yeah, they can't.
Israeli soldiers, Israeli
They can't
civilians
say it.
to make to
And what
draw
part about
out
that was
concessions.
slaughtering?
Hassan definitely can't say it. He'll get eaten alive.
I
goal
don't
was to
agree
kill
with the
civilians.
tactics. You know this already. We're not relitigating this over and over again.
I'm just
After
saying, Hamas is a
17
bunch
years,
of fucking-
17 months of fucking genocide. Okay. What do you think? What do you think?
One day you're going to watch a video response I make. One day.
Probably not. When you apologize for all the fucking harm that you've done.
Apologize?
Oh my God.
Listen.
I have the rest of the clip that you clipped, Chip, by the way, if you want to hear.
That is the biggest, and I said this, that's the biggest pot kettle
What he said, I don't care.
situation I've ever
He
heard.
was actually.
As soon as you apologize for all the harm that you have
When did I
done.
say that? When the fuck did I say that, you liar?
You've said it on numerous occasions, as opposed
Lie.
to you said that on numerous
I
occasions
said
before
he
someone
used
told you, no,
violent-
actually, here's a better way to
You are
massage
a
that
liar.
narrative.
I said he uses violent means such as sabotage. He didn't kill civilians. That's
Ethan?
what I said.
Will you stop talking if I show you numerous instances where you have said Nelson Mandela was peaceful?
I'm not going to. You get those together, okay?
I mean, there's.
You're gonna do great. You're gonna do great. Yeah, go ahead.
Ethan,
and
you literally said he was a pacifist.
I literally never said Nelson Mandela was a pacifist.
Ethan,
that is an insane lie.
You said it to Sam Cedar 2 days ago.
So you gotta watch that back because you're once again a liar. You have no problem lying. You have no problem saying that I work with the ADL without any evidence. You fucking have no problem discrediting the suffering of Jewish refugees.
Nelson Mandela is a pacifist.
Okay, well, prove it.
And the full quote, by the way, of Nelson Mandela is from when he visited Gaza in 1999 that I was referring to. Choose peace rather than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence. Yeah. Does that sound like a pacifist to you?
I meant that he didn't kill civilians. His approach is vastly different than what Hamas is doing.
Do you think Nelson Mandela would like what the Houthis are doing?
I don't know. Let's fucking dig him out of his grave and ask him.
That's kind of weird because, I mean, you said he was doing peaceful means of resistance.
Do I think Nelson Mandela would be in favor of kidnapping 10 civilians? No, of course not.
Yes, he would. 100%.
All right, well, while you're busy putting words in a dead man's mouth.
100% he would. What are you talking about? Nelson Mandela bombed the fucking church and shit. What are you talking about? Not Nelson Mandela directly in prison, but
fuck with civilians, bro. That was his thing. He wanted to be as peaceful as possible because he knew that if he killed and targeted civilians, it would make reunification impossible.
You're right.
That's
Israel's doing it genocide because Palestinians are not resisting
Less than
in the
100
appropriate ways.
civilians died in 20 years period. I mean, what do you want more than that? Hamas killed 1,000 or 900. So sorry.
800.
But also, I am so 800. You're right. You know what?
Well,
That's better.
It's seemingly you're the one who's bringing up numbers. Now, what you again fail to recognize.
No, don't watch this on. You'll get brainwashed. Of course, no, Kitty.
And not only that, but
don't do it.
The resistance against apartheid South Africa included military resistance on top of that. But that's not even my point here. Okay.
Huh?
My point is that the apartheid in South Africa and the resistance against
can't radicalize my cat.
Period, with far less casualties on the South African side as opposed to Israel's complete ethnic cleansing campaign that is that has started now, but even before its ethnic cleansing campaign.
Then don't compare Hamas to Nelson Mandela.
Because the situation
on a positive note, my headache I woke up with has gone away.
Israel would have probably killed Nelson Mandela if they had the opportunity to do so.
I'm sure they would have.
We're almost
bad that ever happened.
We're almost through it.
Wait, do you know why I said that?
I think there's like 15 minutes left.
No, don't look at your laptop. Do you know why I said that?
Let me guess. You, I don't. Oh, tell me.
No, go ahead. Just throw up a guess.
All right, listen. It's 5 o'clock. I'm not doing this. Okay.
You
can tell me or you cannot. You want to? I'll stand here if you want to tell me, but I'm not going to sit here and play rhetorical games.
Israel was aligned with South Africa, the apartheid government.
Yeah, I know. They made nuclear bombs with them. It's horrible.
Yeah.
What's that have to do with anything? Fuckhead.
Yeah.
When did I defend that?
Well, they're both apartheids, so.
Yeah. And when did I deny that? All right, listen. It's 5 o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking cool ass race car bed to sleep in. And
okay, man. Thank you.
I love that.
He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please. He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying him.
Well, I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Come on. Okay. All right.
You want to target the crew more? You want to drum up her
crew? For my coworkers, I have a tremendous amount of respect for the crew.
Hey,
they
Bad Empanada called AB a house slave.
What?
Bad Empanada called AB a house slave.
Yeah, he's wrong. What the fuck do you want?
Okay, well, you watch his videos a lot.
Why are you bringing up Bad Empanada? Do you think I agree with everything he says? No, of course not.
You endorse him.
Ethan,
I've
endorsed his
YouTube video
essays that I agree with, that I think are very well thought out.
All right,
I don't endorse
stop being a coward and watch some fair criticism.
Overall.
Please stop being a coward and just watch some criticism. It will prove that you are not afraid.
This was pretty good. This was pretty productive. You know, having this conversation, having this back and forth. Don't you think?
I actually do. I think you exposed yourself deeply a few times here, and I think we'll have to wait and see, obviously, how this pans out. But I do think it was productive to show just kind of the blatant, overt, anti-Semitism.
Maybe I will watch the Context Puke.
Yes, please, and then we can talk about it.
Maybe I will watch the Context Puke live, as a matter of fact,
please
not in a cowardly way. I like that this is what it's come to, where having a face-to-face conversation is less. Is somehow less fucking is more cowardly than like actually watching a YouTube video that you made.
It is
dude. What's cowardly is you fucking constantly crying and refusing to actually look for context and putting together putting together shit that you saw on.
That's rich coming from Hasan.
Watch it and show how out of context it was. I'd love it.
Maybe I'll actually do that to fundraise for the charities that you are actively targeting by trying to undermine and celebrate with Creator Clash 3, which is.
Fuck iDubbbz, fuck Anissa, fuck Creator Clash.
I know, you fucking hate everybody that has even lightly fucking criticized you or stayed out of.
Are you surprised that I didn't like Ian's video?
What? No, dude.
Dude, if you want to own me, listen, Hasan. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's fantastic.
You're gloating that a fucking charity event is actually like you're trying to undermine a charity.
Oh
event.
my god!
To give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund.
Yeah. Bring up Creator Clash 2 and how well that went.
I mean, what happened last year? How much money did they make?
Oh, never mind.
Charity last year?
I don't know.
They
I don't
lost
know.
$250,000.
Will you debate me again, Ethan? If you keep chirping in the future?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, perfect.
But if you, I think it would be good if you watch the content
Maybe I
context
will.
puke,
Maybe I'll
and
do
then
that to
we can
fundraise.
discuss it.
Maybe I'll do that to fundraise for Creator Clash.
Yes, I think it's awesome. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's sick as fuck.
Yeah, maybe you should do that too. You know, donate.
What's funny is now he's gonna donate to Creator Clash now that iDubbbz and Anissa have said that they're backing out of it.
I know you guys fucking,
and not gonna have anything to do with it.
Were crazy.
It was? How many? I
I'm
never
just
looked.
saying, think about it.
Oh God.
They're pretty good on both ends.
That's
like 100K.
Whose was higher?
Don't ask that question.
Hasan's was higher?
Hasan's was higher.
Yeah.
Not by much, but it was higher.
That's not good. We got to do something.
I mean, I had 120,000. I don't know what you guys had over there. I wasn't looking, but
we got up to about 100K. So.
Well, we're gonna have to.
Oh, I had 120,000, but I wasn't looking at my numbers. Nope.
To do something about it.
No, for sure. Ethan, please keep up the energy as though you feel that there is a genocide going on, because your output is what matters here, and that is what I was trying to get across to you.
Oh, you're such a fucking saint.
You think that?
I acknowledge that I acknowledge that I could talk about it more, and I should make more of an effort to talk about it.
Okay, thank you.
That's a weird pussy.
Fucking raging anti-Semite for a day.
What?
If you can try not to be a raging anti-Semite for a day, then we can shake hands.
Ethan, I don't think you actually believe that I'm anti-Semitic. I think you're hysterical.
You should watch back the first part of this interview.
What?
You should watch back the first part of this interview. That is.
I don't think that makes you look.
The first part?
Okay, well, I guess we'll wait.
Yeah, where he flat out says you're an anti-Semite. Well, you didn't think I was an anti-Semite. Well, I do now.
Look good. Like, who gives a fuck? At the end of the day,
I'm sure.
It's not a swastika. It's just the swastika sword. It's not a swastika. It's just the sword that I call the swastika sword. Got it. All right, have a good night, Hasan.
All right,
I gotta go. All right,
you too, buddy.
You take care, bud.
All right.
Old friends, together at last.
Bye, Hasan.
Give Kaya our love. Give Kaya our love.
Yeah, we all still love Kaya.
Oh my God, what a fucking train wreck. I was hoping that I shouldn't have hoped that he would have been more open listening, but I guess that's what it was meant to be.
Oh my God.
What idiot.
Fucking hell.
How long was that going on for?
5 hours.
4 hours and 15
We're going
minutes?
on 5 hours here.
That was interesting.
Was I owned?
Was I owned?
My head's spinning.
Another fucking fever dream.
Ethan's first fucking comment after it's over.
I think I got him. Honestly, I think I got him pretty good. The way that he was denying obvious, blatant shit and being like, no, that's not. No, you're insane. You're hallucinating it. It's like, bro, that's crazy talk.
Okay.
I also liked how he like.
So this is over.
People will analyze this.
Yeah. I'd say both sides got
Motherfucker.
I gotta find it because I know I did not fucking hallucinate that shit. I know I didn't.
I didn't hear anything about a jacket. I didn't catch anything about a jacket. It might have been on one of the times when I had to briefly disconnect to reset because Discord on my phone.
There was a point where I screwed up and fucking like had to go back because I clicked off of it.
Oh.
And I think it was right during the fucking Theo Von shit. In fact, I know it was during the Theo Von shit because I remember that from yesterday. But goddamn, I know somebody clipped that because he was comparing him to the dude from Beetlejuice. And I hate the fact that I missed it. Like I said, I know I didn't fucking... I didn't imagine it. It happened. Ethan Klein Beetlejuice. Ugh. Yes, there. See,
you accuse me of not. You accuse.
Okay, hang on. I knew I saw it, but I don't know where in the fucking stream this happened at.
Accuse me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
Because, no, I said I didn't say.
Bro, you literally look like the dude from Beetlejuice. That's crazy. The
on
small
your
head guy?
Ethan, I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you
Small
posted. I don't
head
watch
guy,
your
Beetlejuice.
stream that much. I don't, you know, I don't. I only
That
see
waiting room?
bits and pieces of
Bro,
it.
that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah.
Like, where the fuck is that? Where is it? Like,
Oh my god.
Did he edit it? Like, where the fuck is it? And I knew it was right around the.
I
Go ahead.
vaguely remember hearing Beetlejuice, but there wasn't that much talking around it.
Oh, yeah. So I did miss it. I did miss it.
Yeah. I only
In that
see
waiting
like,
room?
bits and pieces of
Bro,
it.
that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you laughing. All right, anyway. So you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
I had to have missed it somehow. Because I knew it was in the Theo Vaughn section, which is like 5 minutes of their entire discussion. So, fuck me. And I just turned off my wrong fucking thing. I was trying to stop the camera. Yeah, he was right. That was a fucking train wreck.
Yeah, that just a little.
Oh my god. And like I said, there was a lot that I missed because like this was from the time that I was sitting at work. 2 hours were while I was at work, and then I was trying to listen to it while I was driving home. And then I was listening to it while I was at home trying to do chores and shit, you know? But I didn't realize how fucking rabid they were both being. Like, Ethan definitely has some personal problems with Hasan at this point.
Oh yeah.
And I don't.
Can you blame it?
No, I was fixing to say that, and I don't really blame him. But I think at this point, dude, until this Israel-Palestine shit ends, I don't think they're ever gonna reach any sort of agreement, like at all.
So never?
Yeah, probably never. Like everything,
because as long as one of those, as long as both of those states exist, this is never going to stop.
Oh, I know. And everything that Hasan believes is completely antithetical to Ethan as a Jewish person. Like, they agree on certain aspects regarding, you know, Middle Eastern politics. But at the end of the day, Ethan is still Jewish, right? And Hasan is...
Yeah.
Hasan and his audience are pretty anti-Jewish at this point.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Fuck me. Well, at least you both made it. You both made it through 4.5 hours. I'm sure I'll find some sort of prize to give you both for sitting through that.
Well, I didn't know if I was going to make it because, well, earbud issue. But they turned out to work fine, so.
Yeah, and I'm sure Atlas was doing his dailies, so.
Yeah, got through all of it.
I'm surprised it didn't give you brain worms while you were trying to do that.
Probably could have gotten done with dailies a couple times over.
Yeah. I never got done
Unless
to pull up YouTube.
Unless Castro Meridanian popped.
Yeah, I think
you could tell.
Huh?
I was gonna let Atlas finish.
Wheezy?
No, I was gonna say I think at one point that stream was only supposed to be like 2 hours, I think. And neither one of them would let it end.
Yeah, because they both have an ego problem of they have to be right. They have to, they have to be right. They have to get the last word in. They have to, all that dumb shit.
Who do y'all think won?
As much as I hate to admit it, Klein by a landslide.
Yeah.
Because the moment Hasan came out early swinging, contradicting himself, being hypocritical, intentionally deflecting, Klein was trying to stay on point, shit like that. And that was, that was working against Hasan. But the second Hasan lost his temper and started screaming at Klein, that's when he lost.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was saying. I mean, if you look at Hasan's community, they obviously think that Hasan won. And then if you look everywhere else, everybody's saying that Ethan won, which I think all three of us agree. I think Ethan did better in that discussion. Something I never thought I would say that. I never thought those words would come out of my mouth.
Well, I mean, let's face it, his competition wasn't that stiff.
Yeah. And it was funny because I was watching in real time like all these other political streamers that were watching this, and every single one of them were just like, I finally understand why Hasan doesn't do debates. And
because he's fucking terrible.
Yeah, it's not for him. He's better off sitting sitting in front of a camera and just talking to his audience.
Yeah.
And
you mean talking at his audience like he was trying to do to Klein?
Yeah, pretty much. With no pushback.
So, yeah. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, that is some special shit right there.
Yeah. Yeah. I honestly
very special.
I saw it coming. I mean, those two have been fucking taking shots at each other for months now. And I think by the end of that, I don't think either one of them are going to call each other friends at this point. So I don't understand why why he did it. You know what I mean? It doesn't make him look better in his audience eyes. His audience already hates Ethan Klein. And all that did was expose Hasan to other audiences. You know what I mean? Outside of his little political bubble. So I don't understand what the point was.
His echo chamber.
He was trying what he was trying to do, and this tells me that Hasan is low intelligence. He was trying. Excuse me. I thought here. He was trying to. He had huffed his own farts to the extent that he had deluded himself into thinking he was right, and he wanted to sit there and get an own on somebody that he had a beef with, and decided to do so in a very public platform, and just got absolutely mogged on it.
Well, I mean, it's obvious he thinks he's in the right. I guarantee.
Yeah, this was an ego trip. He had deluded himself into thinking he was right, and that he was so right that he could basically come in and just kind of, I don't know. It doesn't seem like he was half-assing it. It seems like he was actually giving it effort.
Yeah.
But that effort did not pay off. Oh boy, did it not pay off.
Yeah, I feel like there was an attempt to sort of control the narrative. You know what I mean? Where it was.
Yeah, and God, and talk about an inability to address a point. That's probably the biggest thing that killed Hasan in this debate. His inability to address a point. He always just slightly deflected off the point to excuse me. He actually, let me rephrase that. He either just slightly deflected off the point so that the discussion basically became two discussions, or what he did was how do I want to put this? Brain farting real bad right now.
There was a lot of grandstanding.
I think that debate killed some brain cells. But no. Oh God, what's the word I want to use? So he either like did a very slight deflection and tried to make it a subtle deflection, but it wasn't subtle at all, which tells me he's probably mid-wit at best. And how do I describe what the other thing he did was? It was.
Well, Atlas said gaslighting multiple times. So.
Yeah, he did. He did that. Reframing. He would sit there and disingenuously reframe a point that Ethan was trying to make up, bring up, and present that as the argument, kind of a variation of straw man.
What is it? Gish galloping? Isn't that where you start throwing out a whole bunch of points, trying to?
That's what he was doing toward the end. But the two, the thing I'm thinking of is, he was doing this throughout like the first half. Was he was doing the slight deflection and then like a weird combination of reframe and straw man.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
so
when they weren't throwing ad hominems at each other, yeah.
Well, I mean, Hasan was doing more of the ad hominems. Towards the end, Klein was just straight up insulting him.
Yeah. Well, I think he was straight up insulting him the entire time.
Yes. Yes, there is a difference between the two. Ad hominem is, I don't know if we're still streaming, but for those who don't know, ad hominem is specifically an attack on the arguer to discredit the point, whereas an insult is just an insult.
Well, I would say he was doing that with all the, oh, you're crazy, you're mentally unwell, you're this, you're... Every time Ethan gave a counterpoint, but...
Yeah, no. Oh, how many times did he call him delusional or say he was hallucinating?
Too many to count.
That's ad hominem. That is like textbook ad hominem.
Yeah, way too many times to count.
But yeah, I mean, but no, no, but as for who as a person comes off looking worse, as far as their ethics and morals and whatnot comes around, Klein would be the kind of person that's like, well, fuck, that's a fellow human being. I probably should help them out. I wouldn't piss on Hasan to put him out if he was on fire.
Well, to be fair, I don't think he'd do the same for any of us either. So,
I mean, this guy, I mean, I was waiting for him to say it, after about an hour and a half, I was waiting for him to come right out and say that Jews need to be exterminated.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think
he was coming a hair from doing so repeatedly.
I don't disagree. I don't think he's gonna beat the Ethan Klein anti-Semite allegations after this.
Oh no, if Ethan Klein proved anything, it is that Hasan is an anti-Semite. Where do you think my question came from? What if Hasan was a practicing Muslim?
Well, that was right around the hour and a half mark. So, yeah, I could see where you were.
It was a combination of that and the way he kept referring to Klein's wife. As Klein's wife and not her name, which them being friends for, however long they were, he definitely would have known her name.
Oh yeah. No, that was 100% on purpose. His audience.
Yeah, and yeah, that's just, and that's the other place that my question came from was, it's like, and I was kind of stunned, when it was revealed he wasn't, because I'm sitting there like, well, fuck, he could have fooled me. He talks like one.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that his orbiters most definitely are. His orbiters do not like Jews.
Oh,
not
yeah.
Zionists. They don't like Jews. And
yeah,
for him to go against that would be, an ideological sin, Yeah.
Yeah, he
not to mention, he's conditioned his audience to be like that. So he has cultivated his audience to be that, and and I think he's on like a kind of a feedback loop right now where he did a little conditioning, they're reciprocating it. It's kind of a to bring up kind of an ironic point, because guess who allied with Nazi Germany in World War II? It's kind of like what happened with the rise of Hitler and the German people. Hitler came up with something that the people liked. They reciprocated that, and he fed off that and told, and started telling them more of what they liked, and and it built like that. And I think the same thing's going on, the same kind of parasocial things going on with Hasan and his audience. Yeah, audience capture. Yeah, where you're more focused on the right thing to say rather than how you actually feel. And
yeah,
100%. Yep.
Yeah, it's the same phenomenon going on. And I was I just had if I had sat there and was part of that, and just a couple of questions that would have made both of them blow their gaskets.
I believe it. There was some stuff that I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, this would be bad if I opened my mouth.
Sitting there, look at Hasan when he's doing all this stuff about Nazi Germany. It's like, Hasan, who allied with the Nazis in World War II?
I'm wondering which Arab country you're going to refer to.
All of them. Pretty much. There was a couple that were kind of like certain Union states in the Civil War that joined the Allies, but not by choice. So.
God, wasn't Egypt a major ally to the Germans? Or am I wrong?
Oh God, I forget Egypt. If I remember right, no, I think that's where the British did most of their landings to get into North Africa. I think so. It was either that or Morocco. I can't remember.
You're right. Yeah.
So
British had a huge part in Egypt.
But I know, like, a lot of the countries that went on to attack Israel in the 6 Day and Yom Kippur Wars, Syria, Jordan, Iraq, those countries
Mm.
allied themselves with Germany. So
Middle East, Nazi
because
German
they
allies.
Because a lot of those countries were really sore about the fall of the Ottoman Empire. It had nothing to do with Jews. They were just like ass blasted about the fall of the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah.
So
the two most noted Arab politicians who collectively collaborated with the Nazis were the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem and the Iraqi Prime Minister.
Uh-huh.
Interesting.
Well, you
But
guys
yeah,
have
I
a
mean-
good night.
All right, later.
Later, Atlas, since you made it through.
But yeah, I mean but that was mainly because, like I said, they were butthurt about the fall of the Ottoman Empire. It had nothing, and that Germany was fighting against the people, especially England, that caused the fall of the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, that's...
So...
Dude, and I don't think Ethan or Hasan have done enough reading up on Middle Eastern geopolitical affairs to be able to say something with absolute certainty. I know Hasan hasn't. Pretty sure Ethan hasn't.
Middle Eastern geopolitics, you mean shit show?
Yeah, just the entirety of it. Which is why...
caused mainly by England and France.
That's why I said earlier that people need to watch that fucking debate with Destiny and Finkelstein. It was Destiny versus two professors, and it was probably as much of a shit show as the conversation between Hasan and Ethan. It was...
Oh god.
It was something else.
Brutal.
But,
I mean, I'm a history nerd. Okay, I know a ton about history. Some geopolitics, but I'm more on like how the people lived. But even with my own self research and whatnot, going back 30 years at this point, I'd still get mocked by a professor.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, we made it through the shit show. And
yeah.
My dogs are screaming at me.
Yeah, because they want pizza or something.
Probably. All right.
Oh, God.
Well, I'm glad you could make it. I'm glad we were able to sit through that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm still up in the air on Friday or Sunday streams. I don't know. I'm waiting on stuff to cool down.
Well, it was cooling down until that shit with that woman and her kid. So.
Yeah, and I've pretty much said everything I need to say about that. I mean, I've already got people mad at me for my takes on it, And I'm like, I'm waiting for more to come out for both of those cases. And then I'll chime in again. But I've already said everything I need to say. And not only that...
Well, yeah, with the Anthony case, it's one of those things where it's like the information that the public has right now points a certain way, but we don't have nearly all the information.
Yeah.
And the information on the other case points a certain way, but and it looks like we have all the information or the majority of it, but most of that information is hearsay.
Yeah.
You know, a person claims this was happening. A person claims that happened. That kind of thing.
Well, that's
what
I was saying about my focus wasn't on the cases themselves, either one of them.
Yeah.
My focus was on the people supporting both cases. And of course, you know, me saying that it's two sides of the same coin pissed people off because they're like, well, it's not comparable. Well, no, the cases aren't comparable. Neither case is comparable. What is comparable are the people egging on their chosen side of these cases. You know what I mean? And that's...
Yeah, and I mean, you said you had to go, but I have a long-ass rant to go on about, you know, what's causing that. But
I mean, I'm sure you and I are almost in agreement on how we've gotten to this point, so.
Yeah. So, I mean, but anyway, yeah, let you go. Your dogs are screaming at you and shit like that, so.
Yeah, we made it through. Oh, yeah, we're literally 5 seconds away from the 5-hour mark.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get that BattleTech thing posted here soon. It's not gonna be tomorrow because I got a bunch of like spring cleaning prep to do. Yeah, that should be interesting.
That was one of the things that I was thinking of, and I know Badger was doing that for a while, of doing like gaming streams, like actual gaming streams. I mean, working out the logistics of that would be...
I have no idea how to stream, so...
Well, that's what I'm saying. The logistics would be interesting in trying to figure that out, so...
Well, I was just gonna post, you know, pictures, you know, similar to what I did some time ago, but actually do like, you know, every time each mech moves and stuff like that, which is why I was just doing 2 battle mechs. So...
All right. Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. So, but that'll probably be coming sometime this week.